Asunder. Chapter 1. Resurrection. What matters in life is not what happens to you, but what you remember and how you remember it. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. A parody of a human being. That is how one could describe the entity that rose from the ground, with its right half black and left half white, encased in what seemed like two Venus flytrap-like leaves which emerged from its sides. This entity was called Zetsu, or rather, its white half was Shirozetsu, while the black half was Kurozetsu. The white half was a silly chatterbox, carefree and playfully blundering his way through life, while the black half was serious and knowledgeable. The two were distinctly different entities, yet somehow one at the same time. After all, the parasitic black half needed a host to survive on, and to carry on the will of his mother. The countless clones of the white half were well suited for his plans. The way you can just grow from the roots is interesting. A gravelly voice welcomed him. You sure those white things don't have a heart? How rude, white Zetsu pouted. Shut up, fool. Black Zetsu silenced his other half. You were quite thorough, Kakuzu. You knew that before you hired me. The S-rank missing nin from Takigakure shrugged. He was probably one of the few people who Zetsu knew who wasn't even fazed at the sight of his strange plant-like body. Then again, Kakuzu was rather peculiar himself as well. A battle had just ended, and the black threads which grew from Kakuzu's body, due to the Kenjutsu Jiangu, were still stitching his wounds. Seems like you had quite a fight. Of course he did. It was Itachi Kakashi who opposed him. He was definitely someone who had earned the right to carry such a bounty, Kakuzu admitted, his voice virtually devoid of any emotion except a slight annoyance. Kakashi had, after all, taken out two of Kakazu's hearts. Good thing that he had an affinity for Raiton. He skewered my lightning heart, so having a way of replacing it right away is quite convenient. Now all I need is a water heart. You don't happen to have an affinity for Suedon? No, we told you we don't have a heart, nor organs. We can't even poop. Kakuzu lifted the corpse of a gray-haired shinobi from the ground. The Jonin from Konoha had put up quite the fight, but in the end, Kakuzu had been the one who had the greater reserves. It had taken an annoyingly long time before the Hitaki had finally run out of chakra, though. The deaths of his cute little genin had sent him into a fury that had cost Kakuzu his first heart. The annoying Chidori had cost him a second. 50 million Ryo, 30 without his Sharingan. Kakuzu became uncharacteristically happy, or whatever passed for happiness for the miserly man, at the idea of the money he had just earned. Keep the eye. We don't need it. Still not sure why we won the boy, though. He's pivotal to our plans. The black-haired boy, Kakuzu wondered. His abilities with ink were quite unusual, but nothing special. The Yamanaka boy was stronger, but lacked any special ability. Naruto-kun is no Yamanaka. The whiter half of Zetsu giggled. Blonde wears the clan symbol, and, now that you mention it, he didn't use their techniques. Kakuzu frowned slightly while putting on his cloak again. Why him? You killed the pink-haired girl instantly, but kept the boys alive like we asked. Good work. But only barely. His body is nearly severed in two. His wounds don't matter. We've regrown Toby after the Obito disaster, remember? Oh, so you're going to use the new Toby just like the old one? It's still sad that he and the Uchiha died. Uchiha Itachi was an annoying impediment to our plans. The way you two keep arguing with yourselves is annoying. I'm going to cash in this corpse. Keep the money for yourself, Kakuzu. Yeah, the other members of Akatsuki don't need to know about this. It's our little secret. It is. We have plans for the boy, and Pain doesn't need to know. Not to mention what Orochimaru would do. Ever since Itachi entered the Uchiha bloodline, he has shown a great interest in the bloodlines of old. He might even find out a secret or two, but will be futile in the end. We trust you, Kakuzu, because you only trust in money and don't care about anything else. We can always locate new prey for you, as long as we can feed on the worthless casualties, like the black hair and that pinky. Kakuzu grumbled something under his breath about the foul eating habits that the plant-like shinobi displayed. It wasn't that he really cared about what happened to the boy and the girl. They were unnecessary, not worth a single Rio, and Zetsu only wanted the blonde boy. Leaving his unsavory companion to his dinner, Kakuzu stalked off to the nearest bounty station. 50 million Rio was waiting to be collected. After all, Zetsu truly had his uses. Bounty hunting had never gone as smoothly. A spiral-patterned white man rose from the ground, eerily similar to the way Zetsu had traveled through the earth and roots. Of course, Toby was just another manifestation grown from the Ghetto Mazo, demonic statue of the Outer Path. Originally human, he had been a victim of the infinite Tsukuyami, absorbed into the Shinju, God Tree, just like white Zetsu. Stored within the Ghetto Mazo, Toby had remained dormant and forgotten for centuries, trapped within the moon along with the statue. That is, until Uchimadara awoke the Rinnegan and summoned the statue. He was the one who had freed Toby from his centuries of slumber, enabling him to grow a body from the wood-like tissue of the Ghetto Mazo. Well, Madara had foolishly believed that they had been grown from the tissue of Senju Hashirama, the Shodame Hokage, but that had been a lie. In truth, Toby was compelled to be loyal to only one entity. Captured and mutated due to her actions, Toby was loyal to the will which Otsutsuki Kagaya had left behind. Her son, of sorts, Black Zetsu, was the one who secretly commanded all the beings grown from the statue. But they lacked the power to resurrect Kagaya on their own, which led to them submitting themselves, even if it was under false pretenses, to the will of someone far stronger. Madara had been the first human who had reached a level that approached the perfection of Kagaya. He was the first to strive for power to such a degree that he almost retraced it to its origin. He had even understood the necessity of Hashirama's chakra and tissue, which had led him to the Rinnegan. But it had been too late for the man. Too old, too feeble, he had only prolonged his life by leeching off the Ghetto Mazo. He was pathetic, too pathetic for the plans of Black Zetsu, which was why they had manipulated Madara into giving the Rinnegan to a boy who had inherited the blood of the younger son, hoping that he would prove to be easier to manipulate. Unfortunately, that had proven a mistake. Much like Ashura himself, Nagato was too deluded by the notion of love. Even though loss eventually twisted his love into something darker, Nagato had turned out to be too difficult to control. As such, Zetsu had been happy when they had stumbled upon a nearly dead Uchiha boy. Taking him in, Toby had enveloped the boy, slowly turning him into something greater. They needed a champion. The death of Madara, now devoid of his Rinnegan, was merely a matter of time. The boy's Sharingan had already evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him the useful abilities of intangibility and what was effectively teleportation. All had seemed to go according to plan until Itachi happened. Removing the Uchiha clan had mostly been a desire of Uchiha Obito, the boy that Zetsu had found. But it was also Zetsu's wish that Konoha was weakened. It was easier to operate without being detected during times of war, after all. What had driven the boy to do it was something Zetsu had never discovered, but somewhere along the line, Itachi had snapped. Perhaps it was murdering his parents, perhaps it was the death of his girlfriend, or perhaps his little brother. Zetsu didn't know, didn't really care either. All that mattered was that Itachi had taken Obito out of the game. Whatever the sealing technique with that spectral blade had been, not even Obito was able to escape it. Obito, who even had managed to escape the Yondaime Hokage, was gone. Black Zetsu had spent centuries manipulating the Uchiha, and one boy had undone all those efforts. The bloodline had ended. The only remnants of the entire clan were the few eyes that remained. Zetsu knew that Orochimaru had a few of them, and Hatake Kakashi had also possessed one. But it wasn't enough. A few eyes weren't enough to recreate the bloodline. The eyes, without the bodies, were flawed. The death of Obito had also meant the death of Toby, who had merged with the wounded body of the Uchiha. Regrowing Toby from the Ghetto Mazo had been a laborious task, due to Zetsu's limited chakra reserves, but it had eventually been done. The new Toby entirely lacked any memories from the old one, but at least he had the same abilities. "Toby, you're late. I sent a clone, but couldn't find him right away." What's up? The fully white Toby exclaimed. If possible, this Toby was an even greater fool than the old one, a fact which Black Zetsu often reiterated to him. The spiral pattern that stretched all over his body gave Toby a completely different appearance from the plant-like Zetsu. The fact that Toby was literally hollow, perhaps explaining his lack of intelligence, was also unique. While Zetsu was akin to a flytrap that could consume flesh, Toby was created to encase a human and to sustain it. Quit fooling around. The boy is only barely alive. Even that odd chakra is running out. He's a Jinchuriki, you idiot. Oh, so that's why he's still alive. What other reason could there be? Kakuzu practically cut him in two. His legs are gone, and his torso is damaged to a degree where no normal human would remain alive for more than a minute. We should thank our old friend, the QB. I thought the QB hated you. Toby tilted his head as a way to show his surprise. I was being sarcastic, airhead. Yeah, the QB always despised Mother. He was way too loyal to her son. He is one of Hagoromo's creations, and we were created by Mother. Should I, merge with him? What other reason could there be for me to call you here? Perhaps you missed me? Toby seemed to seriously consider the question, ignoring the deadpan expression on Zetsu. His inability to understand Black Zetsu's sarcasm was rather appalling. Or perhaps you found me a dinner. I don't eat flesh like you do, but a nice dash. You're an idiot. That even you have a right to say it is rather telling of how dumb Toby is. Hey, why are you always picking on me? Because you're only slightly less of an idiot than Toby. Quit stalling, envelop the boy. Okie dokie, boss man. Yes, Black Zetsu had nearly lost all hope. Without the Uchiha, his schemes seemed to turn to failure. Wandering aimlessly, he had witnessed a battle of two Jinchuriki. While he had only gone to Konoha to see how Orochimaru's little scheme to invade Konoha would turn out, it was hilarious to see how Orochimaru had lost his arms. Zetsu had found a strange boy, or rather, a boy who made him literally feel strange. As if his genetic composition responded to the boy's chakra, such overwhelming yang chakra. It was best alternative that Zetsu had. Toby swallowed the body of the near-dead Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto, Zetsu recalled, had been the boy's name. Why he lived within the confines of another clan was something he hadn't figured out, nor why he wore the Yamanaka symbol. Uzumaki usually had red hair, while Naruto was blonde. Perhaps he was part Yamanaka, or perhaps he lived among the Yamanaka in order for the boy to remain unnoticed. His spiky hair was quite unlike the smooth-haired Yamanaka, but at least the color was right. Toby opened up, encasing the boy. His white tissue immediately began to grow and contort, stopping the boy from bleeding dry. Like ivy growing into a stone wall, Toby's plant-like tissue invaded Naruto's flesh. Zetsu had seen it before, although in a different matter. Obito had struggled to control the tissue which Zetsu had given him, after the boy had lost half his body, being crushed underneath the immeasurable weight of stone. Where Obito had seemed to struggle, almost rejecting the tissues, Naruto seemed to greedily absorb it. So much yang energy, Toby's flesh is responding immediately. Is this why the boy is so interesting? Just wait and see. Toby will soon lose the struggle. Lose? What do you mean? You feel the same sensation from the boy's chakra, right? Imagine how Toby must feel. So much vitality. Poor Toby. Black Zetsu couldn't find any pity for Toby. He had been bred for this task. While Zetsu was able to create as many clones as his chakra tolerated, and had many techniques that specialized in espionage, Toby was different. Toby could not create clones. Instead, Toby had resonated most of all with Hashirama's tissue. It had been an extremely bad day for Kurama, one almost equaling the day he had been split in half, to be sealed within the son of the woman he had been sealed in previously. That very child was on the border of life and death, and Kurama had to exert himself to keep the boy alive. The death of the boy would, after all, imply that he died as well. And the QB had no desire for death, not the least because he did not know what would happen if he died. It was not that a bijou could actually die, not by the mortal sense of the word. His body could be destroyed, yes, which was as close to death as the Kyuubi could get. What was more worrisome was that he had lost his half when he was sealed within Naruto. While only having yang energy, Kurama doubted that he could recreate his body. Yang could breathe life into form, but In was needed to create form. Stupid brat, the enormous fox howled. The light within his prison was slowly dimming, at the same rate as the vigor was slipping out of the boy, and then suddenly, everything changed. Plants, roots from mighty trees, grew through the sewer that led towards Kurama's prison. The walls were slowly being covered, the ground, normally covered with water, dried up as the foliage soaked it up. A foreign chakra invaded Naruto's body, merging with it, and the remnants of Naruto's chakra responded. Not that he could be blamed for not trying to stop it. Whatever happened to the boy, it was bad news. The man who had attacked them, who had killed the teacher and the kunoichi and left Naruto for dead, had obviously acted on orders of something else. Kurama cursed the fact that Naruto's sight had failed when he completely lost consciousness. A blur of black and white was the last thing Kurama had seen through Naruto's nearly closed eyes. It was bad news indeed. Whatever it was, if the boy was completely taken over, then Kurama would be at their mercy, which was utterly unacceptable. So when the foreign chakra reached out for the boy's unconscious form, which had been resting right in front of Kurama's prison, the mighty nine-tailed fox lashed out with his claw. The pull of the foreign chakra increased, but Kurama didn't relent. The boy might be an insufferable miscreant, but he at least left Kurama alone, and whoever it was that tried to take over the boy's body would undoubtedly be worse. The opposing powers struggled for dominance, with Kurama severely handicapped due to the restrictions which the seal imposed on him. Regardless, Kurama was mighty enough to match the power of foreign chakra. It had the same odd quality which reminded Kurama of Senju Hashirama and his Mokuton, but this form of the wood release was incomparably weaker. Naruto's ego was left dangling between the two powers. Unable to endure, it ripped asunder. In a moment of desperation, Kurama forced all his chakra through the seal. The might of the fox had been cut in half by Namake's Minato, but ironically, it was only the yang energy that Kurama needed right now. The foreign chakra couldn't handle it and transformed. The result was a genetic rewrite, which Kurama couldn't stop. The boy and the invader became one, except for the part of the boy which Kurama still held in his claws. With the ego of the boy torn asunder, Kurama knew he had to act quickly. That shattered part of the boy's entity was perfect to close off the seal. Whatever the other half of the boy had become, it would not be able to reach Kurama, not without Kurama's permission, at least. Zetsu, both halves, continued watching how Tobi merged with the boy. Does this kill Tobi? The boy is nearly dead. Tobi should be the dominant personality. The boy's yang chakra will only help him gain more power. Tobi's Mokuton will be drastically improved. Why is Mokuton so important? Black Zetsu sighed, annoyed by the ignorance of his whiter half. Mother's remains, the statue, are composed of wood. So if we can't have a proper Uchiha to control the statue until Mother returns, what would be better than someone with the Mokuton, Kekkei Genkai? Oh, so Tobi is going to turn into Super Tobi. But why? We've got Nagato for that, right? Josetsu, you are a moron. Black Zetsu reminded him of his nickname Chatterbox. Pointless chatter was what seemed to define White Zetsu. He'd rather talk than think, unlike his blacker half. Nagato doesn't trust us, and I don't trust him. Nagato dreams of peace, and why would we tell him about our real goals? All we need is a vessel to control the Jubi until we can resurrect the Shinju. And once that happens, Mom will be happy to be back. Hush. Tobi is waking up. His chakra, just now, it was huge. Yes, it definitely was. We'll be the same old Tobi. It should be. Our loyal, yet strong puppet. Blue eyes fluttered, the swirling mask of Tobi leaving the boy's head free. Tobi, how do you feel? Oh, the boy muttered after a pause, seemingly surprised by the question. Tobi's flesh kept shrinking, merging with Naruto's body to a greater degree than Zetsu, both black and white, had anticipated. This was nothing like what they had seen with Obito. "Stop kidding around," Tobi, Black Zetsu, growled. Pain. The entire body was permeating with a pain that blinded him, that replaced his every thought. Something from outside penetrated his flesh, changing him. Something from within answered, burning and churning, also changing him. He jumbled in between, forgetting who or what he was. A power that was innately his emerged, somehow soothing his pain, comforting him. It replaced the outside force and subdued the fire from within him. It ended the struggle, yet at what cost? A gasp escaped his lips, suddenly aware of the necessity of oxygen. The entire world swirled and shifted, opening up in a way that was foreign to him, and yet, I see without eyes. I see the roots of the trees. I see the leaves. I see the vines. I sense everything, and yet I am blind. Tobi, a voice spoke to him. It sounded rather flippant, as if they knew each other. "How do you feel?" A second, rougher voice followed after the other, seamlessly. The first was friendly enough, but the other scared him. He somehow felt like he had to listen to it. But when he considered why, he decided to dismiss the feeling. "Ooh," he muttered. Was he Tobi? No, he didn't feel like the name was familiar. The name felt completely foreign, but he couldn't recall who he really was. A vexing thought encroached upon him, the idea that it was so close. He was about to say it, but the knowledge just kept slipping away. The moment he thought that he remembered it, he forgot again. "Stop fooling around, Tobi," the ill-tempered voice again. The boy tried to move, but that was about as impossible as remembering. The smell of freshly served ramen made him drool. The warmth of a blonde comforted him, but that was just about everything he knew. There were vague impressions, including of his legs, which currently felt wrong. He didn't know why his legs were wrong, but he just knew. Not knowing why only led to more frustration. Or was it that sense of anger and loss that suddenly boiled up for no reason? Again, he tried to move. Whether he was Tobi or not, he didn't know. But he did want to get up and see what was going on. His legs felt soft like warm butter. His stomach felt odd as well, as if every organ was still rearranging itself. It didn't feel painful. It was just, well, the only impression he knew that could be compared to it was an itch. He tried to lift his arm, and instead his messed up senses extended to something outside his body. Why is he manipulating that tree? The friendlier voice asked in surprise. He'll need time to adjust. The other growled. The strange thing, now that he considered it, was that there were two voices while he only sensed one body. Realizing he could sense the other, he turned his attention to himself. His body was different from how he remembered, somehow. The vague impressions that he had from the time before waking up told him that something had changed. "Who am I?" he questioned aloud. He seems to have forgotten. Yes, he remembers nothing. Pitiful. Should we bring him home? He will be needing time to adjust to the changes. Is he Tobi or Naruto? Naruto. The nameless boy liked the sound of that name better than Tobi. Naruto gave him impressions of mischief, orange, and something else. The frustration grew, and with it his chakra spiked. Flowers spouted from their bulbs, bloomed, and perished. Trees shed their leaves and grew new ones. Acorns erupted into small trees. In a matter of seconds, the boy's chakra overflowed the nearby nature. The worst aspect was that Zetsu had to struggle not to lose his own cohesion, as if he too was erupting into a tree. White Zetsu was especially suffering. "We're lucky he passed out," Black Zetsu mumbled, looking down on the exhausted boy. Mokuton. When I witnessed him engage the Ichibi, I knew he could have the potential with the overwhelming yang energy he has. When he used the Kyuubi's chakra, it was as if he was overflowing with life. Yet I never anticipated him to change so fundamentally. So even you don't know everything. Only Mother does. Senju Tsunade regretted the day she had allowed that little blonde brat to convince her to go back home. Paperwork was bad, politics were worse, but the absolute worst was when she had sent people on missions and they didn't return. It was over a week, and still no one had heard a thing of Hitaki Kakashi and his team. Even Danzo had sworn ignorance of where they were, despite admitting that Sai, one of the genin of Team 7, was one of his operatives. Keeping an eye on the Jinchuriki of Konoha was something that stood high on the man's agenda. Losing the young Uzumaki would be a harsh blow for the village. But Tsunade couldn't care all that much about the village right now. Every day that had passed had increased the sense of dread that filled her heart. I made a mistake. I should never have given him that necklace. It is cursed. Hurry back home, brat. But Naruto never listened. Sure, he was the second most flippant subordinate that Tsunade had, only surpassed by the boy's godfather, but she cared too much about the boy to ever punish him for his lack of respect. No other shinobi would leave her office without at least a broken bone or two if he called her Bachan, but he could. Perhaps it was because he resembled Nawaki so much? Nawaki, the mere thought of her younger brother made her afraid. Day after day passed, but no message from Karachi came. No smiling blonde brat barged into her office unannounced. No disruptions arose within the village due to one of his successful pranks. It gave her a fearful premonition. In a way, Tsunade was thankful that there still was so much for her to do. The invasion of the combined forces of Otoge-kure and Tsunade-kure had left deep scars in Konoha, and as the Hokage, she was the one who had to undo much of the damage that her former teammate had caused. But even thinking about the invasion often made her thoughts wander off to Naruto, as he had been the one who stopped Suna's Jinchuriki. Sabaku no Gaara had returned to Suna, and had truly had a change of heart, to the degree that he had practically scared the elders of his village into surrendering. It ended the foolish conflict that had been started only due to Orochimaru's schemes. Reparations, concessions, and renegotiating the peace treaty were things that would never have gone as smoothly as they did without Gaara's influence. Tsunade hoped that the boy, who was likely the strongest shinobi of Tsunade-kure, would end up being the next Kazekage. At least he had good intentions towards Konoha. Yes, and when I resign and hand my position to Naruto, he'd have the perfect ally in Gaara. Naruto. Tsunade wondered how he had wiggled his way into her heart so easily. She, who had distanced herself from practically everyone except Shizen and the pet piglet Taunton, had never thought that she could be swayed so easily, especially not after Dan, her lover, had perished. She had seen his life slip through her hands, just like she had been powerless to do anything to avert Nawaki's death. The most famous healer in the world. Bah, I've done nothing but fail the people I cared most about. It makes me wonder what kind of idiot ever thought that I was fit for this position. Naruto had. Tired and frustrated, Tsunade took the usual way out. Perhaps she would find some solace in that bottle of sake, or one of the others. Somewhere along the line, she had been so drunk that she had fallen asleep, head down on the desk, drooling over all kinds of important documents. Her head felt like it was splitting. The hangover had already set in, and when she saw the cautious first rays of the morning sun, Tsunade wondered why she had woken up. Sleeping was much better, so she tried to close her eyes again, doing her best to ignore her headache and her churning stomach. Tsunade, something in his voice made her thoughts of sleep vanish. She shivered and spurred open her eyes. Jiraiya. He didn't answer immediately, but something in his eyes, before he had quickly averted his eyes, had filled her with fear. He wasn't looking away because she was dressed indecently, which she was, considering how her blouse had sagged open a little during her little dive into the sake reserves. But there was something else. Her intoxicated brain had some trouble recognizing that voice of his, that expression she had seen before, when he told her. "No," she whispered. No, don't tell me he is." He gently laid a necklace on her desk, the crystal gem still partially covered in a dried-up clot of blood and mud. His voice broke, and she could hear the tears he had shed. "It's all I found, Haim." "It can't. Not him. Not that brat. He swore to me. He swore he'd never. Not before he would be Hokage," she whimpered. "Someone cashed in the bounty on Hitaki Kakashi. Jiraiya whispered and laid down a scroll in which the man's body rested. Jiraiya didn't want to tell how many throats he had cut to get his hands on the body, nor was Tsunade willing to ask. In fact, she wished he hadn't told her. She didn't want him to say it, that Naruto died. She almost hated him for bringing the news. I retraced where it happened. He put down 2 more scrolls. I found the remains of Haruno, Sakura, and Sai. And blood, some parts of so much blood, the toads, his name vanished from the contract. She had no idea when she left her chair, but suddenly she realized he had grabbed Jiraiya by the hem of his shirt, lifting the tall man from the ground with just a single hand. "You're lying." She could hear the desperation in her own voice, making her wonder why she acted like this. It was the risk of their profession. It was what happened to all who wore that accursed necklace. "It's not true. I order you to order him not to. I won't." She broke down in tears, only held up by Jiraiya's gentle embrace. Vaguely, she heard as the man lost his restraint as well. She knew how he had cared about Minato, how it had devastated him that Minato had died, and now the man's son, his own godson, had perished. He was even closer to the boy than she ever was. And yet here, she was the mighty Hokage who was bawling her eyes out, only remaining on her feet because a man who was hurting even more had the strength to keep her up. "It's not fair," she repeated several times. "It can't be Naruto." But no matter how she wished that Jiraiya told her that it wasn't true, he remained silent. The boy woke up again. His body had been broken and restored, but his new tissue had not been his own, at least not originally. What once had been the frivolous entity known as Tobi was now completely merged with Naruto. However, the current Naruto was not much like the Naruto Uzumaki he had been before his presumed death. The current Naruto could not remember that Naruto. No, all that this Naruto knew were basic things. He had some skills, but lacked the memories of how he got them. He knew the words, but had forgotten the people who taught them to him. It was an infuriating situation, only worsened by his lack of mobility. He had to learn how to control his legs, how to move his arms, how to flex any muscle in his body. It made him wonder how much of his body had been destroyed, but when he asked, Zetsu had only vaguely answered. Considering the color of his skin, Naruto assumed he lost both his legs and at least one of his arms. Much of his torso was now made out of that white goo as well. What once was Tobi was now his tissue, but it was remarkably hard to control. Other things complicated Naruto's situation even more. Zetsu had been forced to move Naruto to an underground cave, too cold to be filled with vegetation. The problem was that Naruto somehow could not make the distinction between his own body and everything around him. When he tried to move a finger, a nearby tree could randomly move its branches. Or if he tried to stand up, vines erupted from the ground. It was too confusing for the boy, which had forced Zetsu to move him to a place where there was less greenery. Surrounded by solid rock, Naruto finally made progress, moving, instinctively solidifying the parts of his body which had once been Tobi. Every little step of progress was only accomplished through hard work. The second step of his progress was gaining control of his newfound Kekkei Genkai. Through Tobi, who had inherited the ability either from the Geto Mazo or through the clone tissue of Senju Hashirama, Naruto was genetically altered to the degree that he could influence all plants. Influence was the right word at this point, because Naruto still had a long way to go before he would be able to claim that he could control anything. Seems like you're getting faster. He's still too slow. It's rude to ignore us. Let him. He should be focusing on his training. But shouldn't he be looking forward to the news we have? What news? Naruto sighed. He knew that Zetsu wouldn't stop annoying him until he told Naruto what he wanted. Zetsu was the only person, if he could be considered as such, who visited Naruto in this lone cave. And yet, for some reason, Naruto mostly felt annoyed by the plant-like shinobi. "We found you a teacher, one who had first-hand experience on dealing with your Kekkei Genkai." "Yes, because we don't know how to use it properly. We lack the necessary vitality and chakra," Black Zetsu finished. "Besides, You need to learn how to do more than just Mokuton. Other skills are useful to like Suiton or Doton, but fire and wind too. Not too big a fan of lightning, though. It tends to give me a splitting headache. Stop whining, it was just a clone that died. But he didn't have to be so uptight. It is your fault for pointing him to that bounty, or his own fault for not being quick enough. How could we know that someone else was after that idiot as well? You're giving me a headache, Naruto grumbled. As usual, I'd add. Who is this teacher? And does it mean that I can get out of here? Being restricted to this little valley after you finally let me out of that cave is starting to bore me. Kakazu should be here soon. White Zetsu gave the boy a thumbs up. He is not a patient man, so make sure to watch your step, or you'll die. Stupid piece of mutated lettuce, Naruto growled after the Zetsu duo sank into the ground. Ever since his release from that empty cave, where he had been fully reliant on Zetsu for food and water, Naruto had seen the moon grow full twice. Still, he lived in an awkward shed, an amalgamation of several trees, which, as a testament to his shoddy control, almost looked like it had randomly formed a shelter. Zetsu came and went according to his own wishes, seemingly taking pleasure in Naruto's growing frustrations. Now that the boy could move around, the torment of not knowing had only grown worse. That which had once been Toby had merged with the boy, acting as a catalyst for the boy's yang chakra to affect the nature surrounding him. While the Kyuubi had somehow closed off the seal, with only a bare minimum of chakra leaking out, Naruto had spent his first 13 years while basking in the creature's chakra. Luckily, Zetsu believed that it was Naruto's Mokuton that was suppressing the Kyuubi, or he might have grown suspicious, Black Zetsu, at least. His whiter half was too stupid to ever notice it. With Zetsu gone, all that was left for Naruto was patience. Days were wasted on waiting, until Naruto felt someone enter his forest. In this vicinity, Naruto felt everything through the roots and bark of the very trees surrounding him. Then again, the one who entered the forest of this hidden valley had simply too much chakra to not notice. Much to his frustration, Naruto once again felt something gnawing at his memories. Something about this situation was familiar, but what? Perhaps I've met this Kakuzu before? Naruto sighed. Oh well, he can't be worse than that creepy piece of shit crop of lettuce, can he? But why does his chakra make me feel such anger? Author's notes. Someone once asked me, wouldn't the story of Naruto have been a lot better if there had not been any Uchiha around? Well, I don't agree. The notion got me thinking. Not from a bias against the Uchiha, but rather with a focus on the implications it would have for the story. The timing would be of the essence, regarding the point at which the Uchiha would vanish. Regardless, there would only be one major loser in any Uchiha-free scenario. Zetsu. Without an Uchiha to manipulate, how would Zetsu control Akatsuki? How would he reach his final goal of resurrecting Otsutsuki Kagaya? Eventually, I decided that the night of the Uchiha massacre would be the best point to start the deviation from the manga. Nagato would still get the Rinnegan from Madara, Madara still aided Hashirama in founding Konoha, and so on. If I would trace back further, for instance by having Hashirama truly kill Madara and wiping out all the Uchiha, the entirety of Konoha would be changed fundamentally, too fundamentally for my tastes. So, I let Itachi do it, backstabbing Obito with the Totsuka blade. For the sake of being complete, I assumed that the real Madara died when Nagato summoned the Gedomazo. So, how would Zetsu try to revive Kagaya now, when Nagato had very different ideals and Zetsu lacked the power to manipulate him? The other part of what led to this story was my annoyance at how repetitive most of the fics are with regard to Naruto getting the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Practically all of these stories have Tsunade as his grandmother and Minato secretly being a Senju. Meanwhile, there is a second source of the wood release, Zetsu, being completely ignored. At least, I never encountered a FIC with a similar idea before. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. The manga initially claimed that Zetsu's Mokuton was derived from Hashirama, but later on Kishimoto suddenly changed his mind, fickle bastard, and had Zetsu being something far older. It left me thinking, how could Naruto get the wood release through Zetsu? Well, this chapter is my answer. Much like Obito grew stronger from getting Zetsu's tissue as a replacement for the part of his body that had been crushed, Naruto now got the same thing through Tobi. Please mind that Tobi is just the name of the empty, swirly Zetsu, and not the alias which Obito used to fool everyone, minus the readers. This is how Asunder started. I always found the way Naruto could turn the Zetsu clones into trees rather interesting. Well, and I've got a penchant for weird theories. But those among you who have read my other stories should already be aware of that. As for the name itself, was something that came up from a game I played a long time ago, Dragon Age Origins. The limbs, mere meat. The torso, but a vessel. The head, all but unnecessary. The heart, separate, keeps life. The heart, safe from the blade, can be restored. The heart waits in the fade, asunder. Chapter 2. Hunters. The most terrible poverty is loneliness and the feeling of being unloved. I'm Mother Teresa. Naruto had been wrong, very, very wrong. Zetsu was annoying, yes, but at least the scumbag wasn't trying to kill him. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was ready to rip his heart out at the first opportunity. He felt annoyed by the young Mokuton user. If he was honest, Naruto had no clue about how he had survived the first months. Contrary to what Zetsu had told him, Kakuzu wasn't much of a teacher. His lessons were a matter of trial and error, where errors translated into severe injury, and to any normal person, death. He couldn't count the times where he had narrowly escaped death. So, Naruto tried his best to avoid errors. Kakuzu at least gave him plenty of motivation for that. It was a harsh method, but one that paid off. When Kakuzu wasn't around, as he was continuing his bounty hunting and had deemed Naruto too weak to tag along, White Zetsu would visit and provide all kinds of scrolls and books. Naruto soon discovered that he could easily learn Suidan Jutsu. Similarly, he also learned the weaker Doton and Futon Jutsu quite quickly. Kakuzu had mastered every element, although Mokuton was something only Naruto could do. Theory was provided by Zetsu, practice taught by Kakuzu, and Naruto worked non-stop to earn his survival, because the further he progressed, the harder Kakuzu tried to murder him. The price of failure was, after all, not something that Naruto wanted to pay. He hated his situation, but knew no alternative. He didn't remember anything from prior to meeting Zetsu, and was too weak to escape on his own. Kakuzu easily overpowered his every move, and Zetsu, well, there was no escaping from them. It was not as if Naruto didn't hate the so-together man enough as it was, and he didn't even know why. Kakuzu had merely laughed when Naruto asked, mumbling something about hoping Naruto would never remember. It was roughly a year since Naruto's waking up when Kakuzu deemed him ready to join him on the road. Up until that point, Naruto had remained in a hideout or camping somewhere in the wilds, whenever Kakuzu set out for a bounty. Those were the moments when Naruto could recover from Kakuzu's cruel training methods. Wipe that blood from your face. Kakuzu had grumbled at Naruto after their spar. One-sided beating had ended. I have wasted enough time on you. It's time you earn your own weight. If you think I can do it, either that or you'll die. I don't care. I bet I could still fetch plenty of money for your little wood release. Geez, I feel so reassured now, Naruto muttered. Kakuzu ignored him, instead unsealing and throwing a black cloak at the 14-year-old. Thanks, I suppose. Just make sure you don't get recognized by Konoha scum. Why? You want to have an entire village after you. What did I do to earn that? Naruto blinked before his mind caught up with his words. Mokuton. Kakuzu only nodded before he walked away. Naruto was forced to quickly gather all his belongings, seal them away in a storage scroll, and run after his sensei. Sensei, a title which Zetsu had mockingly used to describe Kakuzu. Naruto never called him that, though. The only thing which Naruto wanted was to make them pay for the way he had been treated. He wanted to know why he felt such hatred against Kakuzu before he tore the man to shreds. It seems like Naruto-kun grew up these last months. Yes, his strength has grown considerably. Back to Nak. Naruto scowled. The old geezer just had me wipe out an entire village of bandits while he takes the money. He's collecting the bounties right now, making me wait outside. Greedy bastard. That's Kakuzu. He's like that. But his skill is probably the only thing surpassing his greed. And he's hard to kill. What gave you the idea that he'd be a good instructor for me? Nothing. But with his experience against a Shodaime Hokage, he would at least survive when you'd go mad. Your nightmares are quite scary. Scary indeed. Such confidence. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. Does everyone in the world hate my guts? When you're sad and alone, the only one you can count on is yourself. As if that wasn't obvious already, Naruto rolled his eyes. Ever since I first met you, all people have ever tried to do to me is kill me. Hell, I bet that even before I woke up someone tried to kill me. That asshole took away my damn memories. Could have been Kakuzu, but we saved you. Toby did. Yeah, you acquired a useful tool. The longer Naruto spoke, the further his anger rose. The earth trembled slightly as the boy's chakra coursed through it. The trees withered, the foliage parched away, all life seemed to be sapped away. The boy's chakra spiked, and for a moment Zetsu was worried for his own life. Lives if one was counting the black and white half as separate entities. Before Naruto could spiral further out of control, the wall of a nearby building exploded outward. A monstrous being that was surrounded by long black threads, with 3 masks that had their mouths wide open and released. Zetsu coughed. The explosion that had followed had kicked up quite some dust. Kakuzu, you idiot. You could have killed him. But I did not, Kakuzu drawled. I've dealt with those outbursts before. They're best stopped before he really loses it. I'm sure you heard what happened when we were near Ishigekure. That was fun. It was not funny, you fool. He could have been discovered. Yeah. It would be a pain if Konoha found him. How are his memories? The brat doesn't remember a thing of his former life. You did cause enough injury to leave him permanently traumatized. Or has he gone insane due to Toby? Something bad happened back then, remember? Of course I remember. Messing around with Jinchuriki like this is asking for trouble, Kakuzu remarked dismissively. I still don't see the point of keeping the brat's condition a secret from the others. Just be glad that his Mokuton is suppressing the beast to the point where it can't be noticed. The only problems we have are these damn outbursts. Seems like he still needs more time then. Bye-bye. The brat is right, Kakuzu growled. Zetsu had vanished into the ground again. Stupid plant. Mutated crop of lettuce. Naruto mumbled a few minutes after Zetsu left. The young blonde shakily climbed out of the crater which Kakuzu had created with his attack. Stupid old man, wasn't that a little excessive? Just follow and keep your mouth shut. Defecting had once seemed like a good idea. No more orders, no more stupid superiors ordering her around. No missions that only led her to risk her life for a village full of self-righteous idiots. There was only so much that she was willing to take, and the missions out in the field weren't even the worst thing. No, the torture and interrogation aspect, which her clan was renowned for, was what she hated most. A hidden village exerted power at the cost of the weak. The smaller nations which were stuck between the 5 large ones were always the first to end up screwed. The top of a hidden village declared someone as an enemy. A nice story was fabricated, depicting the evil deeds of someone. It was all such bogus, some men became bandits, just because they were too poor to feed their families through other means. People resorting to violence because their farmlands were destroyed time after time by shinobi battles. Could they really be called evil? And yet, the village issued a mission: capture or kill. Killing was relatively merciful. A captured villain ended up with her, and she had to discern the villain from the victim. It was not a problem if it happened once or twice, but after a decade, she had grown tired. So terribly tired. This last year of freedom had been more fulfilling than her 15-year career as a kunoichi. The peace and quiet was a blessing to her wounded soul. She even had thought of settling down. There was one man in one of the nearby civilian villages who always treated her nicely. He seemed to be aware of her kunoichi status, and that no official shinobi would be lingering in the area for that long a time. But he did not seem to care that much. He cared about her. Having forsaken her family name, she only went through life as Kayomi, a young woman, only 27 years old, blonde and slender. She could be considered attractive, but not overly so. Her cheerful attitude had once made up for a lot, giving her an upbeat personality which had been appreciated by her shinobi peers. Not that she was that popular, but it was enough to attract some of the good-looking guys. But there were only so many fun adventures, and they only acted as temporary distractions from the daily reality. She had just grown tired of it all and left. She should have known it wouldn't end well. Hunter Neen would eventually track her down. She had known that when she made her choice. But after a year, she had started to hope. "There is no escape," a young male drawled, completely indifferent. She felt the chakra he radiated. It was so alien that she had not even considered escaping just yet. Blonde, spiky hair and cold blue eyes, but otherwise he was nearly completely hidden by the high-collared black robe. He was just a boy, and she was an experienced chunin, yet she knew. "I know," Kayomi sighed. "So, Konoha finally sent someone? I guess I wasn't a priority if it took them so long." "I don't care about Konoha." The boy walked up to her, his pace calm and deliberate. "I am here for the bounty on your head." "A bounty hunter?" She blinked. How could a child, no more than 14 or 15 years old, be a bounty hunter of this caliber? She could have understood his power if he was part of some important shinobi clan, but bounty hunters were usually the scum of society. Alive or dead, the amount of money is the same. Kayomi shuddered at his cold and indifferent voice. She had seen so many prisoners that the mere sound of a voice was enough for her to notice the difference. This wasn't someone who would show pity. This wasn't just some sad victim, only reluctantly resorting to a life of crime, just for the sake of survival. This was the voice of someone who would kill and not sleep a second less the night after. Still, indifferent people were easier to persuade than those who were loyal to a cause. They were selfish, only caring for money, or, I don't have any money, but I can offer you other forms of payment." Kayomi hated herself, but it was the only chance she had left. He remained silent, and she saw it as a yes. Slowly, she unbuttoned her shirt, showing her chest. She knew it wasn't much, but she had enough to make a boy his age drool. Teenage hormones could be useful for change. She felt disgusted, but he was too strong for her to beat him in a fight. This was the only way left to survive this situation, the only chance she had to remain free. "What are you doing?" "I can't offer money, but I'll do whatever you want me to do. If you let me go." She gathered her resolve and acted as sultry as she could. She loosed her long blonde hair and dropped her green shirt. The chilly temperatures caused her nipples to harden. Goosebumps spread over her skin. While she didn't really want to give off the message that she truly desired him, the logical part of her mind accepted that it might be more attractive to him. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, and she used her arms to push her breasts together. "You can have my body for a night," she tried, hoping she didn't sound too desperate. His silence was unnerving her. Kayomi started to untie her sash and moved to lower her outworn black pants, turning away from him to give him a little show. Perhaps, if she looked away, this would be less humiliating. But at least she'd survive, humiliated or not. She felt something on her back, and everything went dark. Breathe in. The smells of pollen in the air, of grass, green and growing, of flowers, budding and vibrant, of trees, enduring and nourishing. The smells of nature entered his nose. He processed it, absorbed the knowledge of his surroundings. It calmed him. The world of green was so much more calming than the world of flesh. Breathe out. He felt the roots underneath the ground on which he sat. He felt how they gathered the nutrients for the trees that sent them so deep into the earth. There was the eternal thirst for water, only matched for the greed for sunlight. The roots converged into the trunk branched out, the branches ended in leaves, and he went back again, back to the earth, back to the next tree. Breathe in. A rabbit was digging a hole, only a few dozens of feet away from his place. He was carefree, only concerned with reproduction, aiming to lure a mate and start a new warren. At a greater distance, a fox was scurrying around, nose to the ground, tracking the scent of its prey. A couple of cubs were waiting for the vixen to bring back food. The cycle of life. Breathe out. Yes, vegetation was eaten by herbivores. Herbivores were eaten by carnivores, and the corpses and other excrements all provided nutrition for new vegetation. Oxygen converted to carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide converted to oxygen. Nature was balanced. All things happened for a reason. Breathe in. But why was it so difficult for an individual to understand his reason? Were the things he did part of this world? Just like a fox hunting a rabbit? Was he some kind of alpha predator who could hunt and kill whomever he wanted? And was that his role in the cyclical nature of the world? Breathe out. People got bounties. Bounties got hunters. Hunters got money. Was that his cycle? Was that his purpose? It felt so empty. He knew he was supposed to be more than this, that he was meant to achieve something big. He was not just a continuation of their world, but a force that'd change it. Perhaps that was the old Naruto, never giving up on his goal, no matter the odds, but the new him had forgotten his original purpose. Breathe in. The new Naruto caught the smell of the corpse behind him, and the one that was approaching slung over the shoulder of the man who was supposed to be his teacher or mentor. Kakuzu had taken his time, which was unusual. Normally, Naruto was the one who ended up getting chewed out for wasting Kakuzu's time. And time was money, Kakuzu argued. If money was a religion, wasting it was a heretical act for which Kakuzu, Archbishop of the Church of Rio, would gladly condemn anyone to a penniless afterlife. Breathing exercises are futile. Still, why did that stupid woman unnerve me so much? Yamanaka Kiyomi, formerly a chunin of Konohagakure. Why did her name attract my attention? Why did I pick her bounty when Kakuzu let me decide which one to hunt? What was worse was that he couldn't get her out of his mind. He'd seen plenty of corpses since he had joined Kakuzu. He had hunted down many bounties by himself, too. Or in case Kakuzu just wanted to add a fresh heart. Killing was not something that unnerved him anymore, in contrast to how he felt after his first kill. Naruto had gained experience. He knew what the human body looked like, both outside and in. Desensitized was what Kakuzu called it. But if he didn't feel anything, why did his body experience such arousal when she undressed? Why did a naughty part of his brain consider taking her up on her offer and screwing her brains out? Sure, she was attractive, apple-sized breasts, with those pretty and hard nipples that just dragged his eyes towards them. And when she lowered her pants, the sight of her bare ass made him feel even worse. I could have taken her, done the stuff from those Ika books which Zetsu gave me, and still killed her after I was done, he speculated, although he knew he wouldn't have done such. It just felt wrong, terribly wrong. She didn't do it because she wanted it. She did it because she was desperate. Killing someone and cashing a bounty is one thing, but raping a woman just doesn't feel right. It might have been physically enjoyable while it lasted, but the mere idea sickens me. That part of me considered it sickens me. Ironic, people call me a monster for the job I do, yet I have more for a conscience than those idiots. The hookers in the cities we passed pretty much offered their bodies for the same reasons as Kiyomi did, and the same villagers who see murder as despicable happily exploit the hopeless situations of those young women. Naruto also had to note that it wasn't so much her body that attracted him. It was a weird sense of familiarity that had stopped him from killing her at the spot. His stupefied silence had led her to drawing the wrong conclusion, offering her body to him in exchange for her life, but her life had been worthless to him. Naruto sighed and looked up at the clouds in the sky. There would be rain soon, just a few more minutes, and then Kakuzu would be here. Then there was the dropping off of the corpses to the nearest bounty station, and then on to their next targets. Life was rather dull. Perhaps he should ask Kakuzu for someone who posed more of threat? Idly, he was spinning his right index finger. As his finger twirled, so did a few roots that popped out of the ground. His control had increased drastically ever since Kakuzu had taken him away from that little valley hidden between the mountains. No more creating crappy-looking hovels for him. Naruto could now create a proper little cottage, doors and window openings included, with a mere sequence of hand seals. Perhaps that was why Kakuzu tolerated him better now. Being able to create houses had saved them quite some money at hotels. It didn't mean Naruto felt any different about Kakuzu, though. Hell, Kakuzu had even exploited Naruto when they encountered a village which had recently been raided, making Naruto create new houses in return for a good fee. Not that Naruto ever saw more than 10% of the profit, regardless of the fact that he did all the work. And that small percentage was only seen if he was lucky. Kakuzu was an asshole. He turned his head to the corpse of the blonde Yamanaka. Even in death, she reminded him of what she had offered him. Yet he knew she wasn't the one he desired. How he knew it was something that he didn't know, but he knew it, one of the confusing paradoxes of his stupid life. Breathing exercises didn't help him to calm down. So he just stood up, ordered his roots to lift up the Yamanaka woman. He had dressed her after the vines had pierced her heart, and turned to the waiting Kakuzu. The greedy bastard was already impatient, even when he was the one being late. Easy money, Naruto grunted. Sure, the kill was easy, and the locating wasn't too difficult either. Sensing all life through the nature around him, Naruto never had too much trouble finding his prey. The turmoil which she had caused was something he had not anticipated. But he kept his face emotionless, not willing to show anything to the old bounty hunter. The perfect tool had no emotions, and without emotions he had no weaknesses. Foolish. Without emotions, what reason did he have to fight? He desired to live, to be free. That was what gave him strength, that and nature itself. Let's go. Fine. Naruto shrugged. I should have picked another target, then she could have lived in peace. She didn't seem too bad a person. Could have made a good wife for someone. Oh well, if she wanted a happy life, she should have stayed living in her village, rather than going rogue. Papers fluttered through the air, amalgamating into a single woman. Dressed in a black robe with red clouds, identical to that of Kaku, Naruto knew she was part of the same organization. Akatsuki, next to the blue-haired woman, Zetsu, both black and white, rose from the ground. Seems like there is actually someone who can keep up with you, Lettuce-san. Why are you so mean to us? It looks down on us because you're an idiot. Hey, Conan, Kakuzu grumbled. What are you two doing here? There is a potential recruit, the stoic woman noted, before she dissolved into papers again. Naruto wondered if she had some kind of fetish for piercings. The odd part was that she had an origami flower in her hair. Apparently, she loved piercings and paper. He idly noted that she had better curves than that Yamanaka woman. But there is only one spot remaining. Naruto-kun gets a fair chance. But remember that people outside the three of us aren't meant to know your name. Yes, they know you as Kunamori, but the fewer that know the name, the better. Don't mess up, unless you want to die. Seriously. Kakuzu frowned, but remained silent, making Naruto wonder if this was just another ploy they made to get him killed. So, I gotta kill someone to join you guys? Who? Why do I always get to kill the blondes? Naruto groaned. And I can't even say whether you're male or female. They sent a kid this time? A blonde man frowned, his slanted blue eyes assessing the threat in front of him. His long blonde hair was drawn into a half ponytail, leaving the rest hanging down freely. He wore a blue and gray kimono jacket with a fishnet undershirt inside, and khaki pants with common sandals and a belt-like pouch with a chain. As he wore a slashed IWA, Naruto had no doubt that this man, or woman, was Deidara. You're barely older, Naruto retorted. He was 15, and Deidara was a year or two his senior. Deidara glared, but the madness in his eyes did not unnerve Naruto much. He was used to Kakuzu, who was far worse. I wonder why they make me waste my time on some kind of second-rate terrorist. He ignored the irony of starting to sound like Kakuzu. People just don't appreciate the grandeur of my art. A terrorist living in a temple, talking about art. This day just keeps getting worse. Well, at least those statues were interesting. What's next? Do you even want to put up a fight? Naruto sighed. The temple in which he had found Deidara was conveniently hidden amidst a forest, on the border between Tsuchi no Kuni and Kusa's territory, near Takigakure. Deidara probably used this place as a hideout while traveling across the borders and practicing his art of explosions. Why would a brat like you be so eager to die? Do you understand the reality of beauty? Deidara rambled. Naruto hated people who rambled like this. White Zetsu was like this, endlessly talking, especially during the times when Naruto could barely move just after he woke up from his near death. Seemingly ignoring the pyromaniac, Naruto instead looked at the statues within the temple. The representations of deities and demons looked well cared for by the monks who lived here, although the place seemed rather deserted now. It would be a shame to ruin all this. Deidara, annoyed at getting ignored, rambled something about art just lasting a single moment, art being an explosion and so on. Naruto couldn't find it in himself to care. Some kind of insect crawled out of the wooden floor, wrapping itself around Naruto. The creature was a construct of clay, infused with a shitload of chakra. So, this is the Mokuton they warned me about? Naruto drawled. How boring. It sounded more exciting than this dud. My art is not a dud, Deidara snapped, causing the clay insect to explode at his will. It is the result of combining highly detailed line work and two-dimensional deformations. Why can't anyone see the genius of my work? Why are artists like you always so mentally unstable? Naruto still sounded bored, but his appearance had changed quite a bit. Being merely a Moku Bunshin, this Naruto was quite resilient. Deidara had damaged him, though. The clone had lost a leg, and the other leg and the torso were still on fire. What's next? Are you going to cut off your ear? You're not a painter, you know. What are you? When will you ever shut up? The clone sighed. If you win, you must join Akatsuki. If I win, I join. It isn't too difficult to grasp, is it? Although, our match is already decided, so whether you understand or not is irrelevant. Who said I want to join them? My ninjutsu is the very essence of my creativity, and I cannot let myself be restricted. Suit yourself. The clone shrugged before he sank into the wooden floor. A clone, HN? Deidara mumbled to himself. That was pathetic. I'll let myself be fooled by weight of a wooden clone. Chakra flared up with a density that even Deidara, not a sensor by nature, could feel it. It was oppressive, ripping apart the wooden floor of the temple, creating tears in the walls. The floor broke apart, and trees emerged from the ground. Tiger. Snake. I probably have to thank Zetsu for handing me those scrolls on the Shodame's jutsu. Not sure how Zetsu got stuff from this Madara guy, nor why someone who, rival or not, doesn't have the Kekkei Genkai would spend so much time and effort in analyzing the skills from Hashirama. Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten, would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. It had taken Naruto nearly an entire year, but the technique was well worth it. Augmented by his ever-increasing chakra reserves, he could just let it run wild. Trees emerged, tearing the entire temple apart. Branches of the forest grew over the entire surface. The tiny seeds which had rested in the soil underneath had acted as medium, and Naruto's chakra had turned the grounds into a dense forest. Deidara was overwhelmed, the branches extending at their prey in an instant, binding him, suffocating him. It wasn't exactly like the technique Hashirama used, and far weaker, but it worked for Naruto. It was almost too easy. And then the center of the newly created forest exploded. Oh, so you aren't completely useless? Naruto mocked his opponent. Staggering to stay on his feet, Deidara glared at the younger blonde. Within the forest, Naruto had an overwhelming advantage, and he wasn't inclined to waste more time. Guess you intentionally made those duds of yours so damn ugly. You just wanted people to underestimate you, didn't you? You. How can you? The Mokuton is extinct. Suddenly, Deidara's chakra increased at a tremendous rate, and he bloated up like he was. Mokuton, Mokujihiki. Wood release. Wood locking wall. Wooden pillars rose from the ground before Naruto, bending and interlocking, forming a dome-shaped rampart that shielded him from the explosion that followed. Did that retard seriously cry out, "Art is a blast"? The boy mumbled. Guess he's really, oh wait, isn't that just cute? Deidara was forced to escape from the earth. Hiding underneath the ground against someone who could wield the Mokuton, Kekkei Genkai, was not a wise idea. The roots would always find him down there. Huh, so he can create clones from clay too? The younger blonde kept on chuckling. What kind of freak are you? Yeah, Naruto waggled his finger, chiding his opponent. Vines grew from the ground, tying Deidara's arms. I know you've got your clay in that pouch. I already wasted enough chakra on you. It is time to end this. Now, why don't you recall those little automated duds you made before I forced you from your hiding place? You're being naive, boy, Deidara laughed. While I have my explosive underneath you, we have a deadlock. You don't get it, do you? Get what? The earth is my domain. Naruto sank into the ground. Deidara tried, but failed to get free. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines squeezed around his arms. His jutsu failed, and his opponent disappeared. So, Naruto startled the terrorist by emerging from the ground behind him. Kakuzu had taught him quite the valuable skill with the Mogurigakure no Jutsu, even when Naruto initially had thought it was just a cowardly way of escape. The jutsu was simple, yet highly useful during combat. Your Kekkei Genkai consists of earth and lightning. Damn it, you kept on rambling like an idiot earlier. At least have some dignity and let me learn a thing or two. So you're going to torture me for information? Deidara smirked. You won't get anything, you filthy barbarian. Just wait. You can't keep me like this forever. I will turn you into the greatest piece of art I have ever made. Naruto sighed, shook his head, and turned around and walked. As you wish. The vines tightened, stretching Deidara's arms until he groaned from the pain it caused him, and then Naruto turned around. He made a chopping gesture, and a slash of wind chakra descended. He screamed. He swore. He cursed Naruto with all that was unholy, but it didn't change the fact that his arm was cut off. He only ended up being silenced when Naruto repeated the gesture for Deidara's other arm. A vine tore off Deidara's belt, removing the clay from the missing knee, and Naruto grabbed him by the throat, dragging him behind him. It only took Naruto a few minutes before he met Kakuzu, Zetsu, and Konan. A book in one hand, Deidara's unconscious and bleeding form in the other, dragging him over the ground. Konan frowned, seemingly displeased. This idiot is worthless, Naruto grunted. But with his bloodline, I figured you would like his heart. He looked at the pleasantly surprised Kaku. Not that Kakuzu would ever show it in any way. Oh, such a generous boy. Can we have the corpse? He's still fresh and juicy. And he was strong. A nice meal. After Kakuzu takes the heart, I'll cut off the head. This moron is worth Rio. The rest is all yours. But be careful, I poisoned him, Naruto warned. The others stared at him. What? You really thought I would whoop his ass this easily if he had been himself? You think I just mindlessly spammed a forest in the hopes of crushing him? It was merely a distraction. The bingo book said he liked playing with fire, so I let him burn all the poisonous bark and sap he wanted, breathing in his own death. Since when did you have that skill? I was saving it for you, old man. Naruto smiled darkly. I told you that I'm going to kill you one day. Yes, he had promised Kakuzu on several occasions to make him pay for all the torture/training, and for whatever the man had done before Naruto had lost his memories. A deep grunt could be heard, a rather foreign sound, and Naruto figured that it was a laugh. Get a good bounty before you try, kid. If you want to fight me seriously, you've got to be worth something first. If I am ever to die, I would only accept my fate if it is at the hands of the strongest shinobi in the world. Greedy and delirious bastard, Naruto shook his head. So did I pass this dumb test? Konan remained silent, her expression now indecipherable, but tossed a ring at him. Naruto caught it, looking at the teal-colored item. That ring should be worn on your right index finger, Konan said calmly, with only a minor hint of distaste in her voice. Perhaps she was just condescending to others in general, or perhaps it was because she disliked the way the three others shared Deidara's remains. Ayo, show, Naruto muttered, reading the kanji for blue and green. Green, kind of fitting considering my ability. She handed him one of the long black cloaks with red clouds, a red interior, and a chin-high collar, which all members of Akatsuki wore. Thanks. I will inform Pain that Kunomori is recruited as the 10th member. Whether it was meant as an acknowledgement or not was something which Naruto could only guess. The woman once more dissolved in paper, flying away on the winds. Are all members of Akatsuki weirdos? Naruto turned to the remaining two shinobi. Looking at Zetsu, black half scowling and the white half amused, and Kakuzu, Naruto began to chuckle. Forget I asked anything. Iden is weird and cannot die. Orochimaru is more snake than human. Kisame is more shark than human, manners included. Sasori is, what is he? Beats me, never saw his real body. We are more plant than human. Konan is relatively normal, but her partner, Pain, is our leader. He is the strongest of Akatsuki. Seriously, don't piss him off, Zetsu warned. And now you have joined. And Kakuzu, don't forget our most grumpy member. That makes 9. Naruto frowned, having counted along. Who is number 10? There are secrets, brat, Kakuzu warned, having finished ripping out Deidara's heart. Ones you don't want to know, especially when our great leader doesn't tell us who it is. Take this brat's head. Keep the Rio. Wow, you're actually letting me keep the bounty of someone I killed for a change. Naruto said mockingly. I'm so honored. I might even cry out of sheer gratitude. Because you won't get the full price with just a head. The bounty only spoke of his head, so they better not refuse to pay. Or they'll find out how it feels to get a tree grown up the ass, Naruto shrugged. There, he used wind chakra to cut off the head. Bon appétit, Etsu. Thank you. The two bounty hunters left Zetsu to his meal, not really willing to witness the event, with Naruto carrying Deidara's head by his scalp. So, what's the deal with Akatsuki? Other than hunting bounties, of course. War. Kaku sounded unusually eager, a sound which actually startled Naruto. They're going to unleash a war upon the world unlike any before. Why would a bounty hunter strive for war? Wars bring more profit than anything else, brat. You'll learn about that eventually. Kakuzu chuckled darkly. If you're around as long as I've been, you will see how enjoyable a time of war can be. Oh well, not like I care. I don't remember anything anyway. Zetsu and I taught you all that you ever need to know. Kakuzu smirked underneath his mask, unseen by Naruto. He knew the irony of the situation, even though he could not claim to know why Zetsu kept the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi a secret like this. But the boy's Mokuton suppressing the demon's presence was quite useful indeed. Let's get to the bounty station. We'll need new targets. What's with the book, though? I took it. It had pretty pictures. The complete tale of Kanon and the southern seas. Kakuzu read from the cover. A book on deities and demons alike. Naruto shrugged. Found in the temple. I figured that it would be nice to have something other than jutsu scrolls to read. Fisk, whatever. Just don't let Haiden see it, or he'd never stop rambling. We're going to meet our contact near Tan no Kuni, land of rice fields. Kakuzu grumbled with his deep voice. 2 months had passed since Naruto had joined Akatsuki, although he had to conclude that his joining the organization had changed very little. In fact, the more he trained, the more boring the bounties became. After that, you're going to retrieve our target. The secondary target is mine. Cooperation? With you? Naruto asked mockingly. Kakuzu had a bad temper, but Naruto couldn't really care. Annoying the old man was one of the few joys in life. Besides, the boy only really had memories of Zetsu and Kakuzu, plus some short meetings with people like Konan and the targets he hunted, so he had no way of knowing what was considered normal. Laugh it up. I'm going after a different bounty. A live one, Kakuzu spat. Naruto knew Kakuzu hated it to capture people alive. Corpses were much easier to transport, and killing, as Kakuzu once put it, was part of thrill of his profession. Those retards from Kiri stole a brat, and now Orochimaru wants him back. He was even willing to pay me a part in advance. Orochimaru. Naruto frowned. The name left a very bad taste in his mouth for some reason. Every time Kakuzu had mentioned him, Kakuzu had, at sparse times when he was somewhat talkative, spoken about his colleagues within Akatsuki. Orochimaru and Haiden were two of the people whom Kakazu seemed to despise most. Judging by the size of the boulder that Kakuzu threw his way, it did indeed piss him off severely. So Kakuzu is acting on orders. Oh well, not that it matters. This could be entertaining. Last bounty was boring as hell. Kunomori. He found it rather funny that Zetsu had picked such an alias for him. Naruto was already an odd name. Perhaps Kunomori was a better name for who he was now, while Naruto was a better name for the person he was before before whatever happened that caused him to lose his memories. Naruto had asked Zetsu about how he was found several times, and the Zetsu, both black and white, were willing to tell how they used Tobi to heal his broken body, how Naruto and Tobi had merged, with Tobi drastically altering this body, Kunomori's body. Mokuton was, as Zetsu explained, something of which Tobi was capable. Naruto, however, had a power to drastically improve the Kekkei Genkai. It was some complex matter of yin and yang energies, which Naruto hadn't really understood. It was obvious, though, that Naruto was still inferior compared to the last person who had possessed the wood release. After Naruto had learned the basics, Zetsu started to bring documents, secret documents, ones which even Kakuzu wasn't supposed to see. There were diaries and scrolls, written by a legend of old, Uchiha Madara. Zetsu recounted how the old Uchiha was the one who started the real Akatsuki, with goals that even Kakuzu didn't know. Naruto couldn't find in himself to care about the goals and plans of others. He was just a grunt, Kunomori, one of the 10 members of Akatsuki. Although grunt wasn't the word to describe him by normal standards, considering how Akatsuki only held members who were terrifying. But Naruto held no illusions. In his current condition, he wouldn't be able to beat Kakuzu. If this pain could make Kakuzu listen. The boy sighed and fiddled with the flower he had plucked while he had aimlessly wandered to the edge of the field. Kakuzu was resting. Sleep wasn't the word to describe it, as Kakuzu was still to some degree aware of his surroundings. The man had been used to living alone, after all. Naruto was a different case. Sleep was an obstacle. Sometimes he had nights in which he could rest peacefully, but more often than not he was haunted by nightmares, dreams, or perhaps memories. But elusive as dreams were, Naruto could never really recall them, not in detail at least. There were vague impressions of someone blonde and imposing, someone capable of instilling fear in his heart, yet gentleness at the same time. It was a rather unusual person. He felt both pity and pride, a conflict of being confident in the person, yet an overwhelming desire to protect at the same time. He knew the person had a great weakness within, despite how fearsome the person was. Those dreams usually ended up with a feeling of being punched, startling him awake. Most of the other things he dreamt about were less confusing, except for one. Ever since he had encountered Yamanaka Kiyomi, this stupid dream kept him from resting properly. The turquoise eyes, they were the most vivid thing he could remember. Those dreams were the worst. They left him frustrated, wanting to know who it was that haunted him so. Forcefully, he shifted his attention to the field of flowers. He felt how his temper was getting the better of him, again, and did not want to go into another one of his frenzies. The feeling of blanking out and waking up in the middle of all that destruction, often with a severely bruised body due to the means which Kakuzu used to halt his onslaught, was not really pleasant. I already lack my memories. Perhaps that explains why I want to remain in control. Or is it the way I've been taught by Kakuzu and that talking cabbage from hell? Looking at the flowers, Naruto found something that distracted him. Ever since he woke up with this ability, Naruto had found flowers the most beautiful creations of nature. Trees were mighty and easier to use in combat, but but the fragile flowers required delicacy. It was a delicacy he had yet to master. Sure, he could control them just like he controlled trees, but they always perished due to the amounts of chakra he put into them. Limiting the amount to the exact right level was difficult enough to silence his every thought. Sitting in lotus position, Naruto looked like he was meditating. "Tsunade-sama," the girl knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Can I enter?" "Come on in, Ino," the strained voice of the older blonde resounded. "What makes you so worried?" she remarked, when she saw the frown on the face of the young Yamanaka. The 15-year-old Chunin handed her the file, which she had been holding. Quickly scanning through the text, Tsunade frowned at the conclusion. It wasn't that remarkable to learn that a missing nin had died. Bounties were cashed in all the time, and they spared Tsunade a lot of manpower. Every missing nin taken down by bounty hunters was one less who needed to be hunted by her own forces. Moreover, Yamanaka Kayomi was, relatively speaking, just small fry. The only reason as to why Tsunade had issued the bounty was because the woman had worked for the torture and interrogation department. It was a position that gave her a lot of knowledge, although Ibiki had assured Tsunade that the traitor hadn't possessed any truly important information. No, what made Tsunade frown was the final line of the report. A bounty hunter named Kunomori? Possible Mokuton? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, feeling another headache coming up. "Yes, Tsunade-sama," Ino nodded solemnly. "I thought if it was true. If this is true, it is extremely dangerous. But I highly doubt that it is true. The only remaining person who has that ability is Yamato, and he can only use it because he is a genetic experiment that Orochimaru conducted with cells of my grandfather." Tsunade sighed and opened a drawer of her desk. She always kept a small reserve there, even though Shizen tried to keep her from drinking while she was in office, although she regularly got too drunk to even leave the office, sleeping face down on the desk. "Want some?" "No, thank you," Ino declined politely. Sake wasn't really something for her. She had found out the ugly way. It only brought up a lot of tears. Ino always wondered why people tried to escape reality by intoxicating themselves, while she only found more of her sadness welling up when she tried to drink. "I'll send word to Jiraiya," Tsunade mumbled, after downing 2 large gulps straight from the bottle. Bounty hunters are notoriously difficult to track. It seems like a waste of time to dispatch a team of Umbu, knowing that this Kunomori has mostly likely long since left the area. If this is someone who just casually hunts down Chunin-level shinobi, he wouldn't restrict himself just to hunting within a single nation's borders. "Do you think the claim of the Mokuton is true?" Ino frowned. Father only found out because he investigated the bounty station where she was brought in. The man seemed to be rather angry, but too scared to really talk. He said that this Kunomori would impale him by using, and, I quote, "a freakish would release." It is more likely that this is someone who has used a Jinjutsu, just like Kurenai, for example. Tsunade shook her head in denial. "No, this can't be Mokuton. It is impossible. But regardless, I'll notify Jiraiya. His information network might pick up more on Kunomori. As unlikely as it seems, we can't completely rule out the possibility that it is true." "How is Jiraiya-sama doing?" Ino asked cautiously. Not cautiously enough, though, judging the pained grimace on the face of the Senju and her reflexive consumption of sake. "He only sends reports," Tsunade admitted. She felt horrible about the situation. How much time had passed since the fateful day when he had told her that Naruto had died? A year? 2 years? Tsunade could barely recall. She did not remember much of the depression she sank into after he brought back the accursed necklace, which she now kept it hidden in the same vault as where she hid the scrolls on the Kenjutsu, which Konoha possessed. The gray time, devoid of any color, smell, or sound, was just a throbbing ache in her memories. 3 times she had entrusted that necklace to someone whose dream she had believed in. 3 times she had lost a man she had cared about. First her little brother, then the man she had wanted to marry, and then the boy who had almost seemed like a son, or at the very least a bratish little cousin. And yet, she had persisted in keeping her position, somehow, for their sake, as Nawaki, Dan, and Naruto had all dreamt of becoming Hokage. In honor of their memory, no matter how much it hurt her, Tsunade remained Hokage, doing what they had wanted her to do. Nonetheless, there had been one particular moment when she had nearly resigned. Jiraiya had talked her out of it, saying that Naruto would never have wanted her to give up. I should not have spoken like that. Jiraiya tried to help me, and in my grief, I lashed out at him. Hurt him. Something broke in him that day. She looked at her bottle and took another sip. Normally she broke a bone, but that time she broke something worse, his heart. Jiraiya only sends reports. He doesn't visit anymore. I see. Ino knew about the quarrel between the Sannin and the Hokage, even if the latter never wanted to push him away. Ino knew that Tsunade cared deeply about her last remaining friend. But some words were not easily forgiven, no matter how often the woman apologized. As her student, Ino was aware of the importance which Naruto had held to Tsunade. But as much as Tsunade was hurt, Jiraiya had lost even more. Shizen had told her once, when the two of them carried a passed-out Tsunade back home, how Jiraiya had taught Namake's Minato, the man who later became the Yondaime Hokage, and how he had been hurt by the death of the man he viewed as his son. Ino had been shocked to learn that Naruto was the son of this infamous man, and that Minato had made Jiraiya Naruto's godfather. It was telling of how important the boy had been to the old man. He was the legacy of Minato, and the last shred of family which Jiraiya had held dear. Even if Shizen had not made her swear secrecy, Ino would never have talked about this with others. Her own pain couldn't allow it. Her ever-cheerful blonde companion, the boy who was raised within the Yamanaka clan as one of their own, had just been put there to hide his true heritage. A blonde among blondes would not be noticed by anyone looking for Minato's possible children, although Ino couldn't care less about whom he descended from. To her, Naruto had been her closest friend. He was a reason for why sake only brought up painful emotions, memories which she so desperately tried to suppress. He was the reason why she could somewhat understand Tsunade, and the reason why Tsunade was willing to listen to her. The traumatized woman had once confided her that she couldn't allow herself to be this weak while watching Ino endure that loss. That was why Ino vowed to never let Tsunade see her weakness. That was why she always refused when Tsunade invited her to drink with her. Konoha needed a strong Hokage, and it was up to her and Shizen to keep Tsunade strong. With a scowl hidden underneath his mask, one of the four Anbu that guarded Tsunade's office pondered what to tell his master. This blabbering idiot at that bounty station had to be eliminated. As long as Konoha did not believe the unfounded rumor of someone wielding the wood release, nothing was wrong. But if they did, Akasuna no Sasori had explicitly stated that the members of Akatsuki may be illustrious, but that their true abilities should remain hidden from the hidden villages, and the Anbu could not defy his master's orders. Your map is outdated, Kaka. Naruto frowned. It still states Ta no Kuni, land of rice fields, rather than Odo no Kuni, land of sound. Borders are the same, Kakuzu grunted. I don't care which idiot leads it. Fair enough. Naruto found the climate of this country rather pleasant. There were plenty of forests, some mountains, and many farmers. It was green enough to suit his tastes, so much better than when he had traveled near a Wagakure or, heavens forbid, Sunagakure. Stone and sand were not the best places for someone with his abilities. Sure, he possessed the earth and water release which he somehow instinctively combined and used for the wood release, and he had the wind release on top of it, but he felt naked when there weren't forests around him. Kakuzu remained silent, radiating that same annoyance as always. He did not have much love for Orochimaru. The man stole away the people who had bounties on them, using them for experiments. When Naruto and Kakuzu finally found them, they were barely recognizable. They had failed to cash in several bounties due to Orochimaru. So, why are we doing this again? Akatsuki, Kakuzu pointed at the robe, which Naruto now wore as well. Naruto shrugged, and they continued in silence. Naruto now wore the default clothing which Akatsuki provided. Dark blue pants, almost to the point where they seemed gray with matching sandals. Naruto didn't wear a shirt, finding the thing too restrictive. He rather not wore the black robe either, although he did admit he thought that the red clouds on it looked badass. The remark had only elicited an exasperated sigh from the much older bounty hunter, who wondered if the boy would ever grow up. Kakuzu did, however, supply Naruto with a black-colored mask which covered Naruto's lower face, only revealing his cerulean eyes. Combined with how his blonde hair had grown out to a spiky yellow mane that reached to his shoulders, Kakuzu had reasoned that no one would recognize him now. The entire "Don't Be Recognized" mantra was a motto that seemed to come from Zetsu, although Naruto, publicly known as Kunemori, wondered what could be such a big problem about his identity, when even the other people from Akatsuki weren't supposed to know. If people came after him for his Mokuton, aiming to capture or kill him, he'd just show them how unwise that idea would be. His life had been filled with death anyway, so one victim more or less did not really matter to Naruto. But he wouldn't need to hide his name or his face from the people from Akatsuki in order to hide his bloodline. It made no sense, but without any clue that explained Zetsu's reasoning, Naruto couldn't really argue against it either. So, Otoge Cure serves the same purpose as Amage Cure, destabilizing the borders? Naruto remarked after a while. His tall companion, second only to Kisame in height, remained silent, although the shift in posture made it clear that he was listening. Aim is located in the perfect position to mess with Suna, Iwa, and Konoha, while Odo has access to the borders of Kyumo and Konoha. Meanwhile, Kirigakure is mixed up in that stupid war. All five focus their attention on petty conflicts, while no one is aware of the group of S-ranked mercenaries which fights for any side willing to pay them. You are still fishing for the goal of Akatsuki. If I'm supposed to be a part of it, I might as well figure out what I'm supposed to do, Naruto admitted. Money. Your purpose right now is money. We are gathering funds until Akatsuki begins to move. That is all you need to know right now. The remainder of the journey was done in silence again. It somewhat pissed off Naruto how people either tended to babble pointlessly, white Zetsu, or remain silent like some reclusive hobo. Well, there was the Ice Queen treatment too, even though Naruto had only met Konan twice. He stared at the teal-colored ring at his right index finger and asked himself why he even cared about Akatsuki. They didn't really give a damn about him, so why would he care about them? The only answer Naruto found was that he simply had nothing else to care about. This was all he knew, and he still needed to grow before he could stand a chance of standing on his own two legs, independent of everything. At the end of the day, the duo reached the border of Odo no Kuni and Kuni, land of hot water, where they were supposed to be meeting their contact. With a slight smile, hidden behind his black mask, Naruto wondered how long this contact would last. Kakuzu wasn't really a patient man. Do you sense someone? Kakuzu drawled, clearly still thinking this was a waste of his time. There were plenty of trees to extend Naruto's senses, and on such occasions, Kakuzu had learned to trust in his student/partner. Neither of the two were really words Kakuzu would use. The blonde was a nuisance that refused to perish, but was too interesting to really go all out against. Kakuzu found it rather amusing to know that the boy vowed to kill him. His defeat against Hashirama not forgotten, Kakuzu found it rather fitting if he would one day have a rematch against someone who might reach that man's level. There was a certain poetic justice in this situation that made even the cold-blooded bounty hunter wonder how it would end. However, Naruto still had a lot of training to go before he could even put a finger on a man like Hashirama. 3 people, east-northeast. One has a relatively strong chakra, probably a Jonin, while the other 2 seemed Chunin. 3 people. Kakuzu rolled his eyes, those unusual green irides with no pupils and red sclerae, upward. Perhaps that slithering piece of thrash thought he could appease me by offering 2 additional hearts. Perhaps they're worth something? Naruto suggested. Let's pick up the pace. Naruto chuckled, knowing that the suggestion of money had once again done its job. They were greeted by three shinobi that Naruto hadn't recognized from the bingo books. One girl seemed his age, short-tempered and red-haired. She made a rather stupid mistake. Fucking finally. You were supposed to be here yesterday. Slow geriatric old fuck dash. Like Naruto noted, the girl made a mistake. Kakuzu already had a foul temper, having to do a mission for Orochimaru, and then she was foolish enough to provoke him as well. Naruto wasn't surprised when Kakuzu instantly ended the big-mouthed fool's life with a nasty and scarily precise futon jutsu. Naruto stepped in and ended the equally dumb response of her six-armed companion. The boy, looking too arrogant in Naruto's opinion, intended to attack Kakuzu. A stake through the heart ended that ridiculous notion. Naruto knew that Kakuzu wouldn't have a heart that was affected by Orochimaru's experiments anyway. While that happened, the third and strongest person remained unmoved. The girl, or young woman, Naruto estimated her to be a year or two older than he was, hadn't even flinched when the Akatsuki duo killed her two associates. She had red lipstick, fair skin, dark eyes, and light blue hair, which she kept in a spiky ponytail with long strands of hair framing her face. Definitely not ugly, Naruto noted. Her outfit consisted of a green dress with a long left sleeve and a short right one, a red turtleneck which had a white, fluffy collar and brown gloves. For shoes, she wore calf-length brown sandal boots. "Let's head out," she said, completely indifferent. Kakuzu seemed to approve of her, considering how she didn't waste time and trailed. Not caring one way or the other, Naruto followed their example. At least this last kunoichi wasn't an idiot. She did seem somewhat worried, though, after Naruto carefully observed her movements. Regardless, she did an excellent job at hiding her emotions. Capture and collect. Someone stole a kid. Her kid? Her brother? Oh well, as long as it offers an interesting battle. Who cares? Chapter 3. Old Man of the Sea. History's shown that in this world, when you take your ideals too far, all you ever create is hell. Akin Akamatsu. If we had to go to Kirigakure anyway, why not meet up there? Naruto groaned. We've been running through the entire continent by now. This just feels like a big waste of time. For once, I agree with the brat. Kakuzu chimed in, glaring at the girl. Explain yourself, girl. Scowling, but nevertheless stopping, the girl turned towards them. 4 men broke into one of our bases. They abducted a child that Orochimaru-sama requires for his plans. And they're headed for Kiri? Naruto wondered. And don't you think it is polite to introduce yourself? Yes, they're heading towards Kiri, although I do not know why. Taiya and Kidamu, whom you met earlier, had tracked them. I guess that's why that guy needed us to do it. Naruto looked at Kakuzu. He can't hide behind his minions if the minions aren't strong enough for the task. The girl bristled, but knew better than to start an argument with people who were equal in rank to her master. Whether the masked boy was younger than her or not had little to do with it. That he was granted a cloak with Akatsuki's red clouds was proof enough of his ability, to her at least. And the name, Kakuzu drawled. It would be easier to estimate your worth if we had a name. Orochimaru had warned her about Kakuzu and the unreliable personality the man possessed. Girin was confident in her strength, but Kakuzu had attained some sort of immortality, according to Orochimaru. It made him a bad person to antagonize. What was worse was that even Orochimaru had no details about the man's younger associate. Kunamori was someone who had appeared out of nowhere, killing an S-ranked missing nin from IWA to earn his spot in their organization. Not knowing, in their world, was often more dangerous than knowing. Girin, she declared. Seems like your bingo book is outdated too, old man. The younger blonde chuckled, shaking his shoulder-length spiky hair. So, Girin-chan, tell us about the boy. And what is this? We're supposed to capture that scum alive. Don't act like you are familiar to me. Girin might have held back due to a combination of respect and fear, but she wasn't willing to entirely swallow her pride. The child is named Yukimaru. He possesses a strange deficiency in his chakra, very much akin to that of a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru-sama needs him for research. Why? Naruto was nothing if not curious, and he had finally found someone willing to talk. Or, at least, he could bully her into talking. He found the situation more amusing than Girin did. That was for sure. If Yukamaru is able to connect to the Bijou, that ability might be used to capture them or their Jinchuriki. Zetsu hadn't neglected to explore the notions of the tailed beasts and the humans who were sacrificed as a means to contain the immeasurable power of the Bijou. Several of the scrolls and books which Zetsu had brought him, all from Madara, had noted that the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai had the unusual ability to suppress the Bijou. Perhaps this boy has an ability similar to my own. Could he be family? Naruto wondered. One of the four who infiltrated the base was identified as Hozuki Sujetsu, Girin continued. Orochimaru-sama has offered a substantial amount of money to get Sujetsu, but only if alive. This is because the Hozuki clan has the ability to turn their bodies into water, so upon death there would not be much data left for Orochimaru-sama to collect. That's why you're capturing Sujetsu. Naruto put one and one together and realized that Kakuzu was once again motivated by Ryo. Oh well, it's fine with me. Does this Yukamaru kid have to survive? Or do we only have to ensure that his body doesn't fall in enemy hands? Survive, Girin lied without skipping a beat. Orochimaru had not ordered that specifically, but she had her reasons to want the boy to survive. Fine, Kunomori shrugged. But first, I'm getting some shut-eye. I'm tired of running around all freaking day. There is a village not too far dash. Don't bother, the blonde cut her off. In a flurry of movement, he went from snake to rat to ox to ram and back to the snake hand seal again, putting both hands to the ground afterwards. Mokuton, Shichuka, and no jutsu would release four-pillar house technique. A complete house rose from the ground, much to Girin's shock. I take the upper floor, Kakuzu grumbled. Fisk, always hogging the room with the best view, Naruto sighed. Fine, I'll take the left wing. The right room is all yours, Girin-chan. Too stunned to even properly protest against the suffix, Girin merely nodded like a speechless fool. Her bloodline, the Shodan Kekkei Genkai, was rare. But Mokuton was the stuff of legends. Small wonder this boy wore that cloak. It was odd to think that anyone could create an entire wooden building, including furniture, and yet this is what had happened. The lack of mattress was slightly annoying, but the wooden bed, overgrown with moss, still offered a good place to sleep. However, Girin didn't really sleep that well with the knowledge of having one S-ranked murderer in her vicinity and a Mokuton user of unknown skill on top of it. Although she assumed that Konomori easily qualified for the S-rank as well, if he could use his bloodline to do this. Besides, Girin had always been a light sleeper. Perhaps that is why she awoke when she heard someone move through the house, trying to exit silently. He was not silent enough, though. Grabbing her clothes, Girin got dressed and stalked after the person who left. She assumed that it was Konomori, considering how Kakuzu had a much heavier build and would generate different sounds while moving. Confirming her expectations, she indeed found the young blonde nin of Akatsuki sitting in the field in front of the impromptu house. Legs crossed, hands folded, and eyes closed. It seemed like he was meditating. That would be an odd pastime for someone who earlier spoke so casually about life and death. But if Girin had learned one thing while serving her master, it was that all members of Akatsuki were peculiar. There was the infamous puppet master, Akasuna no Sasori, for instance, who was her master's partner. The man had expressed his desire to make a puppet out of her, but fortunately for Girin, Orochimaru had declined. Girin didn't know what making a puppet out of her entailed, but the sinister way he had made the request spelled bad news. The only thing more deformed than the man's body was his humanity. Even her master seemed more humane in comparison. At least, to Girin, who arguably was not the most unbiased source regarding Orochimaru. Her approach had not been unnoticed. Naruto had felt her chakra, although he had to admit she knew how to sneak around. It was no big surprise, considering she was the servant of a half-snake. The question was she just as treacherous? What would she do now that his back was turned toward her? Would she attack? Instead, she just stood there, watching him. Gathering information for your master? Naruto eventually spoke up. Or are you simply here for a pretty flower? Who are you? Just call me Kunamori, like everyone does. Why answer a question with a question, though? How rude, Naruto said, feigning to be hurt. Just when I thought I found a normal person to talk to. Is this just a game to you? Girin growled. Naruto didn't see her face, but the annoyance practically radiated from the girl. First you want a break, and then you wake up in the middle of night. Yet you accuse me of wasting time? Why do people always assume that they know everything about another? I overestimated you, Girin-chan. Why would anyone have trouble sleeping? Silence followed after his words, and he instead started fiddling with flowers again. He was slowly getting better at this, growing them without completely exhausting them, no longer overloading them with chakra. The better he got at it, the more attuned he became, the more he came to realize how fundamentally wrong Uchiha Madara was about Hashirama. True strength did not come from within. Those with the Mokuton bloodline could gather strength from the nature around them. They connected to the roots of all growing things. Existing in harmony with the world, one could sense the immeasurable amount of chakra that resided outside. Though chakra wasn't really the word for it, Naruto considered as this energy wasn't. It seemed more similar to the physical and spiritual energies, only it was something disconnected, an energy which flowed freely, not bound to body or soul. It was free to access for those who were capable of looking beyond themselves, but not without a cost, considering how easy it was to lose oneself in such power. Perhaps that is why Madara never really understood. His diaries seemed to be permeated with an obsession for power, almost in the way that Kakuzu would write a book about money. So did Madara write about jutsu? She's still here. Naruto had half expected her to be gone by now. Why are you so loyal to someone like Orochimaru? Isn't Orochimaru-sama part of the same organization as you? She retorted. It became quite exasperating, actually, how she persisted in ignoring his questions and instead asked him ones of her own. You think that makes him my buddy? You think Kakuzu is a friend to me? Come on, Girin-chan, you can't be that naive. Zetsu had taught that lesson to him long ago. Trust only yourself. Naruto knew Zetsu was using him, just like Kakuzu was using him, like how Akatsuki was using him. All the people he knew just viewed him as a tool, all the people he could remember, at least. Then why did you join Akatsuki? So you assume I have some kind of goal. It is quite bold to ask for such a thing so directly. You're not answering my questions. Neither are you. Naruto shot back. But I'm not inclined to talk about this. So why not return to my first question? Why are you loyal to Orochimaru? You refuse to answer, yet expect me to answer? Fine. Naruto sighed, getting rather bored. Why did she waste his time like this, with those petty words? He could be training, yet instead he was exchanging words. Words, they were just air escaping the lips, meaningless, without any real content. Actions had meaning. Naruto didn't agree with Kakuzu that material possessions held meaning, though. Money was useful, but pointless in itself. The coins and paper were only worth what the other would give for it. What was the value based on? On nothing, Naruto had eventually concluded. A corpse was worth money because another party gave money to the bounty station, which gave money to the bounty hunter who brought the corpse. But who decided the worth? What was the value of life? It was a thought that had crossed Naruto's mind after killing Yamanaka Kaiomi, who had been so desperate to prolong her life, even at the cost of her pride and her body. A part of Naruto's 15-year-old mind pondered what would happen if he pushed Girin into a corner. Would she offer her body, like Kaiomi had done? What is the value of pride? He silently asked himself. Naruto did not want to abuse the girl, even though he did think that she was rather attractive, in spite of her cold and haughty demeanor. Well, she tapped at the ground, obviously impatient due to his silence. Feisty. She definitely has pride. I can almost understand the fun Kakuzu has in hunting. Breaking the pride of your prey is amusing. I have to get my mind back on the rails again. He looked back, his eyes having adjusted to the nightly darkness a long time ago, his blue orbs piercing her dark eyes. I have no attachments, thus I have no loyalties to anyone. I am a tool until I grow too troublesome to be used. I am alone in this world until I remember who I was. Remember who you were? Like I said, do not make foolish assumptions about me wasting time during the night. Naruto shot back, recalling the eyes had seen in his dreams. The expression had been completely different, not the scowl which he saw on Girin's face right now. Now that you have established my absence of loyalty, why are you loyal? She wanted to turn around and stalk back into the building, but a vine had taken hold of her feet. There's a limit to the amount of rudeness I tolerate, you know, Naruto frowned. To be frank, I killed most of my targets for far less. Although I do not yet see the value of ending your life, I can't say I see value in prolonging it either. His words were calm, but something about him that made her shiver. Perhaps it was the chakra she felt through the vine that held her. Perhaps it was the look in his eyes. Girin could not explain it. She felt weak, fragile, almost like a little girl. Just like when Orochimaru-sama looked at her, it was a look that both robbed her of her confidence and gave her meaning at the same time. Crystal covered her skin, a pinkish hue, armored to protect herself from the threat he formed. This is my Kekiai Genkai. She spoke with more calmness than she inwardly felt. When I was a child, people feared me for it. I lacked control and posed a danger. As such, I was shunned by the people of my village. I don't even know if I had family or if they cast me aside. But one day, Orochimaru-sama came. He destroyed the village single-handedly. He had such power that I saw him as a god. So when he invited me to come with him, I did. You were envious of his power? Yes. I knew that if I had such power, no one would shun me. They would hate me, but their fear would be greater. Do you value Yukamaru because he fears you? Naruto frowned. He found her view on life quite akin to his own, although in his world, there wouldn't be a random shinobi who stepped in and wiped out the S-rank people who kept him as a tool. In fact, now that he considered it, if someone else freed him, it would only lead to him being his liberator's tool. Freedom is attained by oneself. Not for me, but by me. No, Yukamaru is different. Naruto tilted his head a little, somewhat confused by her answer. Through the vine, he felt how her heartbeat changed a little. What? I have to. His head jerked to the left. Naruto's blue eyes widened. Warn Kakuzu, he ordered Girin. He's a light sleeper, but be careful. He has a nasty temper when he wakes up. What is going on? Visitors, Naruto grunted. Something within his voice made her hurry. So far, he had been rather flippant about most things, but this was no joke. Looking up, Naruto wondered if he could ever live a peaceful life, free as the clouds that drifted, obscuring the distant stars from his view. Life was about balance. The calmness of nature was something he felt, but the insanity of mankind was also present. Dragged along by Kakuzu, Naruto had seen some very nasty specimens of their species. In a way, Naruto wondered if he should stop to restrain his more violent urges and just cut loose, or if he should remain calm and collected. He had accepted death as a part of life, but the excesses in violence and unnecessary cruelty were things foreign to the nature he observed around him. Resigned to what was going to happen, Naruto stood up. A triple-bladed scythe flew towards him from the cover of darkness. Vines erupted from the ground, binding the weapon. Naruto's hands flew through a couple of seals, and seconds later a loud fit of swearing resounded, accompanied by laughter. Serves you right, moron. Yo, brat. Hashigaki Kisame nonchalantly greeted his fellow member of Akatsuki, as if he hadn't just seen how his partner had been skewered in two halves, torso being ripped from the lower body by Naruto's trees. Kisame, Naruto grunted. Couldn't you have kept that lunatic away? Kakuzu is going to whine for days that he has to stitch Haiden in one piece again. You know how much he hates doing things for free. He can refuse it just as well. Kisame shrugged, a wide grin unveiling his pointed shark-like teeth. Haiden is a damn pain in the ass. He talks too much, but it's fun to see him getting pummeled. Usually my sparring partners die quickly, but he at least lasts. He is too stupid to die. Naruto shook his head. I'd say it is his sole redeeming quality. Perhaps you should ask Kakuzu if he can sew Haiden's mouth. I bet he'd willingly do that for free. Kunamori-san, your sense of humor is truly a bright light for our organization. The tall swordsman patted Naruto, who he only knew as Kunamori, on the back with such force that the teen almost stumbled forward. Yo, Kakuzu, you old goat. Kisame. The man's foul mood seemed almost tangible. What excuse do you have for waking me? Yeah, don't be so damn uptight, Kisame laughed, being one of the few who could afford to ignore Kakuzu's mood swings. Kisame was at least as monstrous as the five-hearted man, even when one didn't count Samahata, the sentient blade that the former Kirinin carried. Can you patch up that retarded partner of mine? He tried to attack little Kunamori-san. Again, Kakuzu sighed. He never learns. I'll do it when it is light. I don't feel like searching for Haiden's body parts during the night. Perhaps he can bleed to death if you leave him in pieces for a longer period of time. Laughing at the older man's slightly hopeful remark, Kisame shook his head. I tried, but it doesn't work. Beheading also doesn't work. Sucking away his chakra is also futile, as is drowning, setting aflame, electrocution too. I guess if we bury him deep enough after we cut him apart, he can't escape. Sounds like a plan. Naruto cracked his fingers. Don't, Kakuzu stopped the blonde. Akatsuki need a guy like him, annoying as he may be. Regardless, he turned back into the building. Girin just stood there, silent and a bit stiffly. Oh, you've got yourself a little girlfriend too, Kunamori-san? Kisame chuckled. And here I thought you were just as cold as Kakuzu. Quite a look or two. She's not, and I'm not, Naruto sighed. And can you stop freaking her out by radiating so much chakra? Make me, Kisame challenged. This again? Still sore that you lost last time? But now that you're part of the club, I expect that you've grown, kiddo. What does he mean? Girin muttered, rather disturbed that Kisame had a presence which would even put her master to shame. Orochimaru was a monstrously strong shinobi in his own right, but only a handful of people could match Hoshigaki Kisame in terms of raw chakra. Naruto knew that Kakuzu was wary of the man, silently admitting that his own chakra reserves were inferior. Of course, Kakuzu was likely the most versatile ninjutsu specialist in the world, with a vast amount of experience to boot. However, Kisame could compensate, perhaps even overcompensate, that disadvantage with his blade. In comparison to these two, Haiden, even if being an S-ranked criminal himself, was but a stumbling fool who only had his immortality to keep him going. He was slower, weaker, dumber. The fact that even Naruto, the youngest member of Akatsuki, easily kick his ass was what made Haiden rather violent each time he saw Naruto. Unfortunately for him, this was his third instant defeat in a row. Had she possessed less self-control, Girin would have freaked out when Naruto answered Kisame's challenge. The earth at the boy's feet cracked, creating a spider web-like pattern due to the sheer pressure of his chakra. It was almost like he had a vague, greenish glow around him, and for the first time Girin truly accepted the fact that this boy was part of the same organization as her master. Perhaps he still lost to Kisame, perhaps Orochimaru was still slightly stronger than him, but Naruto still had years to grow up. Being this strong at his age was simply insane. Mokuton, she mumbled to herself, feeling the same kind of awe that she felt the first time she met Orochimaru. Girin was confident, very confident actually, in her own abilities. She knew she could pretty much best any Jonin. But these people, these monsters, were on a different level altogether. The gap between A-rank and S-rank shinobi was incomparable to that between B-rank and A-rank. You've improved. Kisame still had that carefree laugh. Chakra, to him, was no threat. Only food for Samahata. They had nicknamed him the Monster of the Hidden Mist, and the tailed beast without a tail. But it wasn't his raw strength that made Kisame frightening. It was his ability to leech off the chakra of his opponents. The stronger his enemies were, the better Kisame could fight against them. And it has only been a few months since we last met. Kisame complimented Naruto. If you keep this up, you'll become an interesting challenge in a year or so. That long? Naruto scowled, stopping his intimidation tactics. He did not want to risk revealing how he could go in a frenzy when losing control of his chakra. It was another thing that Zetsu and Kakuzu as well had told him to hide. Sure, he could muster more chakra, but what good was it if it caused him to go berserk? You should be proud, Brad. Ugh. And here I was hoping that I could kick your blue ass with only a few more months of training. Naruto sighed. Pain in the ass, S-ranked monsters. You've become such a monster too, Kisame retorted, baring his pointed teeth with a wide grin. Oh, and that idea of burying Haiden. Could you do it for now? It is easier to catch some sleep if I don't keep hearing his ravings in the distance all night. Fine. When the two turned indoors, Girin released a sigh of which she didn't even know she was holding in. At least she found two people strong enough to liberate Yukimaru, she told herself, trying to ignore the unease she felt. The knowledge of being inferior compared to someone else was not one she appreciated. Although, with the true power of her Shodan, Kekkei, Genkai still hidden, she knew she'd at least have the element of surprise in case she would be forced to fight these S-ranked monsters. I just hope it is enough to get away with my life. And Yukimaru's. A woman stood in front of a table, impatiently studying the map in front of her. The map covered all of Mizu no Kuni and the various bases which they had throughout the nations, and the positions of their enemies. She was tall and slender, seemingly in her late 20s or early 30s. Her vibrant green eyes darted from left to right, quickly gathering the information her mind demanded. She was the strongest warrior left, and therefore the de facto leader of the rebellion, Terumi Mei. Her long auburn hair and her stylish, yet surprisingly practical, dress would not give the impression that she was the trump card against Yagura, but all who had seen her in battle knew differently. In spite of her inclination to look as beautiful as she could, Mei was an extremely dangerous kunoichi. Regardless of her individual skill, however, was the worry that her opponent was even stronger. Yagura was older than he appeared, and aside from being a highly capable shinobi in his own right, he was also backed by the might of the Sanbai. The three-tailed Bijou, that was rumored to have corrupted and destroyed Yagura's mind, had driven him to insanity, pushing him into a state which started the entire bloodline purges, causing the civil war that tore apart their nation. When she was younger, Mei had admired Yagura for his strength and composure, yet he had fallen before the Bijou. Could she, even if she had the power of two Kekkei Genkai flowing through her veins, even hope to go where he had failed, defeating the monstrous turtle-like being? Mei sighed and started at the map. She had spread her forces thin. The rebels had the upper hand, pushing those who remained loyal to Yagura back to the point where the majority was hiding behind the walls of Kirigakure, hiding behind their Mizukichi. Spreading their forces had been a risky move for the rebels. But with Yagura passively watching how his nation fell apart, this was the strongest way to eradicate the loyalist forces. Every day they were allowed to roam free was one more day at which innocent people were targeted for the power of their blood. The rebels fought for the people. Her blue dress, revealing as it was, even with the mesh armor she wore underneath, fluttered when Mei turned around. Her lips, clad in purple lipstick, squeezed together in mild disappointment when she saw who had entered. "Ew, why are you here? I was waiting for reports." "My apologies, Mei-sama, but this is urgent," Ao rattled. Mei noticed how out of breath he sounded, as if he had rushed to her as fast as he could. She wondered what could have unnerved him this much. Had he seen Yagura? Kiri did not have many left who could face a Jonin like Ao. In fact, many of the people who still had enough intelligence to reach such a level of skill had already abandoned the loyalists. Except there were those who relished the cruel reign of the Yonde Mizukichi, of course. She wondered what drove people to like violence so much. Speak, she ordered him curtly. 3 people. Ao had an odd hesitation, as if he wasn't sure about what he had seen. 3 people are watching our encampment. The weakest of the 3 easily qualifies as a jonin, and the 2 stronger ones, one of them has a body unlike any I've ever seen before. It is like he has threads instead of flesh underneath his skin. Frowning, May looked at the map again. They had hidden on a relatively small island, their camp acting as headquarters for the entire rebel force, although it was currently only populated by a very small force. Those 2 young or old, those 2 weak, had already been evacuated elsewhere. The majority of their force was spread throughout the nation. Yagura, she asked. It would be the worst possible moment if he decided to strike now. Their spies had said he had cooped himself up in his living quarters, that he wouldn't go out of Kirigakure unless the village was directly attacked. Had they been tricked? Had Yagura waited until she was relatively unprotected to strike her down at the most opportune moment? If a new dispute on the leadership of the rebel forces erupted, it could give Yagura the chance he needed to turn the tides of this civil war. No, Ao shook his head. But the strongest chakra, the man with the threads, his chakra reserve is barely inferior to that of the yondaime. The encampment to which Girin had led them was practically abandoned, Naruto noted. This was where the trail had ended, where the Odo forces had been forced to retreat and await reinforcements. They weren't capable enough to engage the rebel forces, although Girin did add that there had been far more troops last time she had been here. Rebels, Kakuzu grunted. You said that the squad that stole that little brat was loyal to Kirigakure. We found traces of fight. 2 burnt corpses. We assume the other 2 are taken captive. Girin nodded towards the encampment. They have taken Yukimaru, too. So that Hozuki kid could just as well be dead. Kakuzu hissed, his temper worsening drastically at the idea that he had wasted so much of his time for nothing. We cannot say for sure. If that brat is dead, so are you. Kamiertits, Naruto interfered. There aren't many people down there. Several who could pass for jonin. He sensed through the roots in the earth. One is stronger. Not just your regular A-rank opponent. Probably S-ranked. Must be someone who's worth something. His bingo book already out of his pockets, Kakuzu quickly flipped through the bounties issued by Kirigakure. Kiri offered substantial bounties for the heads of the rebel leaders. Perhaps this isn't as much of a waste of time as I thought. They're starting to run around now. Like an anthill that took damage, Naruto noted, amused by the observation. From a distance, there wasn't much difference. They must have a damn good sensor if they noticed us from this distance. Kakuzu's fingers stopped flipping pages, having found the right bounty. Byakugan no Ao. His smirk might not be seen due to the cloth in front of his mouth, but it could be heard. At least, Naruto heard it. He doubted that Girin would notice the subtle differences in the man's voice. One of the leading figures within the rebellion, a jonin who has a Byakugan stolen from a main house Hyuga. He has both bounties on his head from Kiri and Konoha. The Hyuga must be pretty pissed that someone stole their dojutsu, Naruto chuckled. Konoha's bounty is the highest, yes. Kakuzu's dark voice had something predatory. 30 million Ryo is too nice to pass up. Strategy. Their camp is big, Kakuzu frowned. You stick outside, ensure that no one escapes, and attack at range. Removing that stupid wall is the first thing you'll have to do. I'll move in and kill everything that moves. We can look at the corpses later and estimate their worth. What about Yukimaru? Girin felt a slight panic when Kakuzu announced how he was planning to exterminate everyone. We can't leave without Dash. You get that, brat. If you want to, Kakuzu huffed. I don't give a crap about him. Akatsuki needs the money more than that brat. Now that I think about it, you'll also be the one who will fetch that Hozuki for us. There's one building at the center that has several rooms underground, Naruto supplied. Probably where they keep their prisoners. I can't sense any civilians or children down there, though. So if that Yukimura kid is somewhere, he's bound to be in those underground rooms. I can't say for sure, though. They must have barriers in place. Life sucked. That was about the summary of what had happened during the last few years. After the death of his older brother at the hands of that rebel scum, and the increasing insanity of his Mizukage, with the violence spiraling out of control, this mission was really only a cherry on the cake. Why on earth would Mizukage-sama want this sniveling little brat? Hozuki Sujetsu thought, while lying on the rather uncomfortable ground of the cell in which he was imprisoned. Turning himself into water or no, with the cell reinforced by barriers, there was no escape, even for him. He could see the sweating and unconscious form of his teammate. The man had gotten injured, and it didn't seem like he would last that much longer. Suigetsu didn't really care. He was more worried about himself. The rebels had no love for him. Yagura had hunted down all people with Kekkei Genkai, yet had been big enough of a hypocrite to pardon some bloodlines. This made them collaborators in the eyes of the rebels. Suigetsu, and especially his older brother Mangetsu, had been valued by the Yondaime. They were the new generation of the Seven Swordsmen, or what was left of them, anyway. Wielding the Hiramakiri had not saved Suigetsu from being beaten. Then the rebels took the sword from him after they had paralyzed him. Stupid lightning-based attacks. "Shut up," he suddenly exclaimed, fed up with the child. "Really, brat? Why do you keep crying like that? It's pathetic." The boy did not respond, though. Yukimaru had been their target, a boy snatched away by Orochimaru, one of the world's most dangerous criminals. The mission had seemed like guaranteed suicide, but had ended up being pretty easy. There was no Orochimaru, and no particularly strong henchman either. There was only a Kagaya, but he had been too sickly to pose much of a threat. Besides, what good had his Kekkei Genkai been against Suigetsu? Physical attacks were practically useless. On the other hand, no one lasted very long without air to breathe, and Suigetsu had the perfect ability to drown people. Perhaps it was the ease of their mission that had made them slip up, lowering their guard just enough to walk into a simple trap. Out of nowhere, they had suddenly ended up being surrounded and overwhelmed by rebel forces. Worst of all being that damned Terumi. Suddenly the door flew open, quite literally. Kicked out of its hinges, the entire thing was lofted into the big room to which the 3 prison cells were all connected. A young woman, clad in a green coat or dress, Suigetsu didn't bother with the specifics. Fashion was too annoying to care about. Walked in. She held some kind of pink crystal object in her hand, almost resembling a blade, which was dripping in blood. Gyurin-san. Oh fuck. Otoge Cure has come. Suigetsu paled. And if they're crazy enough to invade this encampment, it must mean that Orochimaru has come as well. Getting encased by crystal was the last thing which Suigetsu could remember before he passed out, deprived of oxygen. He hadn't even registered the sounds of explosions, nor Gyurin's hasty expression. "Get out of my way, woman. It is not your head that I require." The man removed his cloak, unveiling his stitched-together body. May felt her brow twitch from the mere sight. Ugly. "Who are you? Why is Akatsuki targeting us?" "Oh ho, so you even know about our organization? Well, it figures considering we did quite a few jobs in the area." The man chuckled darkly. "Regardless, step away from that man. He's mine." Looking behind her, May saw how Ao was panting. Considering the way he held his arm, it was broken on several places. She had no idea what was going on. How could someone just barge through her forces like this? The blue-haired girl had that unusual Kekkei Genkai. May had never seen anyone with a Shodan Kekkei Genkai before, and the way how she disposed of the man between her and the "You're after our prisoners," May concluded. "So you do work for Yagura." "The latter statement is wrong," the man grumbled. "You're wasting my time. Unless you have a bounty on your head. Piss off. It's the one with the Byakugan who I want. Those 30 million Ryo are mine." May signaled the remainder of her men. "You two take Ao away. The rest, surround him." "Wrong move, girl." The man bowed forward, and something, I didn't even want to describe it, other than saying that masks were emerging from his body, bulged out of his back. 4 sentient masks, with bodies made of some sort of black thread, jumped out. They grew and grew until the four became monstrosities that towered even over the imposing man. Without as much as a signal, truly indicating that the masked monsters were sentient, the four beasts attacked. Wielding water, fire, lightning, or wind, the beings made short work of the rebels. May wanted to help, but she was pushed back. The futon, atsugai, wind release, pressure damage, in particular, destroyed a large part of the base. So the guy got away, the man remarked, seemingly not caring what his summons or whatever they were did. May peeked behind her, and Ao had indeed managed to get away. Don't, he grunted when he saw her smile. The brat is waiting outside. He'll know better than to let such a prize escape. Akatsuki have always been seen in pairs. The girl wore the Hitayate of Otogekyure. Is Ao walking straight into the other man from Akatsuki? May pondered, gathering all chakra to her lungs, filling them with her favorite liquid. The acidic mud crashed forward, flowing over two of the thread monsters, while the man was forced to jump back. Kekiai Genkai. It seems I have to revise my strategy. With a flash of light, one of the monsters jumped out of May's attack. This was the monster with the lightning affinity. Small wonder it escaped, considering how the attack mostly relied on the earth element. The other beast, however, perished. I do hope you have a water affinity as well, because I need to restock, the man laughed darkly. The three remaining thread monsters surrounded him, seemingly merging into his body again. Katon, Zukoku, fire release, searing migraine. May noticed the amount of chakra pushed into the attack, and for a moment she was confused by the small fireball that was fire from one of the man's masks. The mask had somehow merged with his body, appearing on his body like he was some kind of twisted voodoo doll. He had seemed to be reluctant when she entered the fray, but after unveiling his mask the man had stopped playing around. The relatively small fireball hit the ground, and the inferno that followed. May was glad she had created a distance, the precaution having saved her life, as it gave her the fraction of seconds she needed to launch a Swait Unjutsu that prevented her from being roasted. Not bad. The man remained far too calm for May's liking. Your judgment was correct. Still, there's too much of a gap in the battle experience between you and me, girl. It is considered a common courtesy to introduce yourself to a woman first. May narrowed her eyes at him. He couldn't be that much older than she was, could he? 10, or at most 20 years older, she estimated. Not enough to really a reason to brag about a difference in experience, unless he thought she was younger than she actually was. It was a flattering thought, but unfortunately from the wrong man. Doton, Demu, Earth Release, Earth Spear. His skin turned dark, and in a flash of movement he closed the distance between them. May was a ninjutsu specialist, but close combat wasn't bad. Her companions were either dead or at a distance, so there was no reason to be careful. Futon, Koma no Jutsu, Boil Release, skilled mist technique. She breathed out a cloud of mist. The strong corrosive acid hitting her opponent's fist, who hissed in pain. He was fast, too fast to make her attack really hit home. Futon, Detapa, Wind Release, great breakthrough. He blew the acidic mist away from himself, dispersing it in the process. May knew it was a relatively weak ability when used in the open air, but at close range it usually was extremely effective. Good enough to melt the flesh off her opponent's bones. Usually. This man was different. His previous jutsu had given him defenses so strong that he only seemed to have suffered superficial damage from her attack. The blue-haired girl emerged from the building where the underground prison was located. The unknown little boy who they had captured along with the Kiri Jonin was on her back, allowing her to move quickly through the stronghold. She held a floating orb of crystal next to her, an orb that contained one of the men from Kiri, the Hozuki. Already pressured with this one opponent, May wasn't looking forward to being outnumbered. Kakuzu-san, I'll return to Kunomori-san. Should I come back to aid you? Just go, he growled at his, with even allies. He didn't seem to treat her as such, and the girl seemed too scared for it as well, even though she hid it very well. Then again, May figured that there would be some fear on her face too. This guy, it was inhuman. So your Kakuzu may try to buy time after the girl had sped past them. She hadn't made a move to try to stop her. Dragging another Kekiai Jinkai user into the fight would only be stupid, especially if that girl had shown no intention of joining the battle. This fight was already bad enough as it was. Making it worse was not something she could afford. Things could not get much worse if she was honest. Ninjutsu was her specialty, and so far Kakuzu had easily outclassed her in that area. Telling someone your name is not so. Her voice trailed off, and Kakuzu's head slammed to the left. His eyes sprung wide open. There was a malicious, demonic chakra. Yagura, Mei groaned, her face pale as a ghost. So you did work for that monster? It would seem that you were lucky. Kakuzu abandoned his stance and stood straight, still looking at the area where the massive chakra was radiating from. A Jinchuriki is worth more than a rebel leader. Screwing up the defenses of the rebel stronghold was a piece of cake for Naruto. And when the handful of survivors came out of the gate, that was easily handled as well. Although it did leave Naruto wondering how it was possible that Kakuzu's target had escaped from his grasp. Was there someone with a higher bounty in there? Naruto used his vines to kill the escapees, creating a Moku Bushin who dragged Kakuzu's target to him. I gotta do everything for the old bastard, don't I? Hands pressed to the ground, Naruto closed his eyes. He realized that Kakuzu was battling the strongest chakra signal among the rebels. Perhaps it was the leader who would undoubtedly fetch a nice price as well. He also noticed how Zetsu was inbound, fast as always. On this lush little island, Naruto's senses covered the entire landmass. Unfortunately, he remained blind to everything that was on the water. Traveling by boat had not been an experience Naruto liked all that much. It was far worse than last time, feeling blind without being able to sense the world through the surrounding flora. While he could use the flora growing in shallow waters, such as kelp, water lilies, reeds, and lotus, these surrounding seas made things more difficult. Reaching out that deep through the ever-moving water was an entirely different matter from letting chakra flow through the unmoving earth and rock. He made a mental note that he required more training to cope with these environments. Perhaps he could reach out and manipulate smaller things like algae and plankton too? Hello, White Zetsu was as cheerful as ever. Long time no see, Naruto-kun. Why are you here, Zetsu? And where's your other half? He's elsewhere. Zetsu brushed it off with a grin. But you've got bigger issues. Naruto's cerulean eyes were dragged away from the plant like human, or human-like plant, depending on how you looked at Zetsu. Seems like you felt him enter the island, Zetsu nodded. You must try to capture him. Alive. You're kidding me, right? Naruto blinked. Who is that guy? This chakra. It almost puts Kisame to shame. A Jinchuriki. Zetsu gave Naruto a confusingly knowing smile. What was it that amused Zetsu so much? Naruto figured that it was because this was someone who could kill him, something which Zetsu and Kakuzu had been trying to do for quite some time now. Your Mokuton should be useful in this battle. Remember, don't kill him. Or else. Naruto scoffed. Zetsu's silence was enough of an indication. Failure was pain in the best case or death in the worst case. Perhaps this was why Zetsu had kept Naruto alive. Perhaps this was why Kakuzu had drilled him, making him used to fighting superior opponents. Perhaps Akatsuki needed the Jinchuriki, or their bijou, for this war of which Kakuzu had spoken. Little did he know that he was a Jinchuriki too. Only Zetsu and Kakuzu were aware of that fact, the latter keeping his silence due to Zetsu's plan. The Mokuton Kekiai Jinkai made sure no one else could notice the sealed creature. His eyes closed, gathering as much chakra as he could. Naruto waited until his enemy appeared. The speed at which the Jinchuriki moved unnerved Naruto. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure, the third Jinchuriki rumored to have gained control of the bijou that was sealed within him, was not an enemy to be trifled with. In spite of his reputation, the outward appearance of the Jinchuriki somewhat disappointed Naruto. Yagura seemed to be little more than a boy, smaller even than Naruto was. Still, Naruto knew that Yagura was an adult. His height, his messy gray hair, pink pupil-less eyes, and stitch-like scar running over his face, however, made Naruto almost think that he was mistaken. Yagura wore a gray, sleeveless shirt with the Kirigakure forehead protector attached to the front, short-sleeved mesh armor over which he also had a green poncho along with a turquoise sash around his waist, paired with a green apron over his pants. In his hands, the man appearing to be a boy carried a staff-like pole weapon with hooks on the top and bottom. Strangely, the staff had what seemed to be a green flower at the larger upper hook. It all fit the description that Naruto once found in Kakuzu's bingo book, although he had believed that the information had been outdated when it considered Yagura's height and apparent age. Then again, many Jinchuriki were blessed with unusual abilities. Naruto made himself known. It seemed like Yagura was more interested in getting to the encampment, probably because the rebels were his enemies. The pupil-less pink eyes stared into Naruto's cerulean eyes. The eyes scanned over the young Mokuton user. But when Yagura couldn't find any Hittite or symbols indicating that Naruto was one of the rebels, he averted his attention. "Begone. You're quite rude for someone so short, you know." The glare, accompanied by the murderous intent that radiated from the chakra, which Yagura generated so casually, made Naruto a bit anxious at first, but it was also exhilarating. The knowledge that his life was on the line was one of the few emotions which Naruto had. Neither Zetsu nor Kakuzu cared much about him, other than the worry that their tool was functional. But a normal human life was something Naruto had never experienced. It would be better said that could not remember that he had ever experienced it. The tranquility of nature or the vortex of emotions from the humans, Naruto dangled somewhere in between. Having lived his life, as far as he could recall at least, as a bounty hunter, this hunt was one of the few things that gave life meaning. This was like hunting a superior predator, one that wasn't playing around, like Kisame, or withholding the killing blow because it held no profit like Kakuzu. No, Yagura would trample him if Naruto wasn't careful. One mistake, it would be all over. A crimson hue of chakra appeared around Yagura, and his staff lashed out to Naruto's head, which the latter answered by blocking with a tree. Yagura's eyes widened slightly, if only for a moment, before he dodged Naruto's follow-up attack. "Seems like you're even fast enough to evade my underground attacks." Naruto allowed the vines to sink back. "This is going to be a pain in the ass." "Then you should not have sided with those traitors." Yagura's voice was as lithe as his build. "Those rebels? Nay, they're just prey." Naruto shrugged. "Just like you. So you fight without purpose. How pitiful." "Wrong again. I fight to survive. To become free." "Foolish." Yagura let more of the Sanbai's chakra flow through him. "All shinobi are tools for their superiors to use. All those who defy their Kage should perish. There is no place for traitors in this world." Author's notes. Some explaining on timelines. We don't know for a fact when Yagura was killed, nor when Obito put him under a Jinjutsu. I assume that Yagura was trapped in a Jinjutsu sometime between the moment that Madara recruited Obito and the moment when Itachi killed Obito. Also, Kisame discovered that Yagura was manipulated before Obito got killed. Without Obito, however, how was Yagura to respond? His nation in war, the bloodline purges well underway, and all without him knowing precisely what made him do it. As such, there still came a civil war. As for why Yagura entered the scene, you'll find the answer in the next chapter. For the record, all bounties collected by Kakuzu and Naruto are used to fund Akatsuki. Well, after Kakuzu took his cut, of course. Let's say he runs a double administration and evades taxes. Don't tell the Spanish authorities, though. They're quite busy hunting those who try to evade paying taxes. Thinking about it, Naruto hasn't paid a single ryo since he lost his memories. Nikite, Torasatakun, Nigite. P.S. Illuminated says Naruto probably makes bowls to serve meals out in the field. Ziltoid notes that he grows his own chopsticks too, though he uses poisonous thorns to make chopsticks for Haiden. The dude won't die, but Naruto and Kisame sure as hell enjoy seeing Haiden get poisoned. Chapter 4. Seeing the world. The impossible could not have happened. Therefore, the impossible must be possible in spite of appearances. Agatha Christie. All shinobi are tools for their superiors to use. All those who defy their kage should perish. There is no place for traitors in this world. Whether Yagura was stronger than him or not, Naruto could only feel disdain. So you exist to subdue others to your will? The young blonde frowned. A blast of water was his answer. It seemed almost lazily how Naruto diverted the attack, commanding the flora around him with a mere flick of his fingers. Yagura was upon him within the blink of an eye, his speed too great for Naruto to dodge. The Mokuton user exchanged places with his Moku Bunshin, which shattered when Yagura's staff hit its head. Damn, Naruto whistled. Trees sprouted from the ground, the wood wrapping itself around the boy. Strengthening the defenses seemed like a wise choice right now. It wasn't quite as strong as Kakuzu's Domu, but it was more flexible and a lot lighter. Tiger. Snake. Mokuton Hijitsu. Jukai Koten. Wood release secret technique. Nativity of a world of trees. Trees erupted from the ground in a wide circle around Naruto, growing from tiny branches to mighty decade-old oaks. But they didn't close in on Yagura. Naruto had learned another trick from Madara's notes. Mokuton, Kajikai Karin, would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Vines spread over the trees, and the flowers on the vines expelled pollen into the atmosphere, which would render Yagura unconscious. Or at least that was the idea. Naruto had never tried it out on a real opponent before. He tried it on a Moku Bunshin of himself. But considering how he was immune to his own jutsu, quantity over quality was Naruto's credo right now. He sacrificed much of his chakra in the hope that this gamble would turn out to be effective. He knew that a battle of attrition would not be in his favor. The flowers grew huge, man-sized, and the clouds of pollen created a green-yellow mist which the eye couldn't pierce. Perhaps it was due to Naruto's inexperience that he messed up. Or perhaps it was just stupid in itself. Not being able to see an opponent who you knew possessed superior speed and not being guarded enough was, well, it was almost lethal. Only the wooden armor allowed him to survive, although it shattered under Yagura's fist. A dense layer of blood-red chakra enveloped the Mizukage, three tails swirling behind him. The sheer chakra which his opponent expelled made Naruto marvel about the fact that he survived the hit. More on instinct than due to conscious thought, Naruto flapped his hands together. Chakra flowed through the ground, and the trees responded, protecting their master, softening his landing. Another part of the freshly created forest wrapped itself around Yagura. Try to bind him, try to inhibit him from moving, and... Two tails? There were three, just... Or is this why Zetsu told me my Mokuton was useful? Naruto blinked. Yagura, stronger or not, actually struggled to break free from the forest's grasp. The sudden influx of chakra forced Naruto to his knees. Was this Yagura's accursed chakra? The Kage's power being suppressed by the forest, Naruto felt his own power rise at an incredible rate, and his mind went out. His blue eyes stared blankly, and he lost himself into the nature around him, into the vast energy of the world. This went beyond the chakra of Yagura and the Sanbai. This was the world, an energy which made every individual, no matter how strong, pale in comparison. It was a power which overthrew his sanity, only for the churning source of chakra within him to erupt, grasping for control while Naruto was unconscious. And now, Kakuzu wasn't here to stop Naruto's rampage. She held Yukimaru on her back. The boy desperately clung to her, almost as if he hugged her, while carrying her master's desired test subject in a floating crystal orb behind her. Girin had been startled by the first sickening wave of chakra, but had decided to head forward. Whatever it was, Kunamori was there too. The blonde Mokuton user would either take care of it himself, or she would be able to aid him. A haughty part of her mind actually hoped for the latter, for a chance to prove her worth, to prove that she too was strong. The boy who, so easily, had made her doubt her own pride, just like Orochimaru, all those years ago, had rattled her beliefs. His strength had shown her that she wasn't as special and alone as she had believed herself to be. And Kunamori was just like Orochimaru, at least in terms of raw strength. The boy's personality was completely different. He was someone who seemed to be searching for his own position in the world, searching for goals and motivations. He just walked through life while not seeming to have a true understanding of who he was. Orochimaru was fundamentally different. The Snake Sannin was someone who always seemed many steps ahead of everyone else. His personality was a magnet to those who admired and desired strength. Much unlike the boy, Kunamori didn't seem to have a shred of interest in the abilities of another. Well, unless they were worth something, Girin supposed. The boy was a bounty hunter, after all. The opponent he fought only seemed to grow stronger, the chakra levels reaching heights which she had believed to be impossible. Yukimaru's grip tightened, and he screamed something unintelligible to her. Too distracted, Girin barely noticed the corpses of several of the rebels, among which the one whom Kakuzu and Kunamori had been after. Girin dropped her prisoner and shook off Yukimaru. "Yukimaru, stay here." Girin-san, don't leave me, the boy shivered. For a moment, she wondered what she was even doing. He shouldn't be here, not with these corpses. She had to take him away, far away, so that he was safe. She owed that to his mother, but that conflicted with her master's wishes. A second surge of chakra drew her from her thoughts. Trees twisted, flowers withered, grass died off. All life seemed to aggregate into one. Kunamori, she paled. How can his power rise like this? Has he been holding back during that insane pissing contest against Kisame? Who is that, Girin-san? Yukimaru grabbed the green cloth of her robe. This power, it feels. Yukimaru, you should stay here. I'm going to have to help him. Girin made her decision. Whoever it was, if this person defeated Kunamori, she and Yukimaru would be the next in line. On her own, she wouldn't be able to kill someone with such a monstrous chakra, but alongside Kunamori, it was the safest bet. No, I want to stay with you. There is no time for this, Girin snapped, immediately feeling a guilt she couldn't understand at the sight of his dejected face. He had seemed to be so happy when he saw her again, when she freed him. But this, it was like his continuous attempt to please her. A little puppy, too good of faith, especially when compared to someone as despicable as she was, Girin considered. Yagura, May groaned, her face pale as a ghost. So you did work for that monster? It would seem that you were lucky. Kakuzu abandoned his stance and stood straight, still looking at the area where the massive chakra was radiating from. A Jinchuriki is worth more than a rebel leader. He had to lean backwards to avoid the lava-based attack, which she just spat at him. Like hell, Kiri is just going to give up its bijou. You really are a troublesome bitch, Kakuzu snarled. All I came for was that eye patch's bounty. You should have walked away and let me get my 30 million Ryo. Two of his masks shifted position, moving towards his shoulders. His body seemingly reconstructed itself, the loose parts adjusting to his commands, his entire body essentially no more than a mass of black threads. The power of Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear, all for the sake of gaining more power. Long black tentacles came from his neck, like some kind of horrific parody on an octopus. The cloth that had hidden his face had long been discarded, and the sticks next to his mouth unraveled. The mouths of his two masks spurred open, and his own followed by example. And suddenly, May was covered in white goo, sticky, like dough, and strangely it grew while May felt her chakra reserves plummet. A strange man, half white, half black, emerged from the ground, his body enveloped in what appeared to be a large Venus flytrap. It cheerfully waved at her. Hello, Mai-chan. Be silent. We've got more pressing matters to deal with. Kakuzu abandoned his attack, although he was seriously tempted to just blast Zetsu to smithereens along with Mei. Still, Zetsu had proven himself very useful at tracking down bounties, which was pretty much the only reason why Kakuzu decided against it. What are you doing here? Our little boy is battling a Jinchuriki. Kakuzu, White Zetsu nodded vehemently. It seems like he will be going on a rampage again. We can't let him kill the Sanbai, so you need to stop him. Besides, this woman doesn't need to perish. Not today, at least. Zetsu recoiled from the hateful glare Kakuzu sent his way. Without the Mizukage being in his office, this woman isn't worth a single Ryo. That's not true. I'd pay good money to eat her, and that's why I call you an idiot. She annoyed me, Kakuzu growled. So she dies. She's more useful as the next Mizukage. She's easily the most powerful among the rebel forces, after all. Yes, and now Mei-chan knows how awesome we are. Yagura was unreliable, dangerous, but the next Mizukage should be more reasonable. Mei-chan knows what we can do, so in return for us removing the Yonde Mizukage, Kirigikure should close their eyes for our organization. Both parties profit. Unless Mei-chan wants a war she can't win, White Zetsu added with a sing-along tone of voice. What are you? Mai bent it. She had been seconds away from death, but Kakuzu suddenly had abandoned his attack. If not for the strange Zetsu, who knows what kind of insane attack he would have launched, especially now that she realized that each mask had wielded a different element. So 2 masks and Kakuzu himself together, 3 elements, and then this white creature popped up. In fact, now that she looked at the white mass surrounding her, she saw 4 white faces, similar to the white half of the plant man in front of her. We are your children, the 4 clones sang in their annoyingly high-pitched voices. Mommy, feed us with your chakra. We're you kitties, feed us with your large TI dash. Shut up. Damn it. Your clones are just as annoying as you are. Childish idiot. They were just little spores, and Mei-chan's chakra gave them life. That doesn't make her their mother. Rein in your stupid copies. Spoil sport. I should just have killed you all, Kakuzu growled, pinching the bridge of his nose. But he didn't kill them. He turned around and marched off to where Naruto was fighting Yagura, only to start cursing when he felt the boy's chakra surge. Even worse than usual. Damn. Kakuzu acknowledged the boy's growth, realizing that the time would soon come that Naruto would be capable of matching him in power. That would be a battle with a grandeur which Kakuzu hadn't felt in ages. But for that, the boy first had to survive today's battle. Fine, she lives. The Jinchuriki is our first priority anyway. Now get lost, and let us do our job, woman. Even if I don't care about Kiri, I know that Kisame would love to visit his old home again. Oh yes, but if Kisame comes to Kiri, so will Haiden. And Haiden doesn't like it when people breathe. That massacre would create a great feast for us, though. But if you get a bounty, Kakuzu will do it himself. So choose wisely, Mei-chan. Bye-bye. The infinite void that was masked from the mortal eye. The true reality that was normally shrouded by perception. This was the world as it truly was, not the world as an individual would perceive it. Unhindered by opinions or interpretations. Unbiased. Without the limitations imposed by the human senses. Not constructed by an individual's perceptions. But therein lay the problem. Roots that went to the center of the earth. Branches spanning across the horizon. Trees higher than the clouds. There was no frame of reference. It was an endless ocean, and he lay adrift. Lost. No sense of top and bottom, left or right. There were no directions. Or there were simply too many for his mind to process. He was at one place and the other, and yet one more. There came no end to the points from where he perceived the world. Perception, not as a human, not as an individual, but as nature itself. A multitude rather than an individual. His mind was not prepared for such a task. It could not fathom the innumerable amount of information. Defining the indefinable was something one shouldn't even attempt to try. One should accept that it was impossible to define and maintain a sense of self. Unfortunately, His sense of self was too weak to resist the strain. The ocean of energy which the world provided, which circulated unseen by all. Conception, birth, growth, adolescence, reproduction, maturing, declining, dying, and ultimately decaying. It was a circle, an unending cycle. As a human, he had had a reference within the passing of time, of the place he stood. But outside himself, he saw the circle as it was, unbiased and unhindered by his own ignorance. How does one determine the beginning and the end of a perfect circle? Grasping the unfathomable, when it was already wisdom if one had only a tiny image of what life entailed, how was someone as ignorant as he supposed to do that? He could not. He could only see the dots if he was really lucky. He could barely remember where, when, or why. He saw dots, but without knowing the circumstances, all dots looked identical. Everything looking the same, there was no understanding, no memory, nothing to connect or locate the dots. He was part of the circle of life and death. Even if his mind stepped out, he knew his body was somewhere within this chaotic maze of energy. Energy, the complete and fundamental essence of the world. Energy that brought life and ultimately deprived it of life. All is nature. All things arise from the energy of nature. Virtue nurtured it. Vice deprived it. Never before had he submerged this deep into this boundless world of energy. There was always something disrupting him, a disruption leading to him waking, oft amidst a scene of destruction, looking at the face of his scowling companion, where he was once again lost and confused as he was bound within the limitations of his senses. As a drop within a river, he could not perceive the continuum of life. Bound by his body, he could not truly fathom the interconnectedness of the world, how one fed and was food, fueling the relentless and endless march of existence. From here, he saw how futile the notion of progress was, how foolish decline was, how one thing led to the other, how history was nothing more than the interlinking of life and death, of progress and decline, of beginnings and endings. Out here, he saw his arrogance, the utter pointlessness of his existence, yet at the same time, the unfathomable worth of his life. This paradox, it only confused and brought the realization that this confusion was the path to understanding. Not that anyone ever reached the end of that path. Belief in understanding removed the confusion, thus removing the chance at understanding. There was no ending. There was not beginning. There was. Not being was not even a point. Everything that was never ended. Birth was not the beginning. Death was not the ending. All energy flowed like the ebb and flow, the tides of existence. The dead decayed, feeding life. The living fed, continuing its individual existence at the cost to the other individual beings, while giving birth to new life as well. Borders, limits, barriers, what he knew as life was merely a delimited form of energy, a temporal body, consuming and expelling, generating and consuming, but ultimately a temporarily form of existence. Energy floated around, souls returned, while the self passed on to the afterlife. The physical energy dispersed. His birth came forth from energy generated by others, his parents. His growth from the food provided by the world around him, by the people who nurtured him, and later by himself, until his temporal form reached the level at which it was now. But the energy he now contained did not begin with his conception, nor did it end at his death. It lasted forever, ever-changing form, never ceasing to change. The temporal form wished to halt change, fearing the end of the individual existence. It was only because they could not fathom the circle that they lived with fear, a fear that death ended existence. Death is the road to awe. He saw it now. For the first time, he saw it. Death was birth. The act of killing was the release of the constrained energy, bringing chance of new birth. Birth, which mankind so cherished. But it was not his purpose. Death was part of life. So who was he to determine who did what? Would he do that from his position within the continuum? From his imperfect senses, which were so bound by the individual he was? How was one temporal existence supposed to judge the other? They were different, yes. They were all different. None was equal. And yet they were all the same. All temporal. The tree, the insect, the animal, the human, all designations invented by mankind, bound in judgment by their temporal existence, unable to oversee the circle, incapable of truly understanding. For the first time, he accepted that he knew nothing. And yet he was. Time was merely a sense, a matter relative to the length of the temporal nature of existence. Energy was eternal. He was insignificant, but within him lay the truth. Eternity, the everlasting and ever-changing energy. He only borrowed it, only for a little while. That thought, as if it directed his perception on the chaos of unfiltered information around him, narrowed his vision on his temporal existence. The physical and spiritual energies that composed and fueled his body, plus something else, something hidden, veiled deep within himself, but not hidden to the unbiased eye. The unbiased eye that burned itself on his forehead. Vaguely, he realized he was Naruto. Part Naruto, or what little was left of Naruto, and part something else. The remnants of that would have been Tobi. Foreign tissue which compensated for what Naruto had lost. A right arm, the legs, and parts of his torso. It was made of a substance which fell within the domain of his Kekkei Genkai. Not wood, not flesh, but something in between. His unbiased, I made him see, even the shrouded source of an even greater power within himself. His unbiased, I tore his consciousness from the intangible realm of natural energy and returned it to the body that was bound to the continuum of life. Fragments of what he had seen remained, imprinting him with an understanding that he did not understand. The pain which the unbiased I caused blinded him. It was ironic how it was blinding pain that enabled him to see. And what did he see? Naruto opened his eyes, his forehead burning, his arm, legs, and torso feeling foreign yet stronger than ever, and welcomed by the sight of a crystal wall. Solidified and condensed mineral, crystallized down to a cellular level by the use of chakra. It was strong, very strong, but only as strong and the energy that created it. Chakra formed the foundation of its creation, and as such it did also form the way for it to be destroyed. It all seems so simple now. He lifted his right arm, one finger touching the cold crystal wall, and his Mokuton pierced it. Sounds and smells, a plethora of impressions attacked his senses. It was as if the burning unbiased I had opened up his world. He knew he was still blinded, ignorant, and lost. But for a moment, he thought he was beginning to see the path. But he resisted the mere idea. It was an arrogant notion, thinking that his perception was right, and it would only lead to blindness. Only by looking at nothing he would stand a chance at seeing, but he knew darn well that he was too ignorant to achieve that. The entire environment had changed since he had blacked out. Trees, torn and broken, stood everywhere. Vines grew in abundance. Craters littered his surroundings, as numerous as the blobs of crystal. Naruto's eyes fell on a piece of crystal that moved. It was Guren, actually clad in a thick armor of crystal, although the armor seemed only moderately effective, judging by the numerous wounds she had sustained. Her crystal armor, in fact, looked more reddish than pink, as the crystal used to look. She had made mirrors and clones, pillars and walls, but the enraged Jinchuriki had slammed his way through it all. Back to Three Tails, the blood-red cloak made Yagura nigh invulnerable. Oddly, when he landed a hit on Guren, the girl immediately shed the part on which he had hit her. A stony substance grew over the part which she had lost, the part his claw had touched. The power of the Sangosho, coral palm, which made Yagura so incredibly difficult to deal with when fighting at close range. Naruto could not really explain, but somehow Yagura did not appear to be as imposing as he had done before. Sure, his power was vast, but it was insignificant compared to the bottomless power which Naruto had just witnessed. While he was uncertain whether what he had seen had been reality or merely a dream, the burning pain on his forehead told him that it had been reality. That this, the world he perceived, was imperfect, But somewhere behind was the true world, unbiased and untouched by his morals and prejudices. Was it because he still saw some of that energy? Was it because some of it strengthened him? Or was it that this something within him was even greater? Naruto wondered who he was. He wondered how many lies Zetsu had fed him. Even the scrolls and books which Zetsu had provided were incomplete, although that could also be credited to Madara's incomplete understanding of his rival's powers. The only one who had understood Mokuton was Hashirama, and Sharingan, or no, one did not completely understand a jutsu by just seeing it. Well, perhaps only the deities could, those from the book which he had taken from that temple where he had slain Deidara. But mortals wouldn't be able to do what deities could. Of course, Madara had unraveled the secrets of wielding chakra to a far greater degree than Naruto had, and he was a true genius, unlike Naruto. Naruto held no illusions about his intellect. A downside of only having knowledge on interacting with the likes of Zetsu. White Zetsu may be stupid, but Black Zetsu was deceptively intelligent, or Kakuzu. S-rank shinobi did not attain their skill due to stupidity. Except for Haiden. Haiden was pretty much an exception to every rule in the book. Her reserves were dwindling. He could sense that through the roots in the earth. Girin was struggling for survival, and yet she had erected a barrier around him. Why? The thought confused him. Considering the extent of the destruction his body had lashed out while his mind had gone on its little walkabout. Why had she protected him? Or had she sealed him off in order to protect herself? But if he was that dangerous, he would have formed a threat to Yagura as well. Why did you protect me, Girin? Naruto stepped forward fast, but clumsily, almost having miscalculated the amount of chakra he had put to his feet. Her eyes went wide in shock at his sudden appearance, although he idly wondered why she looked at his forehead like that. The pain did burn there, but he hadn't expected it to be visible. It felt more like something had happened to his tenketsu, not his skin. Watch out. Naruto didn't even move, but an intertwined wall of wood blocked Yagura's strike. Why did you protect me? You should have taken our targets and left. I couldn't. It would have been wrong to abandon you. You were part of the same organization as Orochimaru-sama. As a servant, I could not let you perish. It seemed like she was searching for an explanation. Is she lying? But why? Such a lie would not serve any purpose. Naruto frowned. One eyebrow lifted, the other brought down. His blue eyes tried to figure out the mystery. Zetsu and Kakuzu were easy to understand. They were using him. Naruto had no idea what kind of secrets they hid from him, but the part of him being a tool was very clear. But this girl, this Girin, she was a deviation. She was not like any of the people he had hunted. No fear, no desperation at the realization of his power. I don't understand, he admitted. I wonder why anyone would risk anything to protect another. Then again, the preservation of life seems to be a normal instinct. Perhaps it can extend to the lives of others too. I guess. Girin's eyes were flashing around, looking for the attacking Jinchuriki, too distracted to ponder about Naruto's words. I see. Then strength is not for greed, nor for the subduing of others, but for protection? It feels oddly familiar. It feels right. Yes, I suppose that is what I have to do. Shouldn't you focus on Dash? Yagura has jumped back, nearly 60 feet there. He pointed in the direction hidden by his wooden wall. He is amassing more chakra. I wonder why. Idiot, kill him. Don't just stand there. Zetsu wants him alive. Naruto chuckled, unbothered by his opponent. But I do have to beat him. He strode forward, the wooden wall reconstructing itself. Mokuton was an expression of life. It did not begin or end, only changed form. What limitations the limitless had were simply those imposed by the mind of the observer. And he had still so many limitations. I wish I know which limitations I had. Makes it easier to deal with them. Then again, not knowing seems to be fundamental. Why else would life hold any value? Trees merged, thickened, condensed, and plunged into the soil underneath his feet. Chakra, more than he had ever wielded before, flowed into the earth. preparing to attack, preparing to counter an attack, preparing a prison as strong as Naruto could muster. But Yagura was still stronger, Naruto knew. This strange synchronization had granted Naruto great power, enough to almost make him overconfident, but he had yet to understand how to properly use it. The sobering reality was that Yagura summoned power from the Sanbai, and he had a firm understanding of that chakra. I hope that greedy old bastard is done soon. I'm going to need help at this rate. This mission seems to be a failure, a rotund teenage complained. Somehow, from somewhere, he pulled out a bag of consommé chips, his favorite, and started chewing. The youth, clad in a red suit, wore a gray-plated armor on his torso, arms, and upper legs, upon which stood the kanji for food. While Akimichi Choji occasionally complained about missions, he rarely got the chance to do so. His teammates, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino, usually took the initiative in that contrast. Those two, however, were uncharacteristically silent. Seems like it wasn't. Asuma chuckled softly. Come on, teamwork. Share what you've learned today. They had investigated a village in the north of Hai-no Kuni, close to the borders. It had recently been under the attack from a band of bandits. Not unusual, was it not, for two bounty hunters taking care of the bandits? The group had been led by a missing nin from Kyomo, but apparently the man had died easily. Too easy, if Asuma could make any estimation of the man's skills based on the information from the bingo book. However, what had drawn the attention from Tsunade, who had sent out Team 10, was that the village had been rebuilt in the course of a day. Someone created those new buildings, Shikamaru sighed. It is the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Is there no other explanation? Asuma tested. The houses were made out of one sort of wood in its entirety. It is impossible to find a wooden building that big that consists of the wood of only one tree. There aren't trees big enough here, and to import wood from a tree that size is something way beyond the funds that village has. And unlikely as it is for one house, were the odds for 22. You could also have pointed out that there were minor traces of residual chakra in the wood, Asuma provided. I couldn't take a good sample, though, but it was the response of the villagers that confused me, to be honest. He and Shikamaru looked at Ino, who still had that solemn look on her face. Shikamaru eventually decided to drag her out of her musings. Even since Team 7 had perished, Ino had been like this, and while he, Choji, and Asuma did what they couldn't really help her. Sakura had been one of Ino's closest friends, and Naruto. They practically grew up together, and Ino was never too secretive about how she felt, the young Nara sighed. No one wanted to talk, so I took a look inside the mind of the village elder. Ino mumbled, obviously very distracted by something. Shikamaru wondered why, as this didn't seem to be distraction caused by those who were lost to them, but caused by what she had seen in those memories. What did you see? He narrowed his eyes. The people. One a man, tall and barely recognizable due to the mask he wore. He had a black cloak covered with symbols of a red cloud, Ino explained. And the other? Asuma was one of the few who knew about those red clouds. While Akatsuki did not really disturb Konoha, there were accounts on them taking missions that involved Konoha shinobi. All of those accounts boiled down to one thing. If you saw someone wearing a robe with red clouds, you'd better step away. Akatsuki was an organization that couldn't be trifled with, for instance, someone as Orochimaru within their ranks. Asuma also knew that the people from Akatsuki always traveled in duos. The other was younger, our age, I think, although the elder couldn't see his face. Ino hesitated. He wore a similar cloak, high collar to the point where I could not see the lower half of his face. Also with red clouds on the robe? No, it was just black. Ino shook her head, still with that peculiar look in her eyes. And Shikamaru wondered, what is it about this that got you so spooked, Ino? It was that boy who created the buildings. He did the work, and the tall one with the red clouds asked money for his services. In the end, the villagers paid a relatively low price for high-quality houses, but it is that boy that confuses me. Why? He had blonde hair, spiky, that hung down to his shoulders. And his eyes, those cerulean eyes, they were similar and still so different. So empty. So unlike Dash. You don't. Ino, you know that he's... You know who? Shikamaru hesitated. He still didn't want to say it. Naruto had grown up among the Yamanaka, and as such Shikamaru had also regularly seen him. After all, his father had often dragged him along when he had visited Inoichi and his family. Naruto-kun had vibrant eyes. This cloaked boy's eyes were dead, Ino said, although it seemed more like she tried to convince herself that her thoughts were just a foolish wish. There are more blonde people with blue eyes. I know it can't be Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun is, but for a moment. I just hope. Asuma saw the girl water up and pulled her into a fatherly embrace. No matter if years had passed, the girl had never really gotten over it. There had been an abundance of blood, there had been tattered clothes, a broken Hittite, but with most of the body missing there always remained a foolish doubt. All that they had buried were an arm and parts of the boy's legs. The Sarutobi Jonin knew that bodies often went missing. High-ranked jutsu had a bad tendency of not leaving too much of the bodies recognizable. Some jutsu even disintegrated the body completely. But what had been buried at Naruto's funeral was more than just those 3 limbs. The heart and will of the Hokage had been broken, although everyone knew that Tsunade held herself strong, enduring for the sake of his memory. Similarly, Jiraiya of the Sannin had also not been seen afterwards. Rumor had it that he still sent reports, but otherwise the man had vanished. Even the critically acclaimed Ichi Aika series had ceased getting new releases. Aside from those 2, the Yamanaka had been hit the worst. From his father, Asuma had come to understand that Naruto was living among that clan in order to hide him from prying eyes. At first, Asuma had assumed it was because of the boy's status as Jinchuriki, but in a drunken stupor Tsunade had revealed the horrible truth. The Jinchuriki, a boy that had been despised by many for the demon which had been sealed within him, had actually been the son of the very man who had sealed the Kyuubi away, Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. With the grudge that especially Iwagakure carried against the father, it had been important to Sarutobi Hiruzen to make sure that the son wouldn't be noticed. Hiding him among blondes had seemed like a wise decision, one which simultaneously ensured that the boy would be cared for, educated, and trained. To make sure he grew up as a strong and promising genin, with a mind strong enough to face down the Kyuubi when the time would come. But none of it had been enough to prevent Ino from getting her heart broken. Standing in front of the Mizukage had demanded a certain amount of courage, or perhaps even insanity. But this was incomparable. This was what it meant to be a perfect Jinchuriki. This was why the man had been unrivaled within Kirigakure. One eye, the right one, was constantly closed. The other, red with crimson pupils with a ripple-like pattern, had a mad glint. What broke through Naruto's reinforced prison was nothing less than a monster. The Sanbai, the 3-tailed bijou, resembled a humongous turtle, but with a crab-like shell that was covered in spikes. Its 3 tails were best described as shrimp-like, although it was an ironic way to describe something so gigantic. Underneath its shell, the creature had red, muscle-like tissue, relatively weak compared to the hard shell, and yet still tough as nails. Its human-like arms were equally huge, and a mere swing tore through every attack that Naruto could attempt. What the hell? The young Mokuton user was starting to feel out of breath. Guren, you see any way to take this bastard down? His face is concealed between that stone-like outgrowth at his forehead and lower jaw. Would that be its weakness? How are you keeping up? I don't have much left, Guren admitted. Her chakra had been running low before Naruto. She believed his name was Konomori, had rejoined the battle. But against this unstoppable beast, what chance did she have? Perhaps with another year of training, she could have been able to encase the entire demon in crystal, but even that, she wondered if that would have any effect. With Yagura's mind and the Bijou's own imposing might, this was probably one of the strongest adversaries Guren could find in the entire world. One where even her master, Orochimaru, would be hard-pressed. although it was a safe bet to say that Orochimaru would have found a way to decide the battle before Yagura had unleashed the Sanbai. Damn it, why isn't Kakuzu joining? Naruto muttered. He could sense the man standing close by, having their two targets with him. Yukimaru seemed to be struggling pointlessly, and the Hozuki boy was still encased in crystal. Gyurin, fall back. What? You heard me. You're out of chakra. Fall back. But Dash. Shut up, he cut her off. I can't keep fighting while having to protect you at the same time. I can look after myself, she glared, offended by what he had said. Yeah, and so can I. And yet you covered for me while I was out, Naruto retorted. Go. I still have to try something else. Why? There's no time for this, Naruto growled. Go. And if you meet that old scumbag of a partner of mine, tell him to get off his wrinkled old ass and help me out. The three-tailed demon howled, spurring open the protecting protrusions around its face just wide enough to start gathering some sort of dense sphere of chakra. Just wide enough for Naruto to thrust a piece of wood into the creature's eye, disrupting Yagura's concentration. The explosion that followed when the purple-black orb of chakra destabilized shook the ground underneath Naruto's feet. Damn, the blonde mumbled to himself. He was glad that Gyurin had finally listened to him. He wasn't sure why Kakuzu was not helping. Naruto figured this was just another test, another method to make him push beyond his limits. Well, I already did that. That burning sensation in my forehead only gives me a headache now. Fuck it all. If this continues for much longer, I'll run out of chakra. And it doesn't seem like Yagura is even weakening in the slightest. As if to prove that fact, the Sanbai easily broke the wooden restraints which Naruto had grown around the creature. Binding a being that was so much stronger seemed impossible. Poisoning would be difficult as well. Naruto knew that the pollen his jutsu could spread was potent enough, but taking down a creature, such as the Sanbai, seemed to require something more. More powerful. Brute force to halt brute force. One of the three tails came crashing down, as if Yagura wanted to swat his opponent like a fly on the wall. At least the Sanbai isn't as fast as that red chakra form he had earlier, Naruto thought while dodging. Damn it, I wish I had some way to create the gigantic structures which Madara's text spoke of. Hashirama was able to create wooden dragons and a titanic statue which Madara stated to dwarf even the Kyuubi. I guess I'll need to double my efforts. If I survive this day. A large mass of water tore through the surface of the island. The Sanbai wasn't playing around. At this rate, the small island would end up being nothing of ruin of what it was before this day. Apparently Madara wasn't wrong when he wrote about battles that could reshape the face of the earth. With the power of a bijou, that was definitely a possible outcome. Damn it, his face is guarded. His entire body clad in armor. What? Oh, wait below. Naruto realized. Do or die. I hope I'm right. Girl. Kakuzu grunted as a greeting. He was still severely annoyed that he hadn't killed Terumi Mei. But Zetsu's plan seemed right. Mei was the strongest, a fact which she had proven by putting up a fight which had cost Kakuzu a heart. If she became Izukage, she'd know what kind of threat Akatsuki was. A threat that Kirigakure would not be able to face. Besides, vexing as it was, Zetsu was right about the fact that killing Mei served no point other than personal satisfaction. She wasn't worth a single Ryo. It was Yagura who issued the bounty, and with him gone the current government of Kiri was essentially doomed. He needs help, Gyurin urged, mostly ignoring Yukimaru, who jumped at her with a teary-faced embrace. Absent-mindedly, she patted the boy on his head. Kunimori-san won't be able to last much longer if this keeps up, she explained. Naruto had not really made a secret of how he needed Kakuzu to help him out. He's cutting himself short. What? Can't you see what he is fighting against? Yagura only has 3 tails. The brat should still have the upper hand, Kakuzu grunted. Not that Gyurin knew that Naruto had the Kyuubi seal within him. Not even Naruto knew. While neither Kakuzu nor Zetsu knew this, it had been during Naruto's merger with Tobi that the Kyuubi had somehow made sure to bar the doors to his power. Perhaps it had sensed that Naruto would get the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Perhaps it realized who and what Zetsu was and where he and Toby originated from. If anyone would be able to recognize the tissue of the Gedomazo, it would be one the nine Bijou. As if on his cue, the sandbai was lifted from the ground. Roots combined and formed a sharply pointed tree, one which was thicker than any other than Girin had seen. Good. It seems like he is starting to approach Hashirama's level of skill, Kakuzu muttered. But it still isn't enough to kill me, Brad. Panting and sweating, Naruto saw how the sandbai was toppled over. Its belly was now sporting a deep wound, blood flowing out like and drenching the ground. The creature howled in agony and rage, especially rage. I think I just pissed it off. Naruto felt a large drop of sweat run down the back of his head. The ripple-patterned left eye of the demon now glared at the tiny human. Naruto tried awkwardly. A gust of water threw him back, making him skipping over the ground. Skidding against one of his trees, Naruto came to a stop. His entire body hurt. Several gashes decorated his body, and his chakra reserves had taken quite a hit. You're still weak, Brad. So you finally decided to stop lazing about, Kakuzu? The wider half of Zetsu has a bad influence on you, Kakuzu grunted, not really appreciating how the boy talked to him. And you're the one of the ground, not me. Always wanted to be the one who's right, Naruto sighed. Fine, how are we going to bring this bastard down? Naruto had only rarely seen what Kakuzu looked like without his Akatsuki robe. The stitched-together body, the threads, the masks, it was rather inhuman, but Naruto knew that it made Kakuzu powerful. While you were failing to turn this overgrown sea turtle into soup, I was amassing chakra, was all that the older man said. The two masks on his shoulders opened their mouths, as did Kakuzu himself. A devastating attack, combining wind, fire, and lightning, hit Yagura. The sheer force of the explosion brought the already weakened Naruto down to his knees. Damn it, a little warning would have been nice. Stop your whining. Naruto just glared back but decided to do what Kakuzu had done before, gathering chakra. First, he needed to mend the damaged parts of his body. He had already closed the slash at his flesh and blood arm, but the remainder of his body also needed attention. True to his word, Kakuzu had indeed gathered a lot of chakra. Two similar combination attacks followed after the first, with the wound which Naruto had caused already limiting Yagura's mobility. His three-tailed form took some significant blows. Not that Kakuzu managed to pierce the thick shell that protected the beast, but did begin to cost the Mizukage a lot of chakra. Maintaining this perfect form was already taxing, but enduring such attacks only reduced his reserves further. Meanwhile, Naruto tried to reach out the world around him, but failed. Instead of gaining more chakra, the burning sensation from his forehead vanished. This unbiased eye, which he had somehow found in the depths of natural energy surrounding him, was gone. It only left him weaker, feeling utterly exhausted. The battle between Kakuzu and the sandbai slowly moved away from his position when Naruto suddenly heard someone next to him. To his surprise, Girin had come down to meet him, a worried frown running over her face. The little boy, Yukimaru, jumped from her back, although still clinging to her arm. Are you injured? Just tired. Naruto wondered why she even approached him. They weren't even truly allies, last he checked. She was a servant of Orochimaru, who in turn served the same organization as Naruto did. Although little was left of his cloak to show his affiliation with Akatsuki right now. Girin, you should get out of here. Orochimaru wants that brat and the Hozuki to use them in his fucked-up experiments. It is your duty to ensure that they get back to Otogeikure. Girin gulped at the way he described her master's intentions, but couldn't refute them. She had seen too many creations, too many experiments with the cursed seals. She knew that whatever happened to the Hozuki would be nasty. She couldn't really care about that. She did realize she cared about Yukimaru's fate, however. The sight of the dying woman was still imprinted in her memories. The woman who had saved her life, the woman she had killed. Yukimaru's mother. Her first real kill. Perhaps it had been this weakness that made Orochimaru decide to pick another vessel instead of her. But it was also a trait that confused Naruto. Why would anyone care about another? In the 2 years since he had woken up, the only years which he could recollect, Naruto had never really taken an interest in people who cared about others, who'd go out of their way to protect him. It was something foreign to him, an oddly happy emotion. This was what he thought as he felt the Bijidama approach. Intertwined trees formed a wall, and multiple walls created a true defense, as solid as Naruto could make it in his worn-out condition. Run! Girin did not run. She stepped in front of Naruto, her arms stretched out after going through a flurry of 9-hand seals. Shodan, Suishohiki, Hachi, no Jin, Crystal Release, Jade Crystal Wall, 8th Formation. The closest wall of wood was reinforced by her crystal release, hardening it to a level where Yagura's Bijidama was blocked. Blocked but not deflected. The mass of chakra that was fired at them exploded, engulfing the area. The last which Naruto saw before his senses were blinded was Girin. Girin, who created one last barrier of crystal in a last-ditch effort to keep them alive, to keep Yukimaru and him safe from the explosion. Why? He hated to admit it, but Kakuzu knew that this wasn't really looking in his favor. His chakra reserves were slinking fast, and his attacks seemed to have little effect. To make matters worse, the unleashed Bijou launched an attack which went beyond his capacity to stop. He hoped that his partner would be able to dodge this. Perhaps I should have helped out the brat rather than hoard chakra while he wore himself down. Then again, teamwork has never really been an issue we had to bother with. He was too weak, but this battle changed something in him. Kid's really grown up. Whether his Mokuton kept the creature suppressed or not, the boy is still a Jinchuriki. Kakuzu mumbled to himself. He'll need more training. Tiger. Sam. Hot. Kakuzu slammed his hands to the ground. Doton. Sando no Jutsu. Earth Release. Sandwich Technique. Two enormous rock formations rose from the ground on either side of the sandby. With a thunderous force, the two boulders crashed into the beast. With the power that Kakuzu wielded, the rock formations were great enough to even dwarf a monster like the sandby. Even if the creature had more chakra, these boulders were superior in weight. Kakuzu wasn't convinced that he could kill Yagura, but wearing Yagura down should be something this jutsu could achieve. From the previous Jinchuriki, which Kakuzu had fought, among which two of the former Jinchuriki of the Nanabai, he knew that a Jinchuriki could only maintain their transformations for a limited amount of time. Those are mostly weaklings, Genin or Chunin, perhaps lower-ranked Jonin at best. Yagura is on a wholly different level. Coughing from all the dust which had been kicked up, Naruto regained his senses. He couldn't feel his left leg from the knee down, and when he looked wide, he noticed how a large shard of crystal had pierced the limb. The wooden walls had failed. The crystal wall had failed. But the barriers had done enough to ensure that Girin's last line of defense had worked. Heaving and panting, the blue-haired girl sat on her hands and knees, too exhausted to notice that Naruto had woken up. The stench of smoke reached Naruto's nose. Small wonder. With all the wood and trees that had caught fire due to the explosion, smoke was to be expected. Struggling to get up, Naruto vaguely noted that the Hozuki boy had survived the ordeal as well, even though his prison had shattered. Suigetsu was an unconscious puddle, so there was no risk of escaping. There are different priorities right now. Naruto ignored the bounty. Kakuzu would be pissed at him for not caring about the money, but that was a risk Naruto was willing to take. Oi, Girin. She ignored him. Still on her hands and knees, Naruto wondered why she didn't respond. He felt her chakra, even though her reserves had dwindled down to next to nothing, so she was alive. Hello. So you did manage to survive. Told you he would. Zetsu a leg, please, Naruto grumbled. Living close to Kakuzu brought a recurring process of losing limbs. His own arm was strong, or perhaps it was because Kakuzu did not target it, but the 3 limbs which had been replaced by Toby were quite fragile in comparison. Fortunately, Zetsu could replace the lost tissue, being made out of the same goo as Toby. It always took some time before it got adjusted to his chakra, but it definitely was a better option than continuing without a leg. Seems like even Kakuzu is pressured. Good thing that Mei-chan decided to cut her losses and retreat. She would not have aided Yagura, idiot, but she didn't want Kiri to lose the Sanbai either. For once the whiter half managed to silence the blacker half. Whatever. The main point is that you should get out there and back up Kakuzu. If he died, it would be bad. Kakuzu is useful to Akatsuki. Whatever, Naruto grunted while he carefully tried out his new leg. The adjustment went remarkably fast. Too fast, almost. Then again, Naruto had a weird feeling about his own chakra. His little outer body experience had given him the impression that he was incomplete. Perhaps that is why my power is lagging behind that of Hashirama. When you're done sobbing, could we have that? We're quite hungry from all the traveling today. For the first time, Girin reacted, and Naruto realized why she had been so silent. She had the boy in her arms, his torso littered with crystal shards, blood running down from his mount and his nose. His eyes were closed, and Yukimaru had an oddly peaceful smile on his face. "You leave him alone," she snapped with such ferocity that Zetsu backed off. "There are a few corpses in that direction," Naruto pointed. "This one is off limits. Unless you want to be turned into crystal, of course. As is the one with the eye patch. We need his bounty. HMPF, young flesh is more tender. Less muscles and more healthful fats." "Just do it," Naruto grunted. Zetsu shrugged, both the black and the white shoulder perfectly synchronized, and sank into the ground. "Girin, he's dead. Yukimaru, he shielded me when..." It was an oddly foreign emotion, which Naruto felt. Seeing the girl sob, seeing the motionless body of the boy. The child had sacrificed himself for the sake of the girl he liked. Why? So many people were clinging onto their own lives, while others threw away their own for the sake of others. His connection opened him to the world, to the lives and deaths of all life around him. Why were humans so different in the complexity of their emotions? Animals could lay down their lives for the sake of their offspring or their partners, but not for... Something big happened by the sounds of it. As if a mountain collapsed, the sound drew him away from his thoughts. "Stay here," Naruto grunted. He strode past her. Why did the boy die with a smile? Was Girin that precious to the boy? He wanted to understand it. He wanted to know why people valued life so much and the lives of others. Kakuzu and Zetsu had taught him the value of death, but what Girin and Yukimaru showed Naruto was something different. It felt similar to the Yamanaka woman, who had offered her body, so desperate that she tried to buy her survival through the act of sex. These emotions they displayed were abnormal. To him, at least. Naruto had been shown many things, but a tree could not explain him how humans functioned, why they did what they did. The animalistic survival and parenting instincts was one thing, but friendship? What is the value of life? Kakuzu held the creature at its place with the two gigantic boulders when Naruto's trees erupted from the ground, entangling the bijou. Higher and higher, tighter and tighter the trees strangled Yagura. Naruto was practically running on fumes, giving him a moment of inspiration. He might not have chakra, but if he could someone gain strength form the energy outside his body, why not siphon Yagura's? Thorns as thick as a human's arm grew from the trees that bound the Sanbai, piercing the relatively soft red flesh, which wasn't shielded by its shell. For Yukimaru, for Girin, Naruto felt determined to make this work. Yagura had to fall, or the sacrifices which they had made would be utterly pointless. Kakuzu allowed himself a smile when he saw how Naruto began to suppress the Mizuki's power. It started slowly, but minute after minute, it became more obvious that the Sanbai was shrinking, until, with a billowing cloud of smoke, the Sanbai vanished. "Good work, brat. The investment actually paid off," Kakuzu chuckled darkly. The compliment didn't really seem to reach the blue-eyed boy, though. His eyes held a glimmer of emotion which Kakuzu hadn't seen before. Well, not since the first time they had fought, at least. That time, when the brat was merely a genin of Konohagakure, he had desperately tried to protect his teammates, especially the girl with the pink hair. That boy had failed his mission, being too weak, too naive. But right now, this Naruto was beginning to become a man who might eventually upset the balance of the world. Kakuzu loved those kinds of people. Any shift in power was always accompanied by a fresh wave of bounties, as those who lost power often ended up becoming Kakuzu's prey. If he kept growing at this rate, Naruto might actually become the strongest shinobi the world had seen since Hashirama. Perhaps even better, if Kakuzu took the QB into account. A worthy adversary. Exhausted, Naruto collapsed. The only things which were left to remember the outburst of power were the monumental trees that still stood strong. The might of the Mokuton was vast. Even if this boy was yet unworthy of even standing in the shadow of a man like Hashirama, time would eventually change that. Yes, those would definitely be interesting times. The war which Akatsuki promised would change the shape of all the nations. Just like how Hashirama ended the Warring States era, this boy, in a few more years of training, would be capable of initiating the end of the era of the hidden villages. How the mighty have fallen, Kakuzu sneered when he finally reached the paralyzed form of the Mizukichi. You filthy rebel scum, the boy. The boy beat you, Kakuzu chuckled. His Mokuton certainly is a useful gift, don't you agree? No, other my boy. He must mean the other child. The dead one? Yes. He looked tasty. Too bad we couldn't eat him. That woman would have been annoying if she fought us. And the child didn't have much flesh on his bones anyway. Dead. Yagura's pink eyes went wide, and then went blank. I see my legacy. My death is just into the bloodline. Kakuzu wondered what now unconscious tiny Mizukichi had said when Zetsu realized the truth. Oh, so that is it. Seems likely. That explains the boy's chakra. It was akin to that of the Sanbai for a reason. Black Zetsu grimaced slightly. Too bad he had died. The secrets that we could have unraveled from the offspring of a Jinchuriki. So the brat was his bastard, Kakuzu smirked. It makes sense. That was why the snake wanted him back after Kiri stole the boy. Research my ass, the boy was bait. What a coward. Isn't it smart to dispose of a stronger opponent that way? Only a fool places his trust in someone like him. Kakuzu glared at Zetsu. Now, what is the plan? What does Pain want this guy? Bring him to the nearest base. That's going to be quite a long walk. He'd wake up. We'll visit Orochimaru and Sasori. They were working on a poison that should keep a Jinchuriki subdued. Yagura has always been considered to be a troublesome one to catch. This was an unexpected stroke of luck. We'll go to a nearby base of Odo first, Kakuzu decided. That snake owes me my money for the Hozuki. Besides, traveling too close to Konoha isn't exactly what I want right now. Your money? The money you gather is for the sake of Akatsuki. And Naruto couldn't help too. Actually, it was the girl who caught the Hozuki, nitwit. Meanie. Moron. Stinky. Shut your damn mouth, you annoying vegetable. Kakuzu ignored the protests of both Zetsu, grabbed both unconscious Jinchuriki, and threw them on one shoulder each. When you visit Orochimaru and Sasori, get some military rations pills as well. The sooner the brat is back on his feet, the better. Actually, make sure taste one of those pills yourself first. I don't want to end up getting poisoned by those two madmen. If this brat dies now, it would be a huge waste of all my time and effort. Author's notes. Zetsu's spore technique, which he used against Mei, was the same one he also used in the manga when Sasuke and Obito crashed the Kage summit. I'm afraid I made White Zetsu somewhat OOC, mostly because I felt like a bit more comedy should be added to the story. He's already carefree and playful, causing the semi-schizophrenic arguments between Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. As for Naruto's growth in power, well, I somehow translated a debate between realism and modernistic views into the Narrativeverse. That weird moment of inspiration offered a good way at explaining Senjutsu, at how I envision Naruto to reach out to the natural energy around him. Have you ever noticed how similar Yukimura looked when compared to Yagura? With only the boy's mother known and the mysterious connection he had to the Sanbai, I eventually got the idea for this bastard plotline. That was why Yagura came out of Kiri, or why May imprisoned such a young boy. Fundamental to this assumption, of course, is that idea that Yagura is far older than he looks. Like most bijou, the Sanbai also gave his Jinchuriki unique traits, like sensing malice, spouting ink, controlling sand, matching hair colors, etc. Turtles age slowly and are a symbol for longevity. So I made the assumption that the Sanbai slowed down the age process of its Jinchuriki, thus explaining Yagura's childlike appearance. In case you saw a typo, my beta illuminated is enjoying a well-deserved vacation with his family. Of course, I could have waited another few weeks before publishing this, but somehow I figured you'd rather see me upload this now. But if I did slip up somewhere, please notify me. Talking about reviews, I wonder why some expect me to write some kind of boring Mary Sue type of character who gets everything instantly. For instance, what would be the point of writing this story if he'd get his memories back right away? He has flaws and needs to overcome them. Oh well, perhaps I should have studied psychology instead of economics. Chapter 5. An impediment. O ye gods, grant us what is good whether we pray for it or not, but keep evil from us even though we pray for it. Plato. Contrary to the difficulty of catching them, sealing the bijou was merely a long and tedious task. Filtering the chakra from the Sanbai out of Yagura's body required the usage of various seals, which had to be empowered during the entire process of the extraction. Using a large, but very well hidden, cave, all members of Akatsuki had gathered around an ominous and gigantic statue. It was a hideout much like many of the others which Naruto had seen during his travels with Kakuzu. But this statue was something he had never seen before. The Geto Mazo, the demonic statue of the outer path, was the vessel in which all the bijou would be sealed. From what Naruto gathered, Akatsuki would use this unnerving thing as a means to wage a war unlike any before. It would be the ultimate weapon. If people feared a single bijou, then the combined might of all 9 was simply unfathomable, especially after facing Yagura, who only held the Sanbai within him. The bits of information which Naruto had picked up seemed to indicate that the bijou only got stronger relative to the number of tails they had. If the 3 tails posed such a threat, what impossible power would the 9 tails possess? 9 members of Akatsuki had gathered for the occasion. The first Jinchuriki that they had caught, a fact that made Kisame complain that it was unfair that Kakuzu and Kunomori had gotten an unfair advantage. But as Zetsu's information had pointed out, their leader had explained that the capture of Igura was a welcome chance. If the Mizukage had fallen during the rebellion, a civil war he was already losing, there would be an undetermined amount of time that they had to wait until the Sanbai reformed. So in spite of being ahead of schedule, Pain had agreed with the judgment of Zetsu and Kakuzu, and prior to the sealing ritual, he had even commended Naruto for his contribution to their cause. Well, Kunomori. He did not know Naruto's real name. After all, after that discussion, they had spent 3 days, 3 boring and long days, at sealing of the Sanbai. Days made even more boring by Haiden, with his ravings about murder and mayhem. 72 long hours, while Naruto actually longed for a good night's rest and some wholesome food. But instead of getting some rest, they had hurried to this shitty cave right after the battle with Yagura. He had barely gotten the chance to say farewell to Girin. Why had that been so important to him? He couldn't say, before she returned to the base of Otogeikure, carrying Sujetsu with her. Zetsu had brought the money which Orochimaru had promised, even including the amount which he had offered for Yukimura, despite the boy's death. That was the only thing for which they had taken the time. Yukimura's burial, a grave of crystal and wood. A peaceful place for a boy too innocent for this unforgiving world. The sad story of Yukimura's mother, however, was not something Naruto expected to hear. Girin seemed to have an odd kind of reluctance to kill, even when it was her mission to do so. It was confusing him, the entire notion of mourning the dead. Though, Naruto figured he never had anyone he cared enough about to mourn if they should die. Kakuzu might be one. I'd hate it if someone other than me killed that bastard. It is done, Pain finally announced. Within the cave, only Naruto, Kakuzu, and the two sides of Zetsu were there. The others were some kind of projection. Why the 10th member was absent was something Naruto hadn't figured out yet. Fucking finally, the shadowy projection of hide and wind. 3 days of doing nothing. I want to kill something. As if you didn't tell us that already, Naruto grumbled. Hey brat, if you got strong enough to catch Yagura, you should be strong enough for a duel, don't you think? Kisame, eager as always, challenged Naruto. I promise it won't be a total fuck-up of a match like you always have with that idiot tag-along of mine. Hey, I'd rather get some sleep and food. Naruto didn't bother to hide his foul mood. I am starving. And we need to deliver our package to the bounty station. Kakuzu had sealed AO away, not willing to let the body decay, while they had to spend time on sealing the standby. Kunamori will go to Amage Cure. Pain cut off the discussion. From the recordings which Zetsu showed me earlier, you still need training. You have potential, but you are young and inexperienced. Training? Naruto blinked. Damn, this is just another attempt from Kakuzu to get me killed, isn't it? Kakuzu can't continue with his bounty hunting. Bringing in money is crucial at this stage. Pain remained completely stoically as always, ignoring Naruto's whining. But you, Kunamori, if you wish to achieve a level of skill that approaches that of the Shodai Hokage, you will need space to train without distractions. A place where no other nation can find you. And will offer that. As you command, Leader Sama, Naruto sighed in defeat. The 6 shadowy figures fluttered and disappeared. The massive statue, the Gedomazo, was reverse-summoned and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto let himself fall backwards, too tired to keep standing. Ugh, and more traveling. You should be cautious around Pain. He sees everything. Not everything, but with his Rinnegan he does see a lot. More than we'd like. Why is it so important for me to hide who I am? Naruto grumbled. This whole Kunamori crap pisses me off. I keep forgetting it is supposed to be my name. Pain is rather vindictive, Kakuzu explained. And he holds a grudge against Konoha. Which would imply that I originally hail from Konohagakure? Naruto blinked. Why did Zetsu use Toby to save my life? You were dying, but you had an unusual chakra. We've rarely seen people with as much yang energy as you. That is why we made Toby save you. Although when he did, something unusual happened. What? Naruto wondered why Black Zetsu scowled like that, and White Zetsu suddenly had that sheepish smile. Seeing both expressions at once was rather peculiar. Big mouth. He deserves to understand the danger. That he does. Fine. Toby wasn't supposed to completely merge with you. Your chakra was stronger than we had anticipated. So Toby lost himself, and you lost your memories. Which you undoubtedly found very inconvenient, Naruto remarked, sarcasm almost tangibly radiating from him. So bad that you had a perfect little tool which didn't even remember who he was. Very. Not really. Controlling Toby would have been easier. Oh yes, that's true. At least you don't lie about it. Naruto laughed mirthlessly. So why tell me? Because the ability you gained through Toby, your Mokuton, is valuable. And we don't want Pain to kill you. It would mean the destruction of the entire investment we made. Seems like even our great leader isn't aware of what his minions do. And you being a spy probably also implies that you control the information he gets, Naruto noted. Smart. I knew you were manipulative, but never expected it to be this bad. We do what we need to do. Pain is difficult. He has a strong will, making it hard to convince him. The old guy didn't have any alternatives at the time, though. Pain killed AIM's previous leader, Hanzo, not too long ago. He also murdered the man's parents, wife, and children, plus all of his friends. Like said, he really knows how to hold a grudge. And he likes Konoha just as much as he liked Hanzo. So you'd better watch your step. Whatever. I'm not eager to die. Naruto yawned and got up. Let's go, Kakuto. I'll put up a house outside. Growing in this place doesn't really feel right. Too much tainted chakra. That statue wasn't natural. Fine, Kakuzu wouldn't admit it, but he could use some rest as well. Zetsu waved goodbye, the whiter half, at least, and sank into the ground. Naruto swaggered out of the cave, following Kakuzu, who had the same pace as always. Judging by how exhausted he felt, Naruto figured he would be able to get a proper rest for the first time in weeks. I wonder what Yagura's body will fetch, Kakuzu mumbled to himself, causing Naruto to chuckle. HM, well, with you gone for a time, I have to get some extra Rio. Yeah, sucks to be you. You won't even have someone to do all the work for you now. Imagine how your monthly revenue will drop without the bounties I caught for you. I trained you in return for the bounties you brought in. You mean you tried to kill me? Naruto retorted. He put his hands on the ground after having gone through a sequence of hand seals. Being far enough from the cave, Naruto created a two-room building, with little more than the beds they needed to sleep on. Naruto couldn't be bothered with other details. Except that I didn't kill you. Kakuzu seemed somewhat amused by the irony of Naruto's line of reasoning. Unlike everyone else I've worked with up till now. Why? You're interesting, Brad. It has been a long while since anyone like you existed. Even that little girlfriend of yours noticed. Girin isn't Dash. The blonde was cut off by the sound of Kakuzu closing the door of his bedroom. He thinks I'm interesting? Is he actually pulling a joke? Perhaps Yagura hit him harder than I expected. Oh well, I'm going to crash. Who cares what he thinks about Girin? As long as Kakuzu doesn't kill her, it'll be... Wait, why am I suddenly thinking that her survival is important? She had knocked first, but when there came no answer, she carefully opened the door. Tsunade-sama. Shizen. The Senju acknowledged that she heard her assistant. The older woman sat in the window opening, staring out into the village. What is wrong? Team 10 has returned from their mission. I see, Tsunade sighed. Send them in. Asuma, Choji, Shikamaru, and lastly, Ino entered the office. Ino was a bit startled by the strong smell of alcohol. Apparently, the older blonde had gone through another few days in which she was remembering the past, as Shizen called it. Melancholia and alcoholism didn't combine too well in Tsunade's case, as Ino had discovered shortly after Naruto's death. Tsunade was a fearsome kunoichi, but sadly less strong as a woman. Though after all the people Tsunade had lost, Ino couldn't blame her. Just when the old Senju had finally found someone to believe in, she once again lost that person. Fate was cruel that way. Ino, Asuma, report. Would it be that troublesome to note that we're here too? Shikamaru grumbled. We failed to locate the Mokuton user Kunomori, although we did find further evidence that he's real. The village where we went had several houses that were constructed by someone with a Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. Asuma explained in further detail. Shikamaru had a bad habit of skipping past the details, apparently being too lazy to discuss the little things, rather leaving those to others. Each building was constructed of one tree, and the wood contained faint traces of chakra. Too weak to properly take samples for analysis, though. Like I said, Mokuton, Shikamaru sighed. And the villagers? What did they see? There was one man with a black robe, upon which were red clouds. Ino reported what she had seen in the memories of others. The man was mostly masked, but his eyes were strange. Green irides, no pupils, and red sclerae. The other did not sport the same clouds on his robe, but was also mostly covered. This was the one who created the buildings with his wood release, and who was called Kunomori. He was about my age, had shoulder-length spiky blonde hair, and blue eyes. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, almost in a grimace, and stared at Ino. His eyes lacked the same radiance, Tsunade-sama, but it could, perhaps. Ino, Asuma warned, shaking his head. We've been over this before. It couldn't have been him. I know, but I would like to be sure. Ino hesitated. Tsunade-sama, can I ask for permission to track down Kunomori to ascertain his true identity? The Godame Hokage walked away from the window and slumped down in her chair. Opening the drawer, she took out a nearly empty bottle of sake and downed what little that had remained in the bottle. With a deep sigh, almost more akin to a groan, she turned her eyes up and looked into Ino's turquoise eyes. Tsunade saw a glimmer of hope in those eyes for the first time in years, replacing some of the pain which the girl tried to hide. Declined. But Tisane-sama dash. I said no, Ino, Tsunade frowned. Listen, things have changed, she sighed, momentarily allowing herself to look as exhausted as she felt. Jiraiya sent a report. The Mizukage has fallen in battle. The rebels actually managed to conquer Kirigakure. Asuma wondered why this news was brought with such an expression. This was good news for Konoha, as the rebels were less opposed to outsiders as the paranoid Yonde Mizukage had been. No, it was Akatsuki. Shikamaru had connected the dots. Kunomori. Yes, two men, wearing black cloaks with red clouds on them, were seen battling Yagura. The leader of the rebel forces was somehow involved in the incident, but she got away. She claimed that she had fought against Kakazu, a missing mean from Takigakure, who was presumed to have died decades ago, and Kunomori. So Kunomori is part of Akatsuki, yes. Tsunade finished the sentence for Ino. Jiraiya seems to think that Akatsuki is targeting the Jinchuriki for some reason. So if that blonde boy was truly Naruto, he would never have entered an organization which wants him dead. It leaves no other option than Kunomori simply being someone who looks somewhat similar. Shikamaru only saw this as further evidence to a claim he had already made when Ino first spoke of the blonde member of Akatsuki. Besides, we all know Naruto. He would never have done the things which this Kunomori did, nor would he have stayed away from Konoha for this long. I'm sorry, Ino, but it isn't him. She could dash. Ino wanted to protest, to scream, to scratch his eyes out for that cold analysis of his, until she saw the grimace on his face. He tried to remain calm and analytical, but his emotions... I know. I'm sorry for being such an idiot. Ino, we know you didn't. You're not an idiot. Choji tried to, but couldn't find the right words. So Kunomori and this Kakazu, they battled and won against both the leader of the Kiri rebels and the Mizukage himself. How immensely strong is that organization? Asuma tried to steer the conversation in a different direction. The subject of Naruto was always something which hurt Tsunade a lot. Not to mention that it was still an open wound for Ino. He couldn't blame the girl for hoping for the impossible. Tough. He didn't know how he would react if something happened to Kurenai. Yes, I'll soon issue a warning for all our forces about Akatsuki, but until then, I expect you four to be silent about it, understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. As much as I'd want to, Chunin wouldn't stand a chance against an S-ranked shinobi like that Kunomori. Hell, even most of my jonin would lose. Yagura was supposedly someone who had mastered using his chakra, after all. What's that supposed to mean? Choji wondered. Of course someone would master dash. He was Jinchuriki, Choji, Asuma interrupted. It is extremely difficult to deal with the chakra of a bijou. Rumor has it that Kyumo has a Jinchuriki who also mastered it. It essentially grants the Jinchuriki the complete power of the bijou. That's troublesome. Very, Tsunade nodded. So you'll understand that we can't actively investigate someone who managed to defeat Yagura? Jiraiya will keep his eyes open. After all, Akatsuki has proven that it has become a very serious threat. While she knew that the arguments were right, Ino felt bitter when she left the office. She wanted to hurry home, seek the solitude of her room, and let her emotions run free. She bit her lip at the very thought of it, but managed to control herself. Not now, only when no one saw her, not even her parents. They had worried enough about her, Ino thought. Not to mention that Naruto's death had affected them too, considering how Naruto essentially lived next door and had lived with the family for the first 10 years, until he stubbornly declared that he was big enough to live on independently, like a grown-up. Ino felt, in spite of it all, a smile on her face when she thought about how her mother had secretly provided him with food after his first attempts at cooking had failed miserably. Village hidden by rain. No shit, Naruto grumbled. making splash with each step. It was pouring, and the entire region seemed to be filled with either water or mud. A dreary and depressing country, Naruto concluded, drenched in water and sorrow. Still, there were some plants. Not much, but in his current state, he felt it all. Ever since the battle against Yagura, he had noticed how much sharper his senses had become when it came to the flora around him. I'd rather figure out why and how I got that extra chakra, though. That burning sensation on the forehead aside, it was pretty pleasant to feel how the energy of nature can be my energy. With long strides, Naruto followed the path. Lakes were everywhere, leaving little room for normal people to travel over. Bridges connected the muddy areas which rose above the water level. Naruto had passed through an abandoned village before, or what had been the remains of the village. War had torn through this nation and had left deep wounds. The only thing that did not seem to come in a shortage was cemeteries. It was odd to travel alone. Zetsu had popped up a few times during these past 2 days, until he got too close to Amage Cure, but without Kakazu grumbling about something, it was rather quiet. Naruto almost felt free. Almost. It annoyed him that he had been left with no choice but to enter another dangerous area. Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, also governed Amage Cure. And if what Zetsu said was true, or even partially true, then Naruto had to watch his steps. Whatever Konoha had done to the man, Pain was said to hold a serious grudge against the village and its population, even though Naruto didn't even remember living in Konoha. Perhaps I should have just turned against Zetsu and gone to Konoha instead? Not that it would really solve anything. I can barely hope to defeat people like Kakuzu, and Kisame is probably an even more annoying opponent. Not to mention the guy who keeps all those monsters on a leash. Defecting from Akatsuki would be a stupid decision. It would only put Konoha in danger. Besides, whether I go there or not, I can't even remember living there, so what does it matter to me? Hell, for all I know, Konoha might just as well treat me like a traitor. A nagging voice in the back of his head wondered whether he had bonds during his old life like Girin and Yukimaru had. Somehow he envied the girl because he lacked those bonds. On the other hand, it worried him when he saw how much pain losing those precious people could cause. Yukimaru's death had left the girl devastated. She had gone back to serve Orochimaru, but seemed to lack the same devotion which Naruto had seen when they had first met. The fire within her was extinguished, leaving only a shell of her old personality. It was an odd concept for Naruto to feel worried about someone. Kakuzu had pestered him with it, and Zetsu had quickly copied that, but Naruto lacked a proper understanding of what it meant to be friends, let alone what it meant to go beyond friendship. Quickly losing interest in teasing someone who didn't understand, White Zetsu instead brought more books. Romance seemed pleasant enough in those books, proving that White Zetsu for once was actually helpful rather than annoying, but it seemed to Naruto like he was completely different from the people who were in those books, especially those Ika books. Zetsu said that those were the most interesting, but Naruto felt more confused by them than anything else. He couldn't imagine himself to be close enough to anyone to do those sorts of things. Then again, he lacked anyone who he would call a friend. In fact, Girin was the first person of his own age whom he had formed a bond with, no matter how fragile the bond was. She had saved him, he had saved her, and they held a certain respect for each other's strength. That was about it. But sad as it was, that was the closest thing he had to a friend. She at least didn't see him as a tool, like Zetsu and Kakuzu did. But unlike the stories from the books, Naruto knew nothing about Girin, nor could he say he felt any of the arousal which those books described. So that pretty much ruled her out. Fording Trough, a shallow river. The bridge had been broken. Naruto felt rather annoyed that he was told to minimize the usage of his chakra. Crossing the water by simply walking over it would have been much easier. But he wasn't willing to ignore Kakuzu's advice either. The man may be a sadistic asshole, but he did have an enormous amount of experience. Naruto had been beaten often enough to know that Kakuzu knew what he was doing as a shinobi. The man always seemed to know his next move. An hour later, Naruto finally reached a path which seemed to be used more often. The rain only seemed to pour down harder and harder while he moved closer to Aim, until he got close enough to see tall buildings in the distance. Very tall, actually. Amigakure looked completely different from any city or village which Naruto had seen before. A little while later, Naruto reached some sort of gate. Behind the gate was a bridge that led to Aim, and Naruto figured the village was surrounded by water. This would be the only way for civilians to enter. The two men standing at the gate also seemed accustomed to scaring civilians. Alt, who goes there? Cheesy, Naruto sighed. Too cheesy. What? Can't you at least be a little less of a cliché? Get lost, brat, the other growled. Both men were slightly taller than Naruto, sporting dark and dark gray colored clothes, and the only thing which somewhat drew Naruto's interest were their straw hats. Nice hats, Naruto smiled, although he knew neither man could see this through the mask at the low half of his face. Sure would offer a good way to keep my head dry. Go buy one somewhere else, brat. Yeah. Nope. It would appear that I have to go to Aim, so please let me through. No one is to enter the village without the permission of Kami-sama or Tenchi-sama, Angel-sama. But you're a lousy infiltrator if you dash. To know who they are, and I don't give a damn either. Now, get out of my way. You're starting to annoy me. Cocky little brat. The guard on Naruto's left took out an umbrella, apparently wanting to attack Naruto with the thing. Not that he got the chance. Vines erupted from the muddy soil, effortlessly breaking through the bricks, and enveloped the two not-too-intelligent guards. An umbrella would do nicely too, Naruto shrugged, walking forward to take the item from the bound man. HM, I guess I shouldn't kill you. I would make a bad first impression on Pain if I did that, I suppose. The rain slowed, and Naruto noticed several sheets of paper. The shelter near the gate, used by the guards whenever there wasn't anyone approaching, also sported a small origami figure of an angel. Ah, so you're Tenchi-sama, Conan, Naruto chuckled. Well, you have the looks for it, I'll give you that. The paper fluttered in front of him and led forward. Okay, I'll follow. Conan was waiting, silent as usual, within Amigakure. She led him into one of the tallest buildings at the western side of the village. Many stairs later, Naruto stood in front of the man known as Pain. The man radiated a chakra which seemed to be equal to that of a Jinchuriki, making Naruto guarded. But what unnerved him most about the man were his eyes. The light purple sclerae and irides with a ripple pattern that spread over the eyeball. Aside from the eyes, Pain looked relatively normal. The piercings were a bit odd, but not too unusual. The spiky orange hair was kinda cool, in Naruto's opinion. For some reason, he really liked the color. So, you are Konamori, Pain, or at least his Deva Path said. And you know stand-up comedian. It worked on Kisame, Naruto shrugged. I am Pain, Pain said, as if that explained it all. It would appear this one victory has made the boy overconfident. Conan spoke for the first time. Yeah, getting my butt kicked and having to be rescued at least twice definitely made me very overconfident. Fedno, I need training. Last battle, I found some kind of shoddy way to increase power, and I want to figure out how I did it. Besides, my control over my Kekkei Genkai is still subpar. Naruto was somewhat sarcastic, but spoke honestly. I've been walking through this depressing rain for half a day, and you blame me for trying to make a joke? Zetsu has a bad influence on you. Pain eventually sighed. But that is not the point. Zetsu showed me the recordings of the battle, so I know what happened during the battle against Yagura. He can do that. Naruto blinked. That son of a bit. Acorn. That would have made things so much easier. Listening to them talking is freaking annoying, so if they had a way to record and show events. Zetsu has a habit of fooling people, Pain groused. Naruto felt his heart skip a beat, thinking that Pain had figured out that he was from Konoha. But fortunately, nothing followed. During the battle, you lost control of yourself. Why? WY? Air. That's kind of hard to explain. Naruto scratched the edge of his face mask. The drying fabric was rather itchy. Try us. Conan wasn't exactly what Naruto would describe as a cheerful person. In fact, As much as he despised Haydn, the immortal idiot was easier to have around than the stoic and cold woman. Naruto just couldn't gauge her personality. It was almost as if she was already dead on the inside. Fine. Mokuton is a Kekkei Genkai, which allows me to manipulate trees, but also pretty much all the other vegetation. But other than using them for battle, I can sense them, as if they're somehow connected to my body, which makes this place rather annoying for me. The blonde gestured around, to nothing in particular, as the industrialized surrounding and the high metal towers made it nearly impossible for him to sense the nature around him. Anyway, everything is driven by energy. All living beings somehow contain some chakra, even when they aren't born with the ability to manipulate chakra. But whether it's humans, animals, or plants, all things contain a certain energy. Pain nodded. His Rinnegan had already shown him this to some degree, although he was aware that normal shinobi were blind to this. Through my connection to nature, I'm rather susceptible to being controlled by it, rather than being the one who controls. Control by nature? Conan frowned. Naruto almost remarked on the fact that she was capable of facial expressions, but considering whom he was dealing with, it seemed foolish to say. How can nature control you? I'd say that the energy that permeates throughout nature has a will of its own. I can't say that I understand, nor have I had a chance to reach out to it like I did during the battle against Yagura. I suppose that during the fight, I was pressured to the point that I tried to use energy that wasn't my own, subconsciously tapping into the natural energy that is everywhere. It felt like I tapped into the energy of all of nature. I mean, a tree doesn't really make distinctions like we do. To nature, life and death aren't beginnings or endings. The fundamental rules are completely different, making it hard to understand from our human point of view. Is that why you got that symbol on your head? Naruto wondered how Pain managed to not make that sound like a question. Symbol. In Zetsu's recordings, we saw how you had a red dot on your forehead, with a red circle around it, Conan clarified. I had. Naruto blinked. I suppose I was due to that burning sensation. Explains why Girin was looking at me like that, he mused. So this natural energy, how do you use it? Beats me, Naruto blurted out. Well, I know roughly what it was and what happened, but it is hard to understand, and even harder to repeat. It is due to my Kekkei Genkai that I could do it once, but repeating it, well, that's why I agreed that I need more training. I mean, I know how to regain control now, but how to tap into that energy, it is a source of power that is simply too enormous to control or understand. I had to find a way to somehow accept that I couldn't control it so that I could retain my sanity. If that even makes any sense. It doesn't, Pain said monotonously. That is why you will train. Here, in Amage Cure, you can train without interruptions. Your abilities will become important in our pursuit of capturing all the Jinchuriki. Right? Any chance I get to learn why Akatsuki is doing it? Conan looked at Pain, who seemed to be wondering whether to tell Naruto or not. Naruto could barely read the man's expressions, but Conan had known Pain far longer than he had. Too many people have died on these grounds. Pain referred to Amage Cure. Their pain was what caused me to grow up. Even an ignorant and foolish child can grow up into a man once he knows pain. One's words and one's thoughts will change accordingly. Within that endless life of pain, I continued to grow and cease to be a man. Yes, the man became a god. A god, Naruto said, unsure whether or not he finally found someone who surpassed Haydn in terms of lunacy. Things that I could not see when I was still a man are clear to me as a god. And since I am a god, I can do things that would be impossible for any human. To put it simply, this is evolution. I suppose that you want to use the bijou to inflict so much pain to everyone that more people evolve. No, I shall put an end to this pitiful world where men do nothing but fight. I will bring justice. That is the duty of a god. Pain's ripple-patterned eyes stared at Naruto. The man was completely serious, deadly calm, and there was not a single sign that he was mentally unbalanced. Other than the fact that he called himself a god, of course. I intend to use the bijou to create a new jutsu, one so powerful that it will lay waste to an entire country in one blow. It will be a weapon of unprecedented power and magnitude. Killing everyone would be a solution, I suppose. Naruto frowned. I have to admit that it doesn't make me all too happy about working for you, though. Many people shall die, and then the surviving masses shall live in terror. People, countries, the world, they shall all know pain. Their fear shall act as a deterrent, and the conflict will end. One might say that this is the path to stability and that the world is growing up. Pain will force the world to mature the same way it forced me. Pain narrowed his eyes. The hand of God is necessary to guide the world, to set it on the path to maturity. I am a God who believes in the principle of peace, but this world is still a child. So you're telling someone who has spent years as a bounty hunter about your plan? Naruto felt some disbelief. Was this man truly trying to bring peace to the world? Kakuzu spoke of a great war. I guess he wasn't too far from a point. If the war escalates to such a level that everyone begins to hate it, perhaps there can be peace. But I doubt it'll make people abandon their grudges. Mankind can hate all it wants, as long as it doesn't act. Pain seemed to understand Naruto's jab. But why Akatsuki? If you're a god, like you claim, why not do it all yourself? Amage Cure needs to be protected from the larger nations that have waged their wars on our ground. Akatsuki speeds up the realization of our goals, especially with regard to the sealing process, which would take far longer if not for the other members. So his power isn't limitless. Good. For a moment, I wondered if he truly was a god. Naruto looked at Konan, whose impassive posture didn't indicate one opinion or the other, and then looked at Pain. I can't say I understand humans. I see nature for what it is. If anything, I'd say that mankind is disconnected from the laws of nature. The old send the young to die, rather than foster the next generation like any responsible animal would do. A fox would only eat as much as it needs, yet men hoard wealth and power, leaving the majority of their kind impoverished. Your plan may end war, but will it change the world? People can never understand each other. The world of shinobi is governed by hatred. A chain of hatred, as one act of hatred causes the next. That is history. How would you face this hatred in order to build peace? I created Akatsuki in order to break that chain of hatred. The fear of pain will put an end to war. It will lead the world to stability and peace. In peace, mankind may change its habits. In peace, mankind may remove the inequality. For without strive, one cannot exert power. Without power, one cannot hoard wealth. Naruto frowned but nodded. He couldn't find a single opening in Pain's line of reasoning. The world was a dark and dirty place. Perhaps plunging the world into such darkness that people would collectively seek refuge in the light was a valid path. No sacrifice, no victory. Victory and defeat are irrelevant. What I want is peace. Still, such a forced peace, it might last a generation. Or two, perhaps even a bit longer. But eventually people will forget. And then the wars will begin anew? Naruto pondered. I see. I suppose peace is a better cause to commit to than war. Not that I can claim to know what either truly is. I'm too inexperienced. But I can't find a lie in your words. You aren't deceiving me, like all the others. Naruto began to smirk, because despite not lying, it was clear that Pain wasn't telling him everything. But you still view me as a tool. God or no, I'll warn you that this tool has its thorns. Very well. Pain did not seem to care. Konan, make sure Kunamori gets a room, as well as an attendant. We can't have him assault our guards every time he passes through aim. Nor does he need to wander around needlessly. Pain saw his only surviving childhood friend nod and lead the young Mokuton user away. Zetsu is playing a dangerous game. While it is very faint, I did see the chakra of a bijou within the boy. Maybe that is why Black Zetsu reported that the boy might have absorbed some chakra of the Sanbai, rather than merely suppressing it. Unfortunately, that cannot be the case. Such chakra would not be hidden so deeply within the boy. It would not be sealed, but the boy seems unaware of this, Pain turned around to look out over his village. His country. I will have to be careful and revisit all the information Zetsu has supplied. It is fortunate I do not solely rely on Zetsu for information anymore. In whatever plan Zetsu has for the boy, not even a Mokuton user will be able to face the combined might of the 6 paths of pain. Naruto yawned when he woke up, still feeling groggy. Sleeping in a real bed, it was something he hadn't done in quite some time. In fact, ever since Kakuzu figured out that Naruto could create buildings, they hadn't wasted a single Ryo on paying for sleeping accommodations. Cheapskate. When the blonde wondered what caused him to wake up, he heard it again. Someone was knocking on the door. Damn it. Can't I ever just have a proper night of sleep? The boy grumbled, dragging himself out of bed. He slouched to the door, opening it without bothering to hide his bad mood, only to look at a pair of wide-open light green eyes, staring at him in shock. What? Naruto grunted. The shocked silence from the girl in front of him pissed him off. Why wake someone up? Only to refuse saying why. Tenshin-sama, order me to act as your guard and attendant. Guard, Naruto chuckled. The girl was blushing slightly, but otherwise seemed rather serious. The slender girl had purple hair in an onion-like bun style, wore a light purple neck-collared kimono jacket with a brown-orange sash around her waist and lavender pants, and her forehead protector was covered by her purple bangs. I don't think I need a guard. What I need is sleep. He wanted to close the door, but she stubbornly put out her hand to stop the door. Tenshin-sama commanded me to take you to a training field. Great. You do that. After I get some darn sleep. And why in the name of Kakuzu's hairy armpits are you blushing like that? It's not like I'm... Oh, right I am. Damn, I forgot. In Naruto's defense, it was early. And it was also true that he had lost a set of clothes during the battle against Yagura, while his only set of spares was still sprawled out through the room in order to get it dry. Even his underpants had ended up getting soaked by the endless rain of Amage Cure. Too groggy to think about it, Naruto had just barged to the door. With people like Zetsu or Kakuzu around, Naruto never really needed a bother. But this girl, apparently, had different opinions regarding decency. I will wait outside, Kunomori-san. The girl did have a lot of restraint. Naruto had to grant her that. Despite her blush and obvious discomfort, her voice now remained nearly emotionless. Nearly. Is she trying to copy Conan? Did the Ice Queen send her icy princess at me to keep me on a tight leash? Perhaps I shouldn't have tried to lighten the mood yesterday. She probably hates my gut now, sending her strictest subordinate at me in order to bore me to death. Damn, and now I'm too wide awake to get back to sleep again. Might as well go with the princess. Naruto grabbed his dark blue pants, the cover for his face, put on his sandals, and looked around for his teal-colored Akatsuki ring. After he had everything, he put on his still-not-dry Akatsuki cloak and walked out of his room. The girl had been waiting for him, patient and dutiful, but Naruto felt somewhat amused when he saw a look of relief in her eyes. Him not being dressed seemed to have embarrassed the girl quite a bit, although Naruto wasn't sure what would be so strange about it. He wrote it off as another thing about human interaction which he had yet to understand. When the girl got past her relief at his more decent state, she gasped and fell to her knees. I apologize for my rudeness, Kunomori-sama. What the hell are you doing? I was not aware that you were like Tenshi-sama and Kami-sama. She looked at the ground. My actions bring shame to my dash. Ugh, shut it, Naruto grumbled. And cut it out with the sama stuff. We're about the same age, right? The girl looked up, seemingly confused. Damn it, stand up straight, he barked. We can't talk properly if you keep kneeling like that. What's your name anyway? Ajisai Kunomori-sama. Naruto's brow twitched. Just call me Kunomori. I should not address you as such. It is unbefitting of my dash. Do you need orders to stop saying it? Naruto grumbled. Just Kunomori, nothing more. As you command. I didn't yet arg. Just treat me like I'm an equal. All this submissive shit is freaking me out. Naruto pulled his own hair. Waking up early and then this. The limits of his patience were quite low. If Conan appointed you to look after me, do you know a place where I can get some spare clothes? One of those nifty straw hats would be nice, considering the crappy weather out here. Does it ever not rain here? I will show you our stockrooms. Ajisai inclined her head. Do you want me to show you the way to the training grounds afterwards, Kunomori-san? She paused and corrected herself when she saw his glare. Just Kunomori will do, and yes to both. Oh, and Ajisai. Yes. It is me who should apologize. For my temper, I mean. Ajisai didn't say a word, but the smallest of smiles crept around her lips. She led him down the tower, a building next to the building where he had met Pain. Naruto still wondered what his real name would be, as Pain just seemed to be a rather silly sobriquet. The storerooms were rather big. It contained everything a genin, chunin, or jonin of Amigakure needed. At least, the basic equipment. Naruto didn't care about tools, him being able to create practically everything with his Kekkei Genkai, but spare clothes were quite useful. While not the same dark blue, he did pick black pants and switched his open sandals for a pair of closed boots. With all the water and mud, sandals weren't really comfortable. I apologize, but we cannot supply those robes. The older woman in charge of the magazine had a bad habit of bowing deeply every time she spoke to Naruto. While she was easily in her 50s, she had treated him as a lord at the first sight of the red clouds on his Akatsuki robe. We cannot sell the same clothes which Kami-sama and Tenchi-sama wear. It's fine. I'll take it up with Conan, Naruto grunted. Let's go, Ajisai. Yes, Kunomori-sama. Ajisai. My apologies. TSK. You don't even mean that, do you? Naruto stared blankly at the girl, whose slight smile made it obvious she was being cheeky. Oh well, he picked up one of the straw hats from the rack next to him. He idly wondered why the company producing the hat would call itself Luffy. Let's go to the training grounds. You don't happen to have any of those with trees, do you? We do. Ajisai blinked, a bit surprised at the request. There are training grounds in which our shinobi can practice for the conditions they face in High no Kuni. Perfect, Naruto smirked. This girl obviously had no idea of his abilities. Her response could be amusing. She tried hard to remain stoic, and while there was something solemn and sad about her, but she was also human. Her responses weren't as emotionless as she seemed to want them to be. For one, the fanaticism whenever she spoke of Tenchi-sama, the girl seemed to worship Conan. Days turned into weeks. Weeks blended seamlessly into the 3 months which had passed. During this entire time, Naruto had been training without pause, with Ajisai watching on in silence. While Naruto made progress, the time was less thrilling for Ajisai, who didn't really understand why Naruto spent so much time on meditation, nor could she really figure out his Mokuton Kekkei Genkai. She did spend a lot of time around him, on the other hand, as she was supposed to look after Naruto on orders of Conan herself. A task which she executed with a nigh-religious conviction, which Naruto knew was due to how the girl idolized Tenchi-sama. But occasionally she brought her teammates few or swearing along, showing a more human side of herself which Naruto found more interesting than the stoic and solemn mask which she usually put up. But usually she was just dutifully taking care of his needs. Foods and beverages, clothes and other supplies, she usually brought it before Naruto even realized he needed something. It was an ability of her which creeped him out a little, as if she knew things about him before he did. On the other hand, having someone looking out for him like this was oddly pleasant. The training ground where he trained wasn't particularly big, only 1 or 2 square miles. It was only a small forest of feeble trees amidst a dreary country of mud and ruins, but nonetheless, it was the trees that Naruto valued over the industrialized village, to the point where he made a simple cabin for himself, elevated from the ground by 2 mighty trees. True to his expectations, Ajisai had not known a thing about his abilities. Naruto had laughed at her surprise, yet failed to notice that her admiration had grown ever since. The depressing weather took a toll on him. This is why he made the cabin. Naruto had been tired of having cold and wet feet, was fed up with all the mud, so if he lived somewhere he'd do it high and dry. That was one of the few things he could agree on with the AIM population. Otherwise, Naruto didn't feel much love for the people of AIM. Short-tempered and specialized in assassination missions, it hadn't taken too long for the guards that Naruto met upon entering the village to do something foolish. The two, along with a few of their friends, made a rather grave mistake by trying to attack Naruto while he was in the center of his forest. Ajisai had tried to stop it, which was her duty as guard, but when they attempted to attack her, Naruto had lost his temper. Unsurprisingly, Naruto ended up being summoned to Pain's tower as the man hadn't been pleased by the deaths of two of his underlings, although the man had been even less pleased with the aggressors. The surviving, but injured, men would be facing a punishment from God himself. Something which Naruto had found rather ironic, considering they pretty much acted out of revenge, just like Pain had killed Hanzo out of revenge. But Pain wasn't someone to be trifled with, so Naruto kept his mouth shut. Neither Pain nor Konan were any less depressing than the shitty weather anyway. Meditating as usual and overthinking what had happened in his life lately, Naruto was waiting for Ajisai to return. She formed pretty much his only contact to the human world right now, with some sparse glimpses of emotions. Ajisai had a tendency to hide her thoughts from him, buried under her devotion towards Konan, he presumed, though at times it almost seemed to him like she put him on the same pedestal as Pain and Konan, despite his insistence to treat him like a normal person. But of course she never listens to me, stubborn girl. She had offered to get something to eat, and Naruto didn't mind. He'd rather not leave the forest, feeling annoyed by the village itself. And she pretty much lived with him as well. The people are as dreary as the country itself. A life filled with war, suffering, and sorrow. It seems like everyone has the same negative outlook on life. Pessimism reigns unchallenged, and all the hopes of the people are focused on their god and angel. Perhaps that is why Ajisai is so distant, because she's hurting too. A vengeful people, filled with anger against the nations that surrounded them. Too passionate. Naruto knew that he could get in trouble every time he crossed the village on his own, him being a foreigner. Usually Ajisai's presence prevented trouble, because usually people wouldn't attack Ajisai. Usually. Naruto scowled when he noticed how she rushed into the forest, chased by someone far stronger than the Chunin level Kunoichi. She was fast and nimble above her rank, but lacked the chakra reserves to earn any promotions at this time. So, whoever was stupid enough to act against her, Ajisai would lose once the other caught up to her. Guess I shouldn't go attacking people at random this time. I'd better go there and see what's going on. I can always decide to kill the moron if need be. Whether I attack from here or let the Jonin get close, it doesn't matter anyway. Yo, Ajisai, what's going on? Naruto greeted with a smile. Kuno Mori-sam, she panted. After all this time, still the honorifics, Naruto shook his behut head in mock disbelief. His longer blonde hair always took so darn long to get dry from the rain, so he preferred wearing a hat. So who is this moron? This has nothing to do with you, foreigner, the AIM Jonin snarked. This is between me and Ajisai-chan, so get lost. He made a proposal. I refused. Ajisai admitted when Naruto looked at her. He did not give up. So basically you're being harassed by this guy? Ajisai nodded. Nonsense. My offer is fair. In return for giving me a few sons, she will have all the wealth and prestige that my family will bring along. Naruto looked at the man. He was in his early 20s, had short dark hair and dark blue eyes. Sporting a set of umbrellas, Naruto figured that this was another one of those pesky needle specialists. Fu and Suiren, Ajisai's teammates, used the same trick. Getting turned into a pincushion once had been an incentive enough to create a wooden armor of his own. If I ever hear you're annoying her again, I'll tear off your balls, Naruto said coldly. Now get lost. Count yourself lucky that AIM needs its Jonin. Predictably, the man reacted violently. They had too much pride and were always so easily taunted, even the Jonin. The barrage of needles was something which Naruto didn't even bother to dodge. The right-hand jutsu, which he used as follow-up, was something Naruto had not anticipated, though. Lightning release was very rare in this country. It was nothing which a simple Korimi no jutsu couldn't solve, though. Plucking the needles from his wood-covered skin, Naruto turned to Ajisai. Seems like I can argue that I act in self-defense now. Don't you agree? Although the attack is still too pathetic to really excuse a more violent response. Impressive, the Jonin drawled, ignoring Naruto's jab. Obviously, the man was not very skilled as a censor, or he would have backed away by now. Then again, Naruto wasn't wearing his Akatsuki coat, so the Jonin couldn't see who he was messing with either. So you can even dodge that. What is that? Amassing chakra, Naruto went through the 5 seals which he had learned through Madara scrolls. In these past months, Naruto had gained a better understanding of the nature that surrounded him. The strict control he had held over his jutsu before had been a mistake. Living things needed to have a consciousness of their own. That required him to give the jutsu space, rather than smother it with a tight control. The wooden dragon, which appeared at Naruto's feet, definitely had an awareness of its own. The creature had a short, trunk-like nose, and its eyes glowed with a yellow light that frozen the Jonin in his tracks. Its mouth opened, revealing long wooden teeth. Its snake-like body, as thick as the man was tall, was covered in hardened spikes, akin to scales. Faster than the Jonin could react, the wooden creature ensnared the man, wrapping around the man's body just tight enough to hear the snapping of 1 or 2 bones, but not tight enough to kill the fool. The man screamed like a little girl when the jaws of the dragon descended upon him. "Kunemori-sama, don't do it," Ajisai exclaimed. "Calm down," Naruto sighed. "And when will you ever learn not to call me Dash?" "I apologize," she bowed before he even finished his sentence. "You do that every time, and despite me telling you not to, you keep treating me like I'm your superior." The blonde shook his head, feeling actually disappointed, an emotion which confused him a little. "And no, I'm not killing this moron. I'm only testing whether this little dragon can sap his chakra. And if I'm not mistaken, the dragon absorbs chakra with its mouth. Seriously, if I wanted to kill the man, I would have made a larger dragon." Although Naruto wasn't willing to say that he probably couldn't make a larger dragon, considering how little wood there was to work with in this place. There still was that annoying limitation, that strange block he felt when trying to produce more wood. He could only expand it to a set amount before he reached his limits. "Should I?" "Conan is already on her way. Didn't you notice the strict surveillance in this forest? Your angel doesn't trust me more than she needs to." Naruto laughed a hollow laugh. "I'll leave it to you to report to her." Thank you." Ajisai bowed. Naruto knew how honored the girl was to get another chance to speak with her great idol. Naruto rather returned to his home. There he would at least not end up getting soaked by this damned rain. He was really starting to get fed up with the rain. Not long after Naruto resumed his meditation, seeking connection to the natural energy like he had done during the battle against Yagura, Ajisai returned. "Tenchi-sama wasn't pleased with the Jonin," she spoke up, "but she was pleased you did not kill him. Amage Cure needs every shinobi it has." "It does, but he was within his right to claim me," she muttered. When he looked up, he saw her sad expression. During the reign of Hanzo, his loyal Jonin were expected to find powerful partners. The aim was to produce powerful offspring. "I am of an age that I can give birth, and some say my skill has promise. According to the old laws, he was within his right. Yet you refused and returned here. Why?" "Because I hoped that you would protect me. Even though it is within his right, I'd rather not be claimed by someone like him." "Such faith," Naruto chuckled. "And yet you keep insulting me. From now on, you'll call me Kunemori-kun. Is that understood?" "Are you claiming me?" She blinked. If she was told to use that suffix, it had to imply that. "What?" "No. I want you to treat me like a friend." Naruto frowned. "I doubt you would want me to claim you. It sounds like a rather barbaric practice, to be honest." She remained silent, fidgeting a little, obviously uncomfortable. You don't mean to say that." Naruto looked at the girl, whose blush was starting to become rather obvious now, even to the rather oblivious Naruto. "Aisai, I'm barely. I'm probably the worst kind of guy you could find. You're not. I am. Listen, I don't even know who I am. It's nearly 2.5 years ago that I almost died in a battle. Someone within the organization of Akatsuki saved my life, but I can't remember who I was. All I know is what I've learned since that day, and that's bounty hunting. I'm a murderer, Ajisai. Hardly the kind of good guy that you'd find in those books you like to peek in. He pointed at the bookshelves within the cabin. While she waited during his training, she often read those books. I can't be that sort of dash. Why you talk so badly about yourself? You're not. Naruto scowled slightly. How could he get her to understand that he was the sort of person she'd better stay away from? He was a tool, a piece within plans of various schemers. He couldn't drag her into that. I can't damn what's wrong with me. Naruto wondered. When had things changed this much? Was it Girin who had opened his eyes? Why did he suddenly care about this girl? Why had it angered him so much that she had been harassed by that idiotic Jonin? And how on earth had her attitude towards him suddenly changed so much? Ajisai, you should know that I barely know how to interact with other. I don't even know what it is to have a friend. I'm too dash. You are strong, and yet you are kinder than any strong person I've ever met before you. Aji dash Naruto didn't get a chance to argue any longer. She pulled down the black mask that hid the lower half of his face, leaned on her toes to overcome the slight difference in length, and kissed him, thanking him for saving her, silencing his doubts, shutting off even that warning sign in the back of his mind. Not that his brains were actually still fully functional at this point. This feels wrong, Nagato. Konan, that girl, we're using her. You merely advised her to accept her feelings. A pair of renegade eyes looked at the blue-haired woman. Not the eyes of his paths, but his true eyes. This was not one of the 6 paths of pain, but rather Nagato himself, the man behind the god. His body resting in a large mechanical walker, as Nagato was someone who looked surprisingly fragile and sickly. Ever since he had summoned the Ghetto Mazo, ever since he had linked to the demonic statue, he had looked like this. The black receivers stuck in his back were a testament of it, as if someone stabbed a number of black metal bars in him. Regardless, this was a man who held the power over all 6 paths, who had an amount of chakra at his disposal which made him, by far, the most powerful shinobi alive. And yet it seems wrong to use her feelings as a means to tie him down. Nagato frowned. Konan did not often voice any disagreement with his plans. Is it because the girl is so devoted to you? She is a young girl who is in love. Konan tried to hide it, but Nagato saw the slight scowl. She remembered her time with Yahiko, how she had loved him before they had been betrayed, that horrible day when Yahiko had died. Using her emotions as a way to bind Kunamori-san to aim is a necessary evil. He finished the sentence. Ask yourself this, Konan. Why did Zetsu select that boy? Why was he so bent on making the boy strong? The Mokuton is a very powerful Kekkei Genkai, even by my standards. But to use her as a tool, as a spy, her loyalty to you does not have to conflict with her love to him. If he remains loyal to our cause, Nagato remarked. His red hair fell in front of his right eye. You appointed Ajisai because you had faith in her abilities and her loyalty. You remembered her because she was one of the few who passed the Chunin exams in Sunagakure. True, but why her? You heard him. He knows he is being used as a tool, and he hates it, Konan countered. She didn't add it, knowing he would not appreciate it, but any plan that involved using the love of a teenage girl like that just seemed a lot like how Hanzo had caused Yahiko's death. After all, it was Konan's life that had been threatened when Yahiko willingly threw himself onto Nagato's kunai. He had rather perished than let anything happen to his beloved. And now Nagato was setting up the same scenario for Kunamori and Ajisai. Had he become just like the man they despised? I highly doubt that the boy is easily manipulated, Nagato admitted. It is why I told him the truth. He could be a powerful asset to our cause. What he did not share with Konan, however, were his suspicions regarding who the boy truly was. There was only one Jinchuriki who had gone missing several years ago. A blonde boy by the name of Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the most powerful bijou of them all, the Kyubi. Nagato suspected that the chakra he could see within the boy, hidden so deeply and suppressed to such a degree that he doubted anyone without the Rinnegan would ever notice it, was in fact that of the Kyubi. The Kyubi needs to be sealed last. The Gedomazo would destabilize if it was sealed before the other 8. Keeping the Jinchuriki close seems preferable, and if he returns the girl's affection, he would be easier to manipulate in case he would prove himself stronger than I expect him to become. Keeping her as an assurance against whatever Zetsu is scheming behind my back seems the most logical solution. Nagato looked at Konan, who still held the smallest of frowns on her face. Yes, he couldn't tell her. If she knew that Kunomori was Naruto, then there was a chance the other would find out too. And losing him would be a greater threat to Nagato's plans. Especially now that Zetsu had shown to be untrustworthy. Chapter 6. Union. It's enough for me to be sure that you and I exist at this moment. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. That tickles, Aji-chan. It would seem you aren't as invincible as I thought. The purple-haired girl smiled. Her light green eyes had a mischievous glimmer which Naruto had never expected to see in the solemn girl. I'm not invincible. Heck, if I hadn't been weak, I wouldn't even have been here, Naruto smiled. So call me lucky for being weak. He turned towards the girl who was snuggling up to him. She had caught him by surprise with her first kiss, and since then had kept the momentum. He hadn't even gotten a good chance to think about what they were doing. Or perhaps it was the kisses and the close contact of the girl that blanked out his ability to think straight. Naruto didn't know, and he had to admit he didn't care either. He enjoyed this too much to want to second-guess it. AIM people truly were too passionate. You've never been weak, Kunomori-kun, she smiled. After she had kissed him, she had pretty much started living in his place, as far as he had not already done so. It wasn't like she had anyone waiting for her in her apartment anyway. Rather than be lonely, she preferred staying at his side, sleeping in the same bed, waking up in each other's arms, just like this morning. I felt that the moment I first saw you, and during these past months, you've only grown stronger and stronger. You're like Kami-sama and Tenchi-sama, only more like me. Well, an advantage of the wood release is that it forces me to keep being down to earth, Naruto joked, washing away the feeling of guilt he felt every time she uttered his fake name. Besides, I'm too ignorant of the world to be anything like Konan and Pain. Or you for that fact. You've got more wisdom in one of your fingers than I have in my entire scarred body. Flatterer. I'm not, just stating the truth. I'd almost believe you, she kissed him on his cheek. Almost. Cheeky as ever. That's my Aji-chan, Naruto chuckled. How did you get these? Her fingers traced the 6 scar-like marks on his face. They looked like whiskers, and she had quickly discovered that he was rather sensitive on those spots. When I woke up, I had them, just on my arm and my legs. Well, I suppose I would have been dead if not for Zetsu. I hope I can meet Zetsu-sen one day. I have to thank him. Please don't, he felt the joy sipping away. Don't seek him out, Aji-chan. If people know about us, I don't want you to get in danger because of me. With my Mokuton, it is pretty much a given that Konoha will come after me. And after taking down Yagura and taking their bijou, Kirigakure won't be too pleased with me either. And Zetsu uses me as a tool, Aji-chan. I'm sure that he'd put you in danger just to manipulate me. So avoid him whenever you can. You're so sweet. She buried her face in his chest. But Kami-sama and Tenchi-sama will protect those loyal to them. Unless they want to use me for my bloodline too, Naruto sighed. Was that why she had so suddenly changed? Was she part of some ploy of Pain and Konan? Naruto didn't doubt her feelings to be genuine, but that hesitation about what caused this, it held him back from sharing his real name. He trusted her more than anyone, but not Pain, not Konan, and she admired them both. Please be careful. I'm not thinking that you're weak, but I know, and it makes me happy to know that you're worried about me. You know, for someone who said he didn't even know what it was to have a friend, you're adapting quite well. One could say I have a good teacher, Ajisai Sensei. She just put her arms around him, enjoying his presence. I always thought I'd end up with some man I barely even know, who I'd have to sleep with out of duty. hoping for the odd chance that we'd even grow close before either of us died in our line of work. Love, happiness, those are things that barely exist in AIM. There's too much violence, too much sadness. Every time she spoke about the burdens which the people of her nation carried, she had that solemn expression. While she had become happier these past few days, that sadness hadn't really changed. "What happened?" he asked as gently as he could. She tensed up, pressing him even closer to her, and remained silent for a little while. It was night. My family lived to the east. A group of Suna shinobi raided our village. Her voice became a whisper. My father tried to help defend the village. He was just a genin, barely being trained. Hanzo didn't bother training those he didn't deem trustworthy. Only those living in AIM received training that gave them a chance to push to the rank and skill level of a chunin. As a result, it was only a small group, but our forces didn't stand a chance. She paused for a while, and Naruto ruffled her purple hair, awkwardly trying to support her. He had read in a book, but when he did it, he felt rather stupid. How was a person who suffered pain to feel any better from such a gesture? "I never knew my mother," she eventually continued. "Father said she died shortly after I was born. My older sister pretty much took the task of raising me, while Dad took all the jobs he could find in order to feed us. It was my sister who saved me that night. She pushed me down into the small hiding place we had under the floor of Father's bed. I was 8, I think. My sister was 14. Old enough to be. She hid me and made sure everything was back in place so that I couldn't be found. She was barely done when they broke in. My sister, she screamed at first, tried to resist them. But eventually, she stopped screaming, and I only heard the men laugh, groaning while they had their pleasure with her. That's horrible. I was scared. He felt her tears as she still had her face against his chest. And I was relieved when they stopped doing that to my sister. The death they granted her was more merciful than what they did up till then. I felt so guilty. I felt disgusted that I was happy her suffering ended, that I was happy she died. It isn't you couldn't dash. Hanzo came. He killed them all, Ajisai whispered. But he had little interest in those who survived, leaving us to our fate. It wasn't long after that a group of rebels passed our village. I joined them, or better said, I followed them. I was too young to really join them as a kunoichi. But Tenshi-sama ordered the men to take me along, saying that orphans needed the aid of Akatsuki just as much as any other. So that is why you're so devoted to Conan, Naruto realized, as well as why she had been so oddly hesitant around him when they first met. It was only after time that she seemed to get used to his presence. What happened to her sister had irreversibly damaged her trust in men. And after what you've been through, I can't blame you either. Small wonder you were so stoic and distant at first. After what those men did, you must have mistrusted. This must be the first time I actually think that losing my memories might be a good thing. I don't need you to have your memories to know that you are a good person. Ajisai's voice broke slightly, but kissed him on his neck. I know that you're a good person now. But I might be from Suna, or from IWA, or even Konoha. He had felt her tense up, but she didn't falter. Raising her head, she looked into his eyes. Even if you were from Suna, I'd still love you, Kunomori-kun. You're nothing like those monsters. She kissed him with a passion that even surpassed their very first kiss. Perhaps it were her emotions, her desperation, or perhaps it was simply that the dozens of kisses had given them both more experience. Practice made perfect. Then again, he only wore his boxers while she wore the long shirt over her underwear that acted as her nightgown, covering her slender body. They were teenagers, inexperienced, but instinct pretty much told them everything they needed to know. Although now he knew why she backed off everything when his arousal became too obvious. Those memories had left her afraid of such forms of intimate contact. He couldn't blame her. Thinking about it, Naruto wondered if he could be assigned to capture Suna's bijou, to pay them back for what they did to Ajisai's family. Your target is north, not too far from here. His skill doesn't seem to be relative to his bounty. Zetsu, Kakuzu grumbled. The old bounty hunter was sitting next to a little fire on which he was roasting a deer. Why are you bothering me with something I already know? Then why are you not capturing him? Yeah, why? It would ruin the fun. Chasing desperate prey is part of the hunt. Why are you here? It would seem pain is a rather annoying hindrance. We cannot enter Amage without him noticing us. But we can feel how Naruto is growing stronger. His mastery seems to have improved with a weird speed all of a sudden. So, don't you miss him? You've traveled quite some time with him, and you didn't even kill him like everyone else you've worked with. That's because Naruto is more useful than anyone he's ever worked with. True, the brat is capable. His growth has been amusing to witness, as well as his intent to kill me. He vowed he'd kill you. He really didn't take kindly to you beating him up for 2 consecutive years. Or perhaps he had some faint impressions of how he died. But he doesn't like being used as a tool either. True, though that worries me less than the possibility that he remembers things. Yeah, the risk that he might remember what happened is something that threatens you too as well. Kakuzu chuckled darkly. But surely you didn't come out here to waste my time on something as petty as attachments. So cold, so indifferent, only caring about money. But that isn't how Naruto is. Naruto does care about other people. You've seen it with Gurren. He cares about others, making him weak, making it easy to manipulate him. You're still wasting my time, Kakuzu glared. We suspect he has grown attached. We think he has a girlfriend. Both Zetsu looked at Kakuzu, mistakenly expecting some kind of response from the man. Pain wants Naruto to be loyal to AIM, and Naruto is of that age, which might be a glitch in our plans. Yeah, lovesick teenagers are annoying as a wet towel. You're a towel. What is your plan? Kakuzu drawled. You always say you don't trust Pain and Akatsuki, promising war, but Pain offers the same war. He wants war, but he wants it in order to create peace. He intends to create a huge jutsu, one so dangerous that no one will ever dare to wage war again. Peace will be bad for business. And that's why we chose you. You thrive in chaos, just like we do. That's why we have to keep Naruto free so that the world changes as we want it. And you want me to back you up in that effort. Precisely, Black Zetsu grinned maliciously. We can't afford to lose Naruto to Pain. What is strength? The question seemed to be so simple. Before, he would have answered it by stating it was knowledge of jutsu, controlling vast amounts of chakra, and to be independent and free. But now life was ever-changing. Perspectives once held meant very little. Perhaps that is why all understanding is incomplete. Not knowing everything means that every conclusion drawn is based on inconclusive and incomplete data. The world was a vast place, just like how no one would be able to comprehend and wield the endless amounts of natural energy. So too was it near impossible to understand the physical manifestations of the world. He knew his view on the world was limited. He could see that through his connection to the nature around him. He was just one single person within this vast world. What is strength? Is it strength if I have more power than any other human? Like Pain. Was Pain truly strong? He seemed to think he could change the world through violence, through amassing such a monstrous power that no one would dare to keep waging wars. But wasn't a peace bought through such an excessive amount of violence and death just a lie? Who was to determine where the weapon would be aimed at? Who had the right to decide who could die and who could live? A god was an entity that stood above normal mortals, elevated and wise. But was Pain such a person? He was human, an extraordinary strong person, yes, but still just a human. He was just as flawed and limited as any other. Who was he to decide the fate of the world? Is it arrogance? He suffered, but Aji-chan suffered too. Pain killed those related to the one who hurt him. Yet Aji-chan said she'd love me even if I originated from the nation that killed her family. Which of them is wise? Which of the two is God? What is true strength? He knew. Goals born out of pain, only with the aim to bring pain, were fragile. Pain was someone who was driven so deep into the darkness that he thought the entire world was evil. What kind of person could call himself a god when he didn't even understand humanity. By contrast, Ajisai gave without demanding, hoped without ever expecting him to return her feelings, and remained patient even though she didn't understand. I only lived for hunting bounties, never cared about anyone. All I wanted was freedom. To be alone. I've been such a fool. For all my power, for all my knowledge of nature, I never comprehended what it is to be human. Small wonder that Yamanaka woman went so far to survive. What does it matter if something happens to me? Regardless of what I have to endure, I would rather suffer it myself and drag Aji-chan into it. Is that what strength entails? He extended his senses. Trees, plants, animals, everything was within his grasp. But he knew the trap now. Trying to think that you had any sort of control, it was a mistake. Trying to only see the world around him as a tool that was at his disposal, that was wrong. Mokuton could never be mastered. Thinking that his bloodline gave him the right or ability to master the power of nature was an arrogant notion that only emphasized his own human limitations. Mokuton merely offered him the chance to form a relationship with nature, a mutual bond. How could he ever be part of it if he thought himself above it? Cold logic only stood in the way of understanding the true abilities of the Mokuton, Kekkei Genkai. No, Ajisai showed him the way. This why his abilities had suddenly changed upon seeing Gyuren's actions. How she protected him, how she cared about Yukimaru. Emotions. Nature was too vast to be comprehended with logic. No human possessed the ability or mind to envelop such an enormous amount of information or knowledge. Trying to grasp something too vast to be grasped would inevitably lead to failure and misunderstanding. And yet all people acted without properly understanding. They loved or hated, irrespective of their capacity to comprehend, but rather out of their heart, their emotions, their subconscious. Mokuton was the expression of life. Cold logic affected the spiritual energy, which in turn was a component of the chakra that empowered his Kekkei Genkai. In retrospect, Naruto realized that Kakuzu was probably the worst possible teacher that he could have had. Perhaps Zetsu simply did not understand Mokuton, just like Madara had failed to understand. Gyuren had opened his eyes. Ajisai showed him the way. Emotions changed him. Naruto guessed that this was the love of which he had read so much in the books that Zetsu had provided. Love was the progenitor of life. Life was the foundation of Mokuton. In just this short time since Ajisai had surprised him, since she had expressed her admiration and affection, he had learned more from nature than in the many months which he had spent with Kakuzu. Ajisai couldn't help but smile as she looked at her boyfriend. Well, she hadn't actually asked him if he wanted to be her boyfriend, but then again, he was cute when he was flustered, even cuter when clueless. Although, now that she could see the red pigmentation around his eyes, lines which extended all the way from his eyes to his ears, she wondered if he really was clueless. At first, he had struggled to only get that single dot on his forehead, but in the past few days he had improved drastically. The dot on his forehead had gotten a ring around it, and the same color of pigmentation had grown around his eyes. She couldn't say she understood why he needed to meditate as much as he did, nor why those markings mattered so much, but he did look like an entirely different person with them. Powerful, overwhelmingly powerful. But the strange thing about it was that she had difficulties sensing him when he did this. He had tried to explain, but Ajisai hadn't managed to process even a tenth of the confusing description he had given of his powers. It had something to do with drawing energy from nature on the impressions, smells, and images he got through his connection to the world itself. To him, meditation was a way of being taught. It seemed preposterous to her, as she was taught that a shinobi needed chakra, which was a mixture of physical and spiritual energies. But for some reason, he found a third source of energy. He argued that it came from his Kekkei Genkai, but when he tried to show her, well, it was a bit like the times when Fu and Swearin tried to explain to her how to see chakra, with them being sensory-type kunoichi. Similarly, they had barely understood how Ajisai could learn Fuinjutsu so easily. To her, it was logical, but to Fu and Swearin her words might as well have been spoken in a foreign language. But his claim that chakra was almost something sentient was just too bizarre for her to properly process. On the other hand, he did show several odd skills. Kunamori-kun has always been more than a usual person. Ever since the first day I met him, he insisted I treated him like an equal. But at that same moment, I knew he was someone way above me. He is like Pain-sama, like Tenchi-sama, not like simple humans like me. She sighed, idly twirling a finger through the purple bang that fell in front of her forehead. If Pain was a god to her, and Conan an angel, then Naruto, whom she knew as Kunamori, would be at least a demigod. Why did he even accept me so easily? I'm barely worthy of standing in his shadow. Aji-chan. Yes, Kunamori-kun. She quickly got on her feet, hurrying when he called for her. Feelings or not, she still had a duty to perform, a duty given to her by Conan, Tenchi-sama, herself. She did not allow her own depression to be in the way of that. You said you have a summoning contract, right? Yes, she blinked. That pigmentation around his eyes gave him such a serious expression that she nearly faltered under his gaze. Is this the same person that I woke up with? She wondered. He seemed so different from the cuddly and kissable blonde. He seemed so innocent when he slept. Before, he always slept with unease, but ever since they were together, he seemed to have found some peace of mind that enabled him to sleep calmly. Although the bulge in his boxers made her feel rather, well, uncomfortable wouldn't be the right word for it. She knew it was a morning thing for men, but still, the thought of what she could do with it made her lose what little confidence she had. The scars that her sister's death had left hadn't faded, even if she did feel her body desire his. Who am I kidding? This is a dream. A perfect dream. But one day, I'll wake up and find that he's gone. That he has found a woman who is as strong as he is, someone who is his equal, who is better than I am. Not someone like me. A pair of strong arms pulled her out of her thoughts, pulling her into an embrace that startled her. Keikuno dash. Why do you always look so sad when I'm training? Should I tell him? Would he laugh at me? Or worse, would he agree? Would he admit that he's just using me for his own pleasure, casting me aside as soon as his training is done? Aji-chan, do I have to tickle it out of you? I'm not as ticklish as you are, Kunamori-kun, she giggled in spite of herself. He cheated. Tickling her with vines had to be against the rules. I'm just worried. Why? Is someone bothering you? Other than me? No, Ahisai Saif. It's just that you're so much stronger than me. Why would that worry you? He blinked. He said he doesn't remember where he's from. Perhaps he simply doesn't have the same ideals as the people of AIM. She allowed herself a small shred of hope before forcefully putting it down. Life did not allow the people of Amage Cure to indulge themselves in idle fantasies. I'm not worthy of you, she finally admitted. She figured that if he'd tear her heart out, he might as well do it now, before she reached a point from which she couldn't recover. What kind of nonsense is that? She saw him grimace. Why on earth would my strength make you unworthy of... You're the best thing that's happened to me in all my life. But I'm weak. Someone like you should dash. Do you know why I'm getting stronger? The blonde gently put his hand under her chin, forcing her to look at him. Any idea of her trying to seduce him seemed so wrong now. This girl had no hidden agenda, no underlying purpose, and she truly loved him for who he was. Yet, she obviously felt inadequate compared to him. How wrong she was. I'm growing because of you. I know it sounds like a stupid cliche, but it's true. Mokuton is literally the conversion of chakra into life. And you've made me feel alive more than anything else. Rather than the cold, logical view on the world which I was taught, you've shown me a world filled with emotions. It affects my mood, my chakra, and it is the reason why I can say it without lying. So you don't care that I'm weak? Ajisai hesitated. In AIM, strong people like you are supposed to find the strongest kunoichi as their partners. You are stronger than any of our jonin, while I'm just a common chunin. But no one would care for me like you do, nor is there any that I care for as much as I care for you. So what does it all matter? Hell, whether you're able to kick my ass or whether you were a civilian, I don't care. It is you that I care about, not your power. Besides, You're not as weak as you think you are. He kissed her. If anything, I'd argue that I'm the one who isn't worthy of you. I mean, look at me. I'm covered with scars, and the worst ones aren't even visible. And yet you never made a problem out of it. For months you silently looked after me, and suddenly you jumped in my arms. Even when I don't even really understand this whole emotions thing, I can promise you one thing, Aji-chan, and that is that I've never felt anything like this for anyone but you. Any thought of training was forgotten when she kissed him. Barely taking the time to wait after she knocked loudly, the kunoichi of the intelligence division barged into Tsunade's office. It's bad. Godaima-sama. What is it? Tsunade was annoyed by the interruption. She was enjoying a fairly calm and enjoyable day so far, what with only handing some simple missions to her troops. Team 10 had just gone out for a simple escort mission, and she was about to call a day. Not having any cases to give her headaches was nice for a change. Unfortunately, that peace wasn't here to last. Sunagakure was... The Kazakage has been taken by an organization called Akatsuki. We just received the message, the black-haired woman blurted out. Shizen gasped, and Tsunade grimaced. Gara, assemble a unit of Umbu, she snapped at Shizen. As for Tenzo, he can pick 7 others, the strongest he can find, and is to report here within the hour. Tsunade-sama. They will have to set out to Suna immediately, assess the situation, and aid Suna wherever possible, Tsunade clarified impatiently. I'm not going to attack them. Konoha and Suna are allies. If someone abducts their leader, we, as their allies, must be there to aid them. You're supposed to wear your ring at all times. Was it? Naruto struggled to open his eyes. He felt Ajisai stir, suddenly shriek, then attempt to hide underneath the blanket. Aji-chan. He blinked, looking around in the cabin. Conan, he noticed the blue-haired woman standing in the door opening. I'm sorry if I'm disturbing anything, but you weren't responding to the call, Conan drawled, her expression as emotionless as usual. So if you could get dressed and put on your ring. Disturbing? Nay, we're just sleeping. Together, Naruto scratched the back of his head, painfully aware that he wasn't wearing his mask either. I guess it would be rather pointless to say that Ajisai decided to stay, because we kept training till it was dark. You should really lighten up a bit, Naruto sighed, before turning serious. Fine, I'll come. But one thing, keep this a secret. If this Akatsuki stuff somehow gets Aji-chan hurt dash. If you fear what might happen to Ajisai, you would understand why I desire peace. If our desires are the same, she is in no peril, was all that Conan said in return. After all, she fought because the man she loved had died. It was up to Naruto to fight for the girl he loved and keep her alive. Unlike Conan, he still had a chance to protect his happiness. Putting on clothes and the ring, Naruto discovered that the ring acted as a communications device as well. Pain was not amused. Then again, Naruto had never seen the man do anything that remotely counted as a smile. It turned out that Orochimaru and Sasori had succeeded at capturing the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi, while Kisame and Haiden had caught the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. There went his plans of visiting Suna. Sealing the Sanbai had taken 3 days, so, 2 bijou. Naruto wasn't too thrilled. He counted himself lucky that between the 9 of them, the unknown 10th member was once again shining in absence. They were allowed to take short breaks. At least Ajisai would look after his body while his consciousness was projected here. Morning, Brat. Good morning, Kakuzu. Naruto yawned. Isn't it a bit too early for this shit? Is never too early to kill someone, Haiden announced. Wow, 8 words in one sentence. It seems you've gotten a bit smarter, Haiden. You filthy heathen brat. Haiden swung his shadowy scythe, but with them being mere projections, the entire motion was rather futile. Shut up, Haiden. Oi, you look like you've grown a bit. Care for a duel next time? The shadow of Kisame asked. Who knows? Kakuzu might even put some money on you this time. Right. Kakuzu and gambling. Naruto chuckled. What's the next thing you're going to say? That Haiden is secretly a pacifist. That Orochimaru actually has ethics? That's Sasori Dash. We will commence the sealing now. Pain cut Naruto off before every member of Akatsuki got riled up. Leading a group of criminally insane, yet very powerful S-rank shinobi was a taxing job. But if it led to the world being at peace, it was a sacrifice which Pain was more than willing to bear. At least 2 days had passed before Naruto could finally take a break. He had lost track of the hours that had drifted by. Now he had a chance to get some food and perhaps an hour or two of sleep until Pain summoned him again. They could have warned me that those rings had such a function, he grumbled internally. His bad mood vanished like snow under the sun when he realized that Ajisai was literally sleeping with her head on his leg. Sitting in the lotus position, Naruto already had a bad case of cramp after 2 days of sitting in such a fashion, so he barely even felt her head resting there first. Still, he had to move, regardless of how content she seemed. Aji-chan, he gently caressed her purple hair. While he never understood why she put up like that, the onion-like bun style was something which he found rather cute. Kunamori-kun, she mumbled sleepily. You've returned already? Just a break. He struggled to get up, but his legs failed him. Is there some food around? I am kinda hungry. I'll get it right away. I really need you to teach me that storage style of sealing, Naruto chuckled. It is the most convenient jutsu ever. He quickly wolfed down the onigiri she unsealed, and with a few balls of rice in his stomach, he contentedly lay down in bed. Sorry that I can't enjoy the meal properly, but I don't have much time. You are aiding Kami-sama, she nodded. If Kami-sama needs help, it must be difficult. It is. Sort of. Naruto yawned. But it'll be easier with a few hours of sleep. We're not even halfway through, so it's likely they'll stay like this for another day or 3, perhaps 4. I must be horrible company now. It's not worse compared to normal. Watching you meditate isn't very thrilling, you know. I'll make it up to you once we're done, Naruto promised, giving her a kiss before he closed his eyes. Only after she lay down next to him did he feel at ease enough to catch what little sleep Pain was willing to give him. Our apologies about the disruption. The shade of Orochimaru flickered back into existence. Seconds after, Sasori joined him. We had visitors. Suna Shinobi? Pain asked. No, they were from Konoha, Orochimaru chuckled. The 2 that survived didn't see anything, though. We're quite lucky they did not interrupt while we were sealing the Ichibi. The Gedomazo had already been moved to the hideout where Kisame and Haiden had taken the Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Sloppy, Kisame yawned. Can't even kill a few petty Konoha nin? You must be getting soft on your old day. There was one among them who I'd like to add to my collection. Sasori's gravelly voice was barely audible. Kunamori-sen might like to meet that one. Yes, I was not expecting to meet one of my old experiments. Orochimaru's shadowy figure sounded almost tentative. I'd written off those experiments as a failure. To see that one of them survived was quite surprising. But even while he carries some of the DNA of Senju Hashirama, his Mokuton seemed rather fragile. Mokuton, Naruto frowned. There's someone else? Yes, Kunamori-kun. Though, if you give me some of your blood, I might create a few brothers or sisters for you. This Konoha nin is someone whom you and Kakuzu should track down. Pain cut Orochimaru off. With access to the Konoha files, that man might possess skill which you have yet to learn. Besides, you were supposed to be rejoining Kakuzu soon anyway. With the Ichibi and Nibi down, it is time for our organization to start moving in earnest. The Kyuubi should be reforming soon, Zetsu supplied. It was a blatant lie, but only Pain and Kakuzu knew that it was such. The Kyuubi had never perished, as its Jinchuriki had survived. It is 2.5 years since its Jinchuriki died, and yet no one visits his grave anymore. Poor Jinchuriki. People hate that which is foreign to them. It is inevitable. Still, to have no one to look after you. That is why you can't trust anyone. So I have to leave Amachkure. Damn, I knew it would happen. For a long time I didn't really care. Hell, I would have been happy to finally be freed from that endless reign. But Aji-chan, Naruto scowled and forced himself to focus on supplying chakra to the seal. The sooner the Nibi was locked away in that butt-ugly statue, the sooner he could return to Ajisai. It was weird how quickly his situation had changed, but once he realized that it did, he didn't want anything to get between him and Ajisai. Still, he had no choice in this matter, and taking her along was far too dangerous as well. While her prowess in sealing was very useful, the Jinchuriki were opponents far beyond the capabilities of any Chunin. It seemed to become a regular occurrence by now. Again, a Kunoichi of the Intelligence Division barged into Tsunade's office, and again with bad news. "Thank you," Tsunade grimaced, after she received the message. "You are dismissed." "Go Dame-sama," the Kunoichi bowed and left. Shizune and Ino, who were both helping Tsunade out with her daily tasks, looked at their leader. "So Orochimaru is indeed part of the same organization," Tsunade sighed. "We should count ourselves lucky that Tenzo made it out alive. Losing 6 of our best Umbu is painful, though. Against Orochimaru and a puppeteer of that level, it is a miracle even 2 people survived," Ino muttered. 2 S-ranked shinobi, Akatsuki, is insane." "That was Akasuna no Sasori," Tsunade clarified. "A devil with poisons. I've encountered him and his grandmother quite a few times during the war. To think that someone like him joined that organization. Then again, with a Mokuton user, a supposedly long-dead traitor from Takigakure, and Orochimaru, anything which should be considered normal has long since been thrown overboard. But that it is in fact them who killed Gaara. It seems Jiraiya-sama was right when he suspected Akatsuki to be after the Jinchuriki," Shizun grimaced. "Tsunade-sama, do you think could it have been them that day? If they targeted Yagura and Gaara, it is possible that they were the ones who killed Naruto," Tsunade admitted. "With him having the QB sealed within him, he would have formed a target for them too. But to what end? What do they want to achieve by killing Jinchuriki? They don't seem to just kill them," Ino remarked hesitantly. "They took Gaara with them, and Yagura's corpse wasn't found at the place where he was beaten either. Instead, the corpse had resurfaced in the bounty circuit, with some unknown party cashing in the sum of Rio, which Kumobikure had issued. But Naruto-kun was found at the spot. Well, parts of Naruto had been found at the spot, but that horrid detail was something that Ino did not want to remember. And yet the QB has yet to reappear. Should I tell her my name? Should I tell her what little I know about myself? Wouldn't it put her in danger? Conan knows about us anyway, so she's already in danger," Naruto pondered. They had finally finished sealing the Nibi in the Ghetto Mazo. The corpse of the poor woman who had been used by Kumobikure to seal the Nibi had fallen to the ground, signifying that she was completely drained of all traces of the Nibi's chakra. Pain had granted him another day to gather equipment and such, before Naruto had to leave Amigakure and join Kakuzu in the pursuit of their next target. Kakuzu was supposed to go home for this one, visiting Takigakure in order to capture the Nanabai. Pain and Conan would personally move to capture the Rokubi, whose Jinchuriki was notoriously hard to track down, even for Zetsu. The Yambi would be a target for Kisame and Haiden, while Orochimaru and Sasori would go to Kumobikure to seek out the Hachibi, a bijou that Orochimaru already had some knowledge on due to messing with its previous Jinchuriki. With Kakuzu currently being in Mizu no Kuni, Naruto was supposed to meet him in Hai no Kuni. But due to Naruto being closer to the rendezvous than Kakuzu, Pain had not seen any reason for Naruto to leave immediately, something for which Naruto was grateful, as he didn't want to leave without saying goodbye to Ajisai first. But how? He saw her sitting at the veranda of their cabin, elevated from the ground by a thick tree, dangling with her legs over the edge. Judging by the drenched appearance of her lavender pants and light purple kimono jacket, she had just come back. The floor creaked and her head jerked back, seeing him as he tried to sneak up to her. "Welcome back," she smiled. "Another break, or are you finished?" "For now," Naruto sighed, "but I have to leave AIM tomorrow." To her credit, she winced and only showed her real emotions for a fraction of a second before her smile returned. It was slightly forced, perhaps, but she was determined not to show that she felt hurt. "I knew this day would come. Tenshi-sama said that I would only have to look after you for a few months at most, Ajisen admitted. But I know it is selfish, Dash. I don't want to leave either, Naruto smiled sadly. And if it were possible, I'd take you along. But the people whom I'm after are too strong for that. Last time I fought one of them, I nearly ended up dying. Hell, I would have died for sure if it hadn't been for Gyurin and Kaku. But now, I'm stronger, I know that. But I'm unsure whether I'm strong enough to keep you safe, and I'd never forgive myself if something would happen to you. Not that I think you are weak, but these are all S-rank people. I know, she sighed. He sat down next to her, his legs dangling down. Personally, he didn't really understand why Ajisai liked heights. Perhaps it was because she lived most of her life in this skyscraper hell and was too industrialized for his liking. Too much stone and metal, too little greenery. Tenshi-sama and Kami-sama need your help to end the wars. But is there a way to end it all good? I don't think it is. But what is the alternative? We're left at scars on people like Pain and Conan, but also on Aji-chan. I can't let this situation continue. On the other hand, if their plan is set in motion, how many more end up scarred? It is wrong to do nothing, but is it right to allow their plan to continue? To let so many die to buy a false peace? He looked at his side. Sitting next to him, Ajisai leaned to his shoulder. Yeah, if not for Aji-chan, I'd probably just end up giving Pain the finger and thwart his plans. Ajisai makes me selfish. I know it's wrong, but her survival and happiness are more important to me than all the nameless people who have to be sacrificed for the sake of peace. I'd almost think Pain planned this all out. Me falling in love with you. He kissed her on her cheek. Regardless of whether or not he fell into a trap, which Pain set up to ensure his loyalty, Naruto knew that he would have responded in the exact same way. Whatever the circumstances, Ajisai had always been honest. She made him feel things he had never felt before, like this cold, gray world had gotten colored, especially with purple and lavender. He had never said it before, not out loud, that he loved her. Ajisai felt a few tears running down, which he gently touched. It's not a bad thing that I feel that way, is it? He wondered. I'm just happy. I love you too, Konomori-kun. She gave him a teary yet radiant smile. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. The rain had traces of chakra, he knew. Pain's method of making it impossible to enter Amage Cure unnoticed. The fact that even Zetsu had not showed himself for all this time told Naruto that even he couldn't hide from Pain's jutsu. Still, as far as Naruto knew, Pain was not able to see everything in the literal sense. He noticed anomalies through the rain, yes, but could not see everything within the rain. Otherwise, Conan would not be leaving her origami trinkets behind. Paper is just a dead form of wood. Naruto smirked, leaving Ajisai confused as to what he meant. Within this tiny forest, Naruto could track down every little paper which Conan had left to observe him. A few hand seals later, and a Moku Bunshin jumped down, which would retrieve and return the pieces of paper to Conan. A little jab to show her that he could see right through her jutsu was a final little prank on his side. Amassing chakra, Naruto let the cabin lower a bit, shrinking the supporting tree, while growing a dozen new ones around the cabin at the same time. Startled, Ajisai dragged herself back indoors. The trees grew branches and soon covered the entire cabin. Not a single ray of light could pierce it. Satisfied, Naruto opened his eyes and entered the cabin. Ajisai had already unsealed a lantern and had lit it. Konomori-kun. What was that? What are you doing? Secrecy, Naruto chuckled. I had to make sure that no one else can listen in. We're completely surrounded by wood now. Only filtered air enters, but not a single drop of rain will pierce these defenses. Why? Ajisai frowned. It seems rather excessive. Naruto helped her lighting another few lanterns so that they could properly see each other. Before I leave, I want to be completely honest, Naruto admitted. But knowledge is dangerous in our world. Honest? I don't understand. Konomori is not my real name, Naruto sighed. It is a name given to me because I have to hide my real identity. Why? Who are you? I don't really know who I am. That's something I can't remember. But I do know my name, Naruto, as well as the fact that I'm originally from Konoha. Naruto shrugged, feeling rather helpless. Not that I can remember Konoha. Hell, I only know my name because Zetsu gave me two options, and only Naruto sounded familiar. Zetsu warned me that because I'm from Konoha, I should hide my name from Pain. From what I was told, Pain lost someone due to Konoha and has a grudge against the village and its inhabitants. So, you're from Konoha. I understand that it is difficult for you, Aji-chan, but I don't want to lie to you any longer. I just hope that I haven't hurt you by doing that thus far. If you're mad at me, I dash. Stop it. She closed in and hugged him. I told you that I don't care where you're from. And a name doesn't change who you are, Kuno. Naruto-kun. It'll take some time to get adjusted to the name. So you're not mad at me? Naruto blinked. How can I be, when you're honest with me, in spite of the risk it puts you in? Ajisai smiled. I don't know what Konoha did to Pain-sama, but you didn't do anything wrong. Yet he won't care about such distinctions. Did the infants that were related to Hanzo do anything to hurt Amage Cure? Naruto asked her. She couldn't answer that. In truth, she'd felt relief when she learned that Hanzo's entire family had been eradicated, and now, if Pain finds out I'm from Konoha, he will desire my death. And when Conan tells him about us, he will target you as well. Pain might even use you as bait to lure me into a trap. That is why I went so far to hide us from his eyes. You must not tell him or Conan. I made it pretty clear to Conan that I wouldn't like it if she blabbered about seeing us sleep in the same bed. I don't really care if you want me to die, but if he hurts you, dash. Don't you think I'd be hurt if something happens to you? Ajisai snapped. She grabbed him by the collar of his robe. Don't you think I already hate it that I can't help you? I can't even protect person I love. Her head hung down, and Naruto could hear her sniffle. I'm coming back for you, Aji-chan. No matter what happens, no matter what I have to do, I'll return to you. Even if I have to destroy the world, I'll never let you down. Naruto-kun. She leaned towards him, kissing him. She kissed him like they were already saying goodbye. Somewhere along the line, he had taken hold of her right hand, and she felt his chakras swirl. Breaking contact, she saw what he did. 2 rings from one Sir Wood. That way you'll always recognize me, and I you. Naruto smiled. No henge in the world is going to fake this. It's made with the energy from nature itself, so only I will be able to sense it. And when I'm close enough, you should be able to sense me through the ring, as it'll respond to mine. This is this. I claim you, Aji-chan. Naruto kissed her. And I you, Naruto-kun. They resumed making out, but this time it was her hands that took the initiative, removing his robe, even pulling down. Aji-chan. Warning, lemon. Those incapable or unwilling to deal with lemons, please skip. I want this, Naruto-kun. You've given me all you have. Now I'll give you all that I am. She kissed him, but this time blushing wildly. With one pull at her sash, Ajisai's pants fell down too. Please be gentle. This is my first time. I don't think I have done this before either. Naruto laughed a bit nervously. Only things I know come from those crappy novels, which Zetsu gave me once. Aika. Not sure what Zetsu was thinking when he said it would make me understand normal people. He blushed. Are you really sure? His isolated life had left him unaccustomed to people, but he wasn't completely dumb either. Before this point, each time their cuddling and kissing had gotten too heated, she pulled out. And after what she told him about the horrible things that happened to her older sister, Naruto knew why. He loved her, longed for her, but in spite of himself, he never wanted to hurt her. Regardless of what he wanted, he found what she wanted more important. I've doubted long enough about this. Ajisai smiled a bit wryly. Cuddling and kissing weren't things that troubled her, to say the least, but sex, part of her feared that it would be like what happened to her sister, and the other part heatedly longed for his body to join with hers. If you're going to leave tomorrow, I'll at least give you something to remember me by. I can't let my stupid fears hinder me any longer. How could I ever forget? Naruto's voice wavered when she removed her light purple kimono jacket. Unable to control himself, he took her in his arms, fumbling with the wrappings around her chest while they kissed. She didn't have it much easier with his remaining clothing. Anxiety got the better of them both. Eventually, he only wore his boxers, which did very little to conceal his bulging erection, and she wore only her lavender panties. Her body was slender, but still she had hidden a perfect set of B-cup breasts underneath her loose clothing and wrappings. He wondered why she'd hide them, cupping one breast with his hand while the other softly rubbed over her back. She moaned in his mouth when his thumb touched her nipple and kissed him with increasing fervor. Both his hands lowered, lifting her from the ground with his hand on her, but while she wrapped her arms around his neck. The bed seemed the best place to continue. Gently putting her down, he yelped when she grabbed him by his hair, pushing his head down, straight into her chest. So soft, he grinned. And here I thought you were a hard-ass kunoichi. Less talk, she mumbled breathlessly. His hand slid down her back, squeezing her softly in her butt. Let's see if those books were right about this too, he chuckled. The thing about the nipples was right, so why not this too? Suddenly, those Ika books weren't so odd anymore. His hand slipped into her panties, where it was surprisingly warm. The curly tuft of purple hair was quite wet already. Kuno, Naruto-kun, her light green eyes widened. Just doing what I've read. And in the moment he kissed her, his fingers slipped in. He used the moment her mouth opened wide to stick in his tongue. That was something they knew by now, although Naruto had to admit it still felt a bit weird. Or perhaps it was because her tongue was faster and more flexible. He always lost that little wrestle. His finger was distracting her this time, though. She pushed her hips to his hand. He had to explore for a bit until she gasped. It seemed he had found a certain extremely sensitive part of her erogenous zone. The more he rubbed over it, the more her tongue went numb, and her eyes closed halfway, her blush only intensifying, until she gasped, screamed almost, clenching her legs, and finally lost all senses for a moment. 1-0, he whispered in her ear. I gotta find a guy who wrote those books. He's a freaking genius. Even if she was still panting, Ajisai toppled him over, now being the one who pinned him down. I'm going to make you lose. Or at least make you put your inhuman stamina to good use. She leaned down and kissed. But this isn't the way. She tore away his boxers and disposed of her own soaked panties in a similar way. With his member freed from the constraining cloth, losing those boxers was the last thing that was on his mind. Rather, he felt her private parts rubbing over his erection. Her hands moved over his chest, following the scars that were left the day he lost his memories. While Tobi's tissue had been completely integrated into Naruto's body, there still was this slight difference in color. Ajisai knew he was slightly bashful about it, but she didn't mind at all. Scars were symbols of battles he had survived. They were a symbol of experience and the strength to endure such hardships. She knew he'd get involved in many more battles before Pain's plan came to fruition, and if scars were all that Naruto got from it, she'd be happy. He groaned as she kept teasing him, but her hands slowly moved down over his body. Neither of them was sure who was more awkward at the moment she took his penis in her hand. "You don't move," Ajisai muttered. She moved her hips and let him in. Heavenly, Naruto moaned. "Aji-chan." "Jay, just a moment," she grimaced. "Less heavenly here." "I am sorry, Shut up." Ajisai flicked him on his stomach. "It'll be great soon enough. Just be glad you're not a girl." "I'm sure there are jutsu to change that temporarily," he grinned mischievously. "Henge is just illusionary." Banter or not, Naruto cringed a bit when she lowered her hips further and let out a pain groan. He felt awesome. The moment he broke through some kind of barrier, but seeing her in pain dampened much of his pleasure. Then, in one move and one more gasp, she took it all in. Blood. First time, silly. Ajisai smiled at his worry. And you better take responsibility. I already claimed you, Aji-chan. Nothing is going to change that. Even if I have to fight the Shinigami myself, I'm never letting go. It looks like I'm the one who holds you now, though. He felt her insides contracting while she slowly moved up and then down. Another grimace, but not as bad as the first one. Gradually, her movements became less erratic, and her expression changed from the uncomfortable feeling she had first to the pleasure which was starting to grow again. She was so absorbed by the feeling that was blooming, a sensation even more powerful than when his fingers had. Aji-chan, Naruto interrupted her thought with a rather alarmed expression. I see can't. Too good can't hold much longer at all. Do it, Naruto-kun. Make me yours. Her mind went blank when she felt him erupt within her. That warm shot inside triggered a flood of pleasure. It took them minutes to catch their breath. His weakening limb was still within her as she laid face down on his chest, listening to a fast heartbeat. Whether it was hers own or his, she didn't know. "D-darn a draw," she eventually muttered. Aji-chan, isn't this, bad? Birth control jutsu are awesome. Ajisai smiled contently. Yeah, it's probably better if we didn't do that until things quiet down. With Akatsuki and all, it wouldn't be a good place for kids. Naruto's hand crawled over her back, making her shudder in pleasure. So sensitive. I'm sure I'll be the one who wins the next round.